Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the madness of the Gothic War. Before we get into that, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor, order Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for support. You have been absolutely killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
In the far future of the 41st millennium, the stars burned like wounds in the skin of reality. Across the breadth of the Imperium of Man, worlds died and were forgotten in the span of a single astropathic scream. There were hive worlds where men were born in darkness and never saw a sky that was not choked with smoke. There were agri worlds that fed a dozen systems and were spent like coin in the wars of greater powers. There were shrine worlds where the bones of martyrs were mortar in the walls, and fortress worlds where every mountain was a gun emplacement. The Imperium bled everywhere, all at once. In the segmentum that men named Obscurus, where the eye of terror glared like an infected wound upon the void, that bleeding had become a flood. Crusades and counter-crusades raged along the Cadian Gate. Demons walked where the veil thinned. Traitor legions spilled from the madness beyond to burn, pillage, and desecrate. Against that endless howl, the Gothic sector was a single chord, one note in the cacophony. It was not a soft note. The Gothic sector held forge worlds and shrine worlds, fortress stations and naval bases. It was ringed with listening posts and picket ships, patrolled by the battle fleets of the Imperial Navy and watched by the silent eyes of the Inquisition. 6 Blackstone fortresses hung like black monoliths at key points along its routes, impregnable bastions whose origins were older than the Imperium itself. Compared to the roaring front of the Eye of Terror, the Gothic sector was a flank, a lesser concern. That would change. The first shadow fell with no sound at all. The cruiser Gethsemane slid through the void on silent running. Lights dimmed, banners furled. Her armor was painted the grey of gunmetal and old ash. Macro cannon batteries slept in their housings. Lance turrets tracked and held their fire. On her flanks, a pair of escort frigates kept station, their prows bristling with launch bays and torpedo tubes. Auspex masts, raised like antennae on some ancient insect. Ahead of them, Ark's station turned slowly in the dark. "Range?" Captain Spire asked. The bridge of the Gethsemane was a cathedral of steel, its vaulted roof crisscrossed by ribbed supports and bundles of armored cables. Cherubim servo constructs fluttered beneath the ceiling, vox speakers in their bellies whispering Binharic prayers. The air tasted of incense and recirculated sweat, of Auspex ozone and the cold tang of metal. The command throne sat at the heart of it, a raised pulpit of adamantium and brass, wrapped in chains of purity seals and streaming parchment. It was there that Spire stood, gloved hands resting on the rail, gaze fixed on the forward armor glass. The master of Auspex bent over his station, lips moving in the half-heard cadence of rites to the machine spirits. "Ark station is less than 100,000 kilometers and closing, Lord Captain," he said. "Relative velocity negligible, no shield signatures. No weapon locks. Vox traffic is not responsive, only a repeating loop of standard liturgies." "Life signs?" Spire asked. "Faint thermal traces. No clear human pattern. Vox ghosts." The machine spirit reports. Confusion. Spire's jaw tightened. The lumens on the bridge were set low, throwing his features into hard planes and shadow. He was a lean man, with the worn look of a career void officer, the paleness of one who lived far from any sun. His hair was dark and cut to regulation length, his eyes grey and tired. The collar of his coat bore the rank sigils of a captain of the Imperial Navy. There were more scars than medals on his hands. "Bring us to matching drift. Keep our distance outside of boarding torpedo range, but inside teleportarium reach," he said. "Arm all weapons, but hold fire." The order was relayed in a dozen overlapping voices. Officers turned to their stations, chanting litanies of awakening to their consoles. Sparks fluttered as dormant. Circuits flared into readiness. Somewhere deep within the ship, crews scrambled to stations. sliding shells into loaders, opening valves, feeding propellant into the hungry throats of engines and weapons. Beside the command throne, a figure in plain dark robes watched in silence. Inquisitor Horst did not look like much. He was shorter than Spire by a handspan, his frame wiry rather than powerful. His hair was cropped close and already greying at the temples. His robes were austere, marked only by fine embroidery in the shape of the double-headed aquila at the collar and a simple gorget of blackened metal. On his chest, hung on a chain of adamant, rested the rosette of his office. His eyes were deep-set and hooded, their colour hard to read in the gloom. Spire could feel the man's gaze on him like the chill touch of an Auspex sweep. "You have seen this before," Horst said quietly. Spire did not turn. "Stations gone silent, Auspex ghosts, prayers on loop." "Yes, Inquisitor, I have seen worlds die and their Vox towers keep praying long after there was no one left to hear." "That is not what I meant," Horst said. His voice was calm, but there was something underneath it, like the edge of a blade under velvet. "You think this is not a simple loss of contact? You moved to battle readiness before I spoke." Spire gave a small shrug. "The outer arc stations do not fall silent by chance. If it is a systems failure, we err on the side of caution. If it is not, we err on the side of survival." Horst's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Pragmatic. Good." On the forward screen, Arc Station grew. It was a ring of metal girders and spires, kilometers across, studded with weapon turrets and docking pylons. External lights were dead. No traffic moved. The only illumination came from the reflected glow of the distant sun and the pale, ghostly lumens of the Gethsemane's own running lights. "Helm, bring us to relative standstill," Spire said. "Launch boarding torpedoes. I want armsmen on that station. Minimal force at first, but be ready to reinforce. If there are survivors, we will find them. If there are enemies, we will know their measure." The Vox officer bowed his head, hands moving in swift, practiced sigils across his panel. "Boarding parties report ready, Lord Captain. They await the Emperor's blessing." Spire breathed out, slow. "The Emperor protects," he said, by rote and habit more than conviction. "Launch." Deep in the ship, explosive bolts fired. Tubes belched gouts of propellant flame. Iron coffins punched into the black, engines flaring briefly before shutting down to fall on locked trajectories. Servo skulls tracked their arcs, streaming data back to Auspex consoles. Spire watched them go. Short red runes on the holo display. Tiny, fragile things. Men in armor in metal shells against an entire station. He had done it 100 times before. He had a feeling that this time would not be like the others. The boarding torpedoes struck like thrown nails. Magnetic clamps seized the hull of Arc Station with a shriek of tortured metal. Melter charges burned white-hot circles in adamantium, turning armored plating into slag. The torpedoes' hatches blew inward, and men in vacuum-sealed carapace armor surged through the breaches, weapons held ready. The first man through each breach carried a shield with a built-in Auspex and a Vox bead that squawked litany fragments. Behind him came armed crewmen, shotguns and hellguns held tight, muzzles tracking every shadow. Servo skulls drifted overhead, lenses whirring. Lumens on their casings turned slow circles of yellow light through the dark. "Squad 1, breach successful," came the Vox report. "Atmosphere thin but present, temperature below freezing, no immediate contacts." "Squad 2, breach successful," another voice said. "No contacts, station is dark, light levels minimal, smells like metal and incense. No sign of fighting." "Squad 3, breach..." There was a sound, not quite static, not quite a scream, then silence. On the bridge of the Gethsemane, Spire's knuckles whitened on the rail. "Repeat last transmission from Squad 3, he said. Vox spirits clicked and muttered. The Vox officer bowed his head. "Nothing more, Lord Captain. Signal was cut." "Cut how?" Horst asked, turning his head. "Jammed. Local interference." The Vox officer swallowed. Sweat beaded on his brow. Signal went, "Away, Lord Inquisitor. Instruments show a spike of something. Not standard interference." "Warp echo?" Horst asked. "Yes, Lord Inquisitor." Spire tasted metal. He glanced at Horst. "You thought this was not a simple loss of contact," he said. "I think you were right." Horst did not answer immediately. His eyes were closed, lips moving, perhaps in prayer, perhaps in some cant of his order. "Maintain the push," he said at last, opening his eyes. "We must see what happened to this station. If you pull them back now, we gain nothing and show our fear. You are not the only one who has seen things like this, Captain." Spire nodded once. "Boarding command, this is the Gethsemane," he said into the Vox. "Squads 1 and 2, proceed with caution. Mark every corner with auspex. Do not separate. Squad 3 is lost until proven otherwise. If you see anything you cannot explain, you report it. If you see anything that looks like a shrine to the dark gods, you burn it." Acknowledgements came back, voices flattened by Vox distortion and helmet grills. On Ark Station, the men moved into the darkness. The corridors were long, ribbed with reinforcing struts, and lined with bundles of cabling. Lumens were dead, leaving only the narrow cones of the boarding party's helmet lamps. The air was thin, cold enough that every breath plumed in steam. "Looks like the station's main reactors are offline," one sergeant muttered over the squad channel. "Emergency power only. Machine spirits are angry." "Aren't they always?" one of his men replied. "Hold your tongue, crewman," the sergeant snapped. "You are under the Emperor's gaze." They moved past a chapel alcove. Saint statues loomed in the light beams, faces worn by centuries of touching hands. Candles were burned down to stumps. The altar cloth was stiff with old wax. "Vox prayer is still running," the sergeant said, hearing the tinny hiss from recessed wall speakers. "Listen." They paused. From the speakers came a muttered litany, the voice thin and distorted with repetition. "Blessed be the Warden of Iron. Blessed be the fortress in the void. Blessed be the Emperor, whose light guards the faithful. Blessed be the Warden of Iron. Blessed be the fortress in the void." The litany looped, without pause, without variation. "Automated," the sergeant decided. "Probably been playing since the station's cogitator went to sleep. Move on." They rounded the next corner and found the first bodies. Void crew by their torn uniforms. They lay sprawled in the corridor, helmets cracked, faces grey with frostbite. They had died without weapons in hand, hands empty, eyes wide. Rime crusted their lips and lashes. "Looks like the air went first," one armsman murmured. "Suffocation, no wounds." The sergeant crouched, helmet lamps sweeping. His gaze settled on the wall behind the dead. Someone had painted symbols on the metal with blood. They were crude and sprawling, the strokes made in haste by shaking hands. 8 pointed stars, runes that hurt the eyes if you looked at them too long, jagged arrows that pointed to nowhere. The blood had dried to brown, flaking in places where frost had formed. The sergeant felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. "Squad 1 to Gethsemane," he said. "We have casualties on the station. Multiple bodies. No, obvious trauma. Symbols on bulkheads. Recommend we assume cult activity." "Describe the symbols," Horst's voice said, sharp, cutting through the static. 8 pointed stars, Lord Inquisitor," the sergeant said. "Runes I do not recognize. Looks like someone used the dead as ink pots." There was a pause. "Continue," Horst said. "You will record all iconography you see. Do not recite any unknown markings aloud. If you encounter any active cultists, you will take one alive if possible. If not possible, kill them all." "Acknowledged, Lord Inquisitor." Squad 2 reported similar scenes. Void crew dead with lungs emptied, stations abandoned mid-task, blood sigils smeared on control panels. A servitor hung from a ceiling by its own cabling, limbs twitching in empty air, Vox grill repeating the same fragment of prayer over and over. A maintenance tech was strapped to a gurney, his skin carved with runes that crawled like tiny worms when the lamp beams passed over them. "Warp breach signs are everywhere. Horst said on the bridge. The air loss may have been deliberate. A sacrifice. A sacrifice to what? Spire asked. Horst's expression did not change. To get something's attention. A fresh report came through. Squad 1 had reached an intersection where the metal of the walls was melted and fused, as though by extreme heat. The air tasted of ozone and old smoke. In the center of the corridor, a circle had been burned into the deck, lines of blistered metal forming symbols. "We are definitely looking at a ritual site," Horst said. There was a savage satisfaction in his tone, the satisfaction of a hunter who had found tracks. This was prepared, long prepared. The station did not fall to a raid, it was opened from within. Spire looked at him. "Open to what?" Horst met his gaze. "To war, Captain." On the outermost edges of the Gethsemane's Auspex range, something moved. The Auspex master saw it first. His fingers skated over rune keys, coaxing more clarity from the fickle spirits. Lines of script scrolled across his displays. His eyes widened. "Lord Captain," he said. His voice cracked on the title. "I have contacts." "How many?" Spire asked. "At this range, it is hard to be sure," the Auspex master said. "Dozens, scores, more. Multiple mass signatures of cruiser tonnage, battleship mass, and something else. Something large, very large." The holotank at the center of the bridge flickered. Tiny red runes bloomed like drops of blood across its surface, at the very edge of the sector display. They multiplied with every heartbeat. Vox runes lit as the escorts reported similar readings. "They came in beneath the auger horizon," the helmsman muttered. The warp shadow must have masked their approach. Spire felt the deck shudder as the Gethsemane's machine spirit sensed the rising tension and began to wake its deeper systems. Warning chimes shook dust from the overhead gantries. On the far end of the bridge, a servitor slumped in its harness stiffened, lenses flaring red as its implanted cogitators received new instructions. "Range to contacts?" Spire asked. The Auspex master swallowed. "Millions of kilometers, Lord Captain. They are exiting the immaterium on our flank. Translating clean. Warp wake is heavy. Emperor preserve us. That is a large fleet." "They're heading?" Spire asked. His voice was steady, though his pulse had begun to pound in his ears. "On a vector that will bring them within engagement range of Ark Station, and this vessel, if they hold their course." "Identify mark of origin," Spire said. "Any codes? Any transponders?" The Auspex master worked in silence. For a moment, the only sound on the bridge was the susurrus of chanting from the attendant priests and servitors, and the quiet murmur of the Vox prayer looping over the ship's internal speakers. Then, the Auspex master whispered, "They bear no Imperial codes. Hull configurations mark as traitor classes. Iconography is corrupted. 8-pointed star, skull motifs, profane runes. These are the ships of the damned Lord Captain." "Chaos," Horst said. The word dropped onto the bridge like a shell. The holotank resolved the largest contact. It was an ugly silhouette, unlike any Imperial class. A wedge of void black metal, its prow a brutal knife of armor, its flanks studded with weapon blisters that seemed too many, too close, like tumor growths on a diseased body. An aperture yawned along its spine, a vast gaping maw lined with energy projectors and emitter vanes. Spire stared at it. "That one is no battleship," he said softly. "What in the throne's name is that?" Horst's eyes had gone very still. "I do not know," he said. "I do not think anyone does, which means it is new or very old." On the holo display, the thing hung at the heart of the incoming armada like a predator swimming at the point of a shoal. Around it, cruisers and escorts fell into formation. Traitor battleships lumbered behind, their own silhouettes recognizable by the corruption of their hulls. The blasphemous spires bolted to their flanks, the leering demon faces carved into their prows. "This is not a raiding force," Horst said. "This is a war fleet." Spire tore his gaze from the holotank. "Signal all boarding parties," he said. They are to abandon their advance and fall back to extraction points. We are leaving. Horst's head snapped around. We have not finished our investigation, he said. We have not found the ritual core. We do not yet know. We know enough, Spire said. He did not raise his voice, but there was iron in it now. We know the station was compromised from within. We know chaos is involved. We know a war fleet of unknown strength is exiting the warp on our flank. We are 1 cruiser and 2 escorts. We cannot stand before that. Horst held his gaze. For a long heartbeat, the bridge seemed to balance between them. At last, the Inquisitor inclined his head a fraction. Very well, he said. Get us out. But understand this, Captain. This is not a chance encounter. The pattern of cult activity I have tracked across the sector points here, to this station, to this moment. What we are seeing is not a raid. It is an opening movement. I will ponder that when we are not about to die, Spire said. He turned to his officers. Helm, come about. Plot a course back to the nearest rendezvous with Port Maw. Full burn. I want every engine awake. Navigators will prepare an emergency warp translation as soon as we clear the station's gravity shadow. Armsmen are still aboard, the Vox officer said. Extraction will require time. Then they had best move quickly, Spire said. Signal the escorts. They are to deploy mines in our wake and take flanking positions. No one breaks formation without my direct order. The escorts acknowledged, their captains' voices harsh with tension. Beyond the Gethsemane's hull, bomb bay doors opened. Mine racks slid into space, each armored cylinder a nucleus of machine hatred and explosive will. They tumbled into the void, wake thrusters firing to arrange them into a drifting barrier between the oncoming Chaos fleet and the withdrawing Imperial ships. On Ark's station, men ran. Alarms that had been silent for days or weeks howled into life as the Gethsemane's signal cut through dead systems. Boarding parties fell back in disciplined leaps, covering each withdrawal with shot and flame. Some did not make it. Doors that had been open now sealed without warning, metal fusing into seamless plates with a smell of hot iron. Voices vanished mid-shout. Warp echoes whispered over squad voxes, words in no human tongue. Spire listened to the chaos of it, jaw set, and forced himself not to flinch. Cut any channel that begins repeating itself, Horst said quietly beside him. The warp feeds on voices. Do not give it purchase. Outside, the traitor warfleet grew. Long-range lance fire reached out first, spear points of coherent light stabbing across the void. The first volley went wide, testing range and response time. The second touched the minefield. One mine died in a glare of white light. Another detonated, setting off a chain reaction that turned a patch of space into a roiling cloud of debris and radiation. Range is closing, the Auspex master said, voice hoarse. Their escorts are advancing ahead of the main line. Estimated time to first torpedo salvo, minutes. Bring our shields to full, Spire said. Return fire as soon as we have them in range. We will buy as much time as we can for the boarding parties, but we will not be drawn into a close fight. We live or die by the distance we keep. The Gethsemane shuddered as her engines bit, her prow swinging away from Ark Station. Plasma conduits howled as energy surged into the drive cores. Geller projectors hummed, taste of copper thickening on the air. The escorts fell into position, one on either flank, prow torpedo tubes opening like hungry mouths. First blood went to the Imperium. Torpedoes corkscrewed through the black, warheads seeking the heat signatures of traitor hulls. One struck a Chaos destroyer squarely on the prow. The ship vanished in a flower of fire, armor plates peeling away like petals. Another torpedo went wide, its machine spirit howling its rage into the void before it died. The traitors replied. Lances scythed across the Imperial formation, blue-white beams that left after-images on the eye. One grazed the starboard escort, stripping armor from its flank and peeling open a battery deck. Men died without even knowing they were dead, vaporized into a brief haze of ions. Another lance kissed the Gethsemane's void shields, making them flare green and gold, the energy barrier rippling like water. The bridge shook. Servo skulls tumbled from the air, wings snapping. "Void shields holding," an officer shouted. "No penetration." "Then we still live," Spire said. He glanced once at the hollow tank, at the huge alien silhouette at the center of the Chaos fleet. That thing has a weapon, he thought. Whatever it is, it was not made to chase down single cruisers. It was made to kill worlds. He felt the weight of that thought settle in his gut like ice. Far away, aboard that nightmare ship, the War Master of Chaos watched the Imperial cruiser run. Abaddon the Despoiler sat his throne at the heart of the bridge, a dais of black iron and brass, raised above rows of consoles and slave pits. The air was hot with the reek of incense and promethium, the copper stink of blood, the sulfur tang of warp residue. Chains hung from the ceiling, swaying gently, some ending in hooks, some in cages that held things that might once have been human. His armor was black, trimmed in the yellow of his long-dead legion, its surface etched with sigils of hate. The talon of Horus encased his right arm, a gauntlet of massive blades and built-in bolters, trophies of slain champions dangling from its cables. His left hand rested on the pommel of the demon sword, Drachenyen. Its blade sunk into the decking at his feet, a thing of darkness and shifting teeth. His face was that of a giant, scarred and seamed, hair cropped short, eyes the color of molten gold. They were not on the fleeing Imperial ship. They were on the hollow display that floated before him, a representation of the Gothic sector carved in light. Tiny icons marked worlds and bases, star routes and warp lanes. At key points, 6 black sigils hung in the void, equidistant, their presence distorting the display around them. The Blackstone fortresses, the talismans of Vaul, the ancient weapons whose true nature he alone now grasped. He reached. "Imperium is slow," he said. His voice was, "Imperium is slow," he said. His voice was deep, resonant, carrying easily over the mutter of the bridge crew. They will not understand the pattern until it is too late. Behind him, robed figure knelt in the shadows. The sorcerer Zarafiston's armor was a darker blue than the Legion's old colors, its trim the burnished gold of a long corrupt heritage. Runes glowed along his pauldrons and greaves. His helm, fashioned like a snarling beast, rested on the floor beside him. His bare head was tattooed with intricate sigils. His eyes were milky with the residue of recent visions. "They do not see the hand that moves against them, Lord," Zarafiston said. "They only see the pawns. Cult uprisings, isolated raids, stations like this one going silent. They will react to each cut as though it is the only wound until they bleed out." "Good," Abaddon said. He watched the tiny representation of the Gethsemane begin to turn away from Ark Station, vector shifting back toward the inner system. "She runs," he said. "She has teeth enough to bite, but she chooses to live. Sensible for a mortal. Her captain may even prove useful in measuring Imperial response." "If you wish it, Lord, I can snuff that life now," Zarafiston said. "A single thought, and I can guide a lance beam to cut through that ship like parchment, or whisper a word to the thing in the warp that watches their astropaths and have them choke on their own tongues." Abaddon shook his head. "Do not waste effort on gnats," he said. "We came here to open the way." His gaze shifted from the fleeing ship to the 6 black sigils again. "The timetable," he said. "Speak." Zarafiston rose to his feet, staff clutched in both hands. At its tip, an eye carved from obsidian opened and closed, unblinking and blind. "The prophecies of Moriana speak of a cage of storms," the sorcerer said. "A ring of tempest around a sphere of light. Only within that cage can the talismans be fully awakened without drawing the attention of other powers. The alignment of the artifacts you carry and the fortresses in this sector is almost complete. To seal the pattern, the region must be cut off from the wider Imperium. Warp storms, Abaddon said. Yes, Lord, Zaraphiston said. We have prepared the seedings. Cults in system after system have enacted the necessary rites. Astropathic choirs have been corrupted. Gellerfields have been sabotaged. With a word from you, the eye can be persuaded to flex. Tendrils of the warp will wrap around this sector like a fist. Abaddon smiled. Then speak your words, sorcerer, he said. Let the storms rise. Let the Imperium realize only too late what comes for them. The 12th Black Crusade has begun. I would see the Gothic sector learn the meaning of that truth. Zaraphiston bowed low. His lips moved, speaking in a tongue that no human throat was made to shape. The air around him shimmered faintly, as though heat rose from a fire only he could see. A faint keening sound threaded through the background noise of the bridge, thin as the whine of a dying machine. Across the void, unseen by mortal eyes, the warp stirred. The Gethsemane fled. She ploughed through the dark on full burn, prow pointed toward the inner reaches of the sector. Behind her, Arc Station dwindled to a shadow. Beyond that, the Chaos Warfleet was a growing storm of red runes on the holo display. Lance shots continued to flicker in the distance, testing range. Torpedoes chased her wake, some caught and shattered by the hastily dispersed minefield, some exploding into harmless clouds of debris when their machine spirits lost lock. The escorts flanked her like hounds, guns barking, shields flaring as stray energy washes scraped their hulls. On the bridge, the deck shook. Underfoot, with each engine surge, men clung to their stations, barking liturgies to keep the machine spirits focused. Tech priests intoned binary prayers, their mechadendrites sparking as they dumped data into cogitators to steer the ship's course past micrometeoroid clusters and patches of lingering warp turbulence. Boarding parties are aboard, Lord Captain, the Vox officer reported at last. His voice was raw, eyes haunted. We lost almost a third of our men. Some are not whole. Some will need to be cleansed. Spire nodded once, grief banked behind cold professionalism. They will be honored, he said, once we live long enough to remember them. He looked at the main display. The green rune that marked the Gethsemane's position crawled away from the red storm. Not quickly enough. We will not outrun them forever, he said. We have to get into the warp before they can bring that main weapon to bear. As soon as we break into clear. Space! The navigator intoned from his recessed sanctum, voice thin and echoing through the Vox grill. The tides are strange, Captain. The warp is restless. It does not like what is being done to it. Horst stood at the edge of the command pulpit, hands folded behind his back. His gaze was on the stars. Look, he said. Spire followed his gaze. The stars were wrong. They flickered, as though seen through heat haze. Threads of colourless light stretched between them, faint at first, then brighter, like lightning trapped in glass. Patches of space darkened, as though something vast and lightless turned its face toward the material realm. On the Auspex displays, new readings appeared. Anomalies, regions of space where reality thinned, where translation into the warp would no longer be merely dangerous, but impossible. The patterns were not random. They bloomed along the edges of the sector, a ring of turbulence that grew and thickened with every passing moment. Warp, storms, a cage of them. The sorcerer moves, Horst said. They are sealing us in. Sealing us in with them, Spire said softly. He felt a chill crawl up his spine that had nothing to do with the ship's life support. This is bigger than one station, he said. Bigger than a raid. This is a campaign. A crusade, Horst said. He looked at Spire, eyes hard. I have seen this pattern before, Captain. They build it over years, sometimes centuries. Cults planted like seeds, artifacts placed in the right hands, worlds nudged down certain paths. The eye does not merely vomit forth its filth at random. It can be aimed, and it is aiming here. Spire looked back at the holotank. The Gothic sector hung there in light, worlds and routes and fortresses. This will not be contained to the fringes, he said. Port Maw, the Blackstone fortresses, the shrine worlds, all are within reach. Horst nodded. And more. The Blackstones are not what the Admiralty believes them to be. They are not merely forts, they are weapons, ancient weapons. If the War Master has come to take them, and if he has brought that thing, he jerked his chin at the ghost of the planet killer's silhouette, then he intends something far worse than the loss of a few outlying worlds. Spire breathed out. Then we must be ready, he said. He knew as he said it how hollow that sounded. Battlefleet Gothic was strong, but its strength was scattered. Its ships were spread across the sector, committed to patrol routes and minor wars. There would be no time to recall them all, no time to consolidate, not if the traitors struck hard and fast. Horst turned fully to face him. "Captain Spire," he said, "by the authority vested in me as a servant of the Ordo Hereticus, empowered by decree of the High Lords of Terror, I hereby raise you to the rank of Admiral of the Imperial Navy, Gothic Sector." For a heartbeat, the noise of the bridge seemed to fall away. Spire stared at him. "You cannot be serious," he said. Horst's gaze did not waver. "The fleet will need new blood," he said. "Men who have seen what you have seen today and survived. Men who understand that this is not a border skirmish. The Lord Admiral at Port Maw is a good man, but he will need subordinates who have looked into the dark and chosen to run rather than die pointlessly." Spire felt as though the deck had shifted under him more than any engine burn could cause. "I am a cruiser captain," he said. "I command one ship." "You commanded one ship," Horst said. "Now you will command many. The writ will be entered into the ship's logs and carried on the astropathic currents to Port Maw. By the time we arrive, it will have taken root. Battlefleet Gothic will be yours to wield, under Lord Admiral Ravensburg's eye. You will help bring it to readiness, or you will die trying. There is no other path." Spire looked at the display again, at the stormline forming, at the red runes of the Chaos Warfleet, at the ancient black sigils of the fortresses. A small part of him wanted to laugh. Another part wanted to kneel and vomit on the decking. Instead, he straightened. "Then I will do as ordered," he said. His voice did not shake. "For as long as this ship flies, I will serve. And if the Emperor wills it, I will see this crusade broken on the guns of Battlefleet Gothic." Horst inclined his head, just enough. "The Emperor demands no less," he said. Outside the hull of the Gethsemane, the first tendrils of the growing warp storms reached for the Gothic sector, curling like claws around a bleeding wound that did not yet know how deep it had been cut. For months, the storms had howled. The Gothic sector hung in the darkness like a wounded beast, wrapped in a cage of warp fire. Tides of unreality lapped at the edges of real space, surging and ebbing in sickly rhythms no astropath could predict. Star lanes twisted. Routes that had been charted for millennia buckled and broke. Ships that translated into the immaterium on well-trodden paths found themselves spat back into reality, light years from their intended destinations, or did not return at all. Battlefleet Gothic bled in silence. Task forces disappeared into the storms, their last words torn apart by empiric interference. Vox messages crawled across the void at a snail's pace, distorted and delayed until orders arrived weeks after they were relevant. Astropathic choirs screamed and burned out under the strain. What news did arrive came in fragments, shattered images of worlds under attack, of fortresses burning, of alien silhouettes moving among the stars. The fleet that had once patrolled the sector as a unified blade was now a scattering of dulled knives, each fighting blind in its own patch of darkness. At the center of that darkness, Port Maw endured. The naval base hung in high orbit above its parent world, a ring of void metal and hab spires, docks and refit yards, armories and defense batteries. Countless ships clung to its docking arms, from squat system monitors to broad-sided line cruisers and majestic battleships whose prows bore the scars of 100 campaigns. Traffic lanes between them were thick with shuttles and lighters, tugs and service craft, all moving with frantic purpose. Inside, The air shook with the constant rumble of engines and the clangor of industry. Shells were loaded into magazines by chain gangs of servitors. Fuel lines ran like arteries, guarded by cowled tech priests, whose mechadendrites dripped unguents into whining pumps. Everywhere, men ran. Ratings, officers, armsmen, adepts, scribes, all bound together by the same undercurrent of fear. In the strategium at the heart of Port Maw, fear took the shape of red and green runes. A great hollow tank dominated the chamber, its flickering light casting shadows across the faces of those gathered. The Gothic sector hung in the air above the table, a stylized map rendered in lines of blue light. Worlds were marked by tiny points of gold. Naval bases burned in white. Along the edges of the display, curling bands of murky color showed the warp storms that had cut the sector off from the wider Imperium, slowly thickening like bruises around a wound. Lord Admiral Cornelius von Ravensburg stood at the head of the table, one hand clasped behind his back, the other resting lightly on the hilt of the ceremonial sword at his hip. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered and thick through the chest, his white hair cropped close, his beard trimmed to regulation neatness. His uniform coat was dark and heavy, its collar stiff with gold braid, its breast weighed down with the badges of rank and the honors of decades of service. Lines of strain pulled at the skin around his eyes. The circles beneath them were the purple of old bruises. Around the table stood other officers of the fleet, men in the coats of ship captains and the long frock coats of admirals. There were representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus, cowled and hooded, their faces hidden behind masks of iron and polished brass. There were planetary governors in rich fabrics, their finery dulled by the stale air and harsh light of the station. At the far end, alone and seemingly apart from them all, stood Inquisitor Horst. Near him, his uniform newly adorned with the rank insignia of an admiral, stood Spire. Ravensburg's voice cut through the low murmur like a lance beam. "You all know why you are here," he said. "You have seen the reports that made it through. You have watched the warp charts. You have lost ships, men, worlds. This council is to decide whether those losses buy us time or merely feed the fire." He gestured. The holotank shifted, zooming in on a cluster of worlds along one quadrant. Runes flared, some green, some red, some pulsing angrily. "These," he said, "are the principal naval bases of the Gothic sector. 17 in all, including this station. 6 of those 17 are founded upon Blackstone fortresses. They are the pillars upon which our presence here is built. In the last few months, 5 of those bases have come under direct attack. That is not coincidence, it is design." A murmur went round the table. One of the governors, a heavy-set man in an ornate coat, whose name Spire had not bothered to remember, cleared his throat. "Lord Admiral," he said, "with respect, my world is not a naval base, yet it has seen cult uprisings and raids from heretic vessels. My tithe shipments have been attacked. Grain convoys burned. My people demand protection. They demand to know when the fleet will act." Spire heard the edge of panic beneath the bluster. Ravensburg heard it too, but his gaze remained level. "They demand many things," he said. "The fleet will act where it must, Governor. But I am not here to soothe the fears of men who have never seen war. I am here to make sure there is a sector left for them to whine in." The governor flushed. Before he could reply, Horst stepped forward into the light of the holotank. "Lord Admiral," he said, "if I may." Ravensburg nodded curtly. "Speak, Inquisitor. The last time you asked for the floor, I lost 3 ships to a chaos ambush that I had not known existed, and saved a Blackstone fortress that you did not understand," Horst said calmly. "Perhaps this time the balance will be more to your taste." Spire caught the faintest twitch at the corner of Ravensburg's mouth. In another man, it might have been a smile. "Get to the point," the Lord Admiral said. Horst turned slightly so that all those present could see him. His rosette glinted at his chest, the stylized eye of the Inquisition catching the hollow light. "Months ago," he said, "before the storms rose to their full height, I chased 2 artifacts across this sector. You know their names. Now, but I will speak them again. The Hand of Darkness, the Eye of Night." The words hung in the air like curses. "These items are not mere trinkets," Horst went on. "They are not relics to be mounted above a shrine. They are devices crafted in a forgotten age, by Xenos hands whose names are whispered only in the most secret libraria. They are keys, and the locks they open are here." He gestured. The holosphere shifted again, centering on the 6 black icons of the Blackstone fortresses. "Those," Horst said, "are not simply fortresses, not simply naval bases. Your Mechanicus adepts retrofitted them centuries ago, bolted on your own weapons and hangars, linked them into your network as if they were merely convenient lumps of floating rock. You understood that they were old, yes, that they contained power beyond your comprehension, yes, but you thought you had them chained, sleeping beasts in your service." He paused. "You were wrong." A low hiss of indrawn breath moved around the chamber. One of the more senior admirals, an old voidman with a spine of steel and a nose red with years of recaf and amasec, bristled. "Inquisitor," he said, "that is outrageous. The fortresses have stood sentinel for generations. No enemy has ever taken one. Their guns have broken war fleets before you were born. How dare you stand here and—" "Let him finish, Admiral Hosk," Ravensburg said. There was steel in his voice now. "Whether we like it or not, Horst is the one who has followed the trail of this threat farther than any of us." Hosk subsided with ill grace, muttering under his breath. Horst inclined his head in acknowledgement. "The Blackstone constructs are older than your Imperium," he said. "Older than mankind's first stumbling steps among the stars. In the myths of the Eldar, they are called the Talismans of Vol, weapons forged against an ancient enemy whose name is best left buried. Their cores are not mere engine, hearts. They are warp foci, able to draw power from the immaterium and hurl it into real space with a force that can crack worlds and stir stars." Spire watched the faces around the table. Some had gone pale. Others looked skeptical, lips curling. "You speak of Xenos stories," one of the Mechanicus representatives said, his voice a metallic rasp. "Myths are not data, Inquisitor." "Myths leave footprints," Horst replied. "I have followed those footprints through ruined shrines and dead worlds, through fragmentary records and forbidden tomes. The trail led here, to this sector, to these fortresses, and to the artifacts whose theft I failed to prevent. The Hand of Darkness, the Eye of Night." He let the words hang for a heartbeat. "Those devices can reach into the machine souls of the Blackstones," he said. "They can wake them, control them, turn them from the sleeping giants you complacently sit your fleets upon into the weapons they were meant to be. And the man who holds both in his gauntlet is a creature who calls himself War Master. You know his name." There was no need to say it. It had been on every astropathic warning that had pierced the storm since the first days. It ran through the fleet like a curse. Abaddon. Spire found that his hands had clenched into fists at his sides. "So," Admiral Hosk said at last, voice thick with disdain, "you weave a tale from alien folklore and half-burned scrolls, and on this basis you expect us to believe that our most powerful fortresses are about to rise up and bite us, that the whole sector is nothing more than a game board for some heretic champion and his pet sorcerer." "Yes," Horst said simply. A sour laugh ran round one corner of the table. Spire stepped forward before he could stop himself. "With respect, Admiral," he said, "I have seen the opening of this campaign with my own eyes. I have seen a station gutted from within by cults planted years in advance, its systems turned into tools of ritual. I have seen a Chaos Warfleet translate in perfect synchrony with their rites, on a trajectory designed to catch us blind. I have watched the warp storms rise like a cage. None of that was accident. None of it was the work of mere pirates. This is a set piece, a carefully laid trap. Hosk swung his gaze to him. And you are? He asked coldly. Spire kept his back straight. Admiral Spire, he said. Gethsemane Battle Group. Another of the old Voidmen snorted. I recall when you were a captain, he said. That was, what, a handful of months ago. Now you presume to lecture those of us who have commanded more ships than you have hairs on your chin. Spire's jaw tightened. I do not presume, he said. I report. You can ignore the storms if they do not suit the charts you drew in calmer times, but they will drown you all the same. Watch your tone, Hosk snapped. We have no shortage of young admirals who see portents in every flicker of the auspex and want to rush off to chase phantoms. Horst's gaze flicked between them like a blade being sharpened. These are not phantoms, he said. The Inquisition does not call for a sector to arms because of bad dreams. I have seen the hand and the eye. I have seen the tapestry of flayed skin on which their prophecy is written. I have stood in the ruins of Xenos cities older than your race. I tell you this, if the Blackstones fall to chaos, this sector will burn in a way you cannot comprehend. Ravensburg lifted a hand. The argument choked off. There will be time for you to spit old grudges at one another later, he said. For now, listen. He looked around the table, meeting each man's gaze in turn. We are cut off, he said. Astropathic contact with the wider segmentum is intermittent at best. Reinforcements, if any are even being dispatched, will not arrive soon. The storms choke our routes. Our ships are scattered. Our supply lines are strained to breaking. Our enemies are attacking not only with fleets, but with cults and corruption. Our worlds bleed. He gestured. The hollow shifted, zooming out, then in again on a different part of the map. A frontier world flared in yellow. Runes around it pulsed red. This is the world of Ithel Prime, he said. A frontier agri-world. No major defenses. It should have been beneath the notice of any serious foe. Yet within the span of a handful of weeks, the following occurred. An uprising among the Labour Habs, led by a cult that had been unknown to local authorities. A regiment of the Astra Militarum, drawn from that world, turned its guns on its own governor. And a raider fleet flying the marks of chaos translated into system. At the precise moment the governor's pleas for aid went unanswered, because the warp storms swallowed his astropaths. The result is predictable. The hollow flickered, showing a crude representation of orbit-to-surface bombardment. The world's rune dimmed. They are not striking at random, Ravensburg said. They are striking in patterns, at our supply worlds, at our listening posts, at our nav bases. Wherever the fortresses stand, their shadow falls on the campaign's heart. He turned back to the table. That brings us to the question of what we do. Far from Port Maw and the arguments of men, war came to another station. The Adeptus Mechanicus facility of X-19 lay in the dark between systems, a spindly lattice of docks and data towers around a central core. It had no broadside guns, no lance batteries. Its defenses were limited to system monitors and minefields, the minimum deemed necessary to protect a place whose value lay in the secrets it stored. Its magi had grown complacent. They had not expected the void to open and spill forth a warfleet. The ships that translated into real space above X-19 were black and jagged, their hulls scarred by age and warp burn, their prows adorned with the snarling icons of a legion that had turned its back on the Imperium long ago. At their heart sailed a vessel whose flanks crawled with welded-on demon faces and impaled corpses, whose engines burned with a sickly, unnatural light. On its command deck, Lord Malcadrax watched the station's vox signals flare into life, panic litanies bouncing off his hull like flies. "Kill their guns," he said. His voice echoed from horned helm, distorted by grill and speaker. "Take their core, take their data, take their lives." Chaos batteries opened fire. The few monitors that stood guard died in glares of lance light, Their hulls turned to expanding clouds of molten slag. Mines were detonated from a safe distance by probing fighter runs. Then the raiders moved in. Boarding craft and assault pods leapt from launch bays, engines flaring, carving bright scars across the void as they powered toward the station. Inside X-19, tech, priests screamed catechisms and fought to wake machine spirits that had languished in routine. It was not enough. Airlocks blew inward. Bulkheads were melted open. Astartes in Baroque, corrupted armor stormed through the breach points, bolters roaring, chain blades whining. The data towers became killing grounds. Sanctums were overrun. Malkadrax walked through the slaughter like a figure from some fevered nightmare. His armor was a patchwork of plates, trophies bolted on over centuries, horned and spiked. The eye of chaos burned into his breastplate. The axe in his gauntleted fists was an engine of murder, its teeth wreathed in a haze of caged warp fire. Every swing took limbs, heads, lives. He did not savor it. To him, this was simply work. The Magos in charge of X-19 died on his knees at Malkadrax's feet, mechadendrites severed, vox grill sparking. "We have your index," Malkadrax said, gesturing with his axe at the data nodes around them, each one now linked to the corrupted cogitators of his own legion by umbilical cables of living flesh and wire. "Your schemata, your research into Blackstone power conduits, your theories on how to tame those cores, all your precious numbers, stolen for a better cause." The Magos gurgled something, a denial or a prayer. Malkadrax's helm tilted. "Your god does not answer here," he said, almost gently. He raised the axe. The executions that followed were methodical. Tech priests and adepts were dragged to a circular chamber whose floor had been cleared of machinery. They were chained in ranks around a central pit, their blood pouring in rivulets along etched channels into sigils that glowed as the sacrifice grew. Chants rose, a harsh counterpoint to the sobbing of the dying. There was no artistry to the deaths, only quantity. A tithe of lives poured into the open jaws of the dark gods in payment for knowledge. When the screams had faded, and only the wet sound of dripping blood remained, Malkadrax lowered his gaze to the data slates in his gauntlet. "Send this to the War Master," he said. "Tell him X-19 is ash. Its secrets are his. The machine priests here thought they could understand the Blackstones. They were wrong, but they have helped us in the end." One of his lieutenants bowed. "And the station, Lord?" he asked. Malkadrax looked up at the flickering lumen strips, the sagging bundles of cables, the rust streaks. "Burn it," he said. "Let its carcass drift as a lesson." The Mechanicus were slow to see what was coming. Let the next of their kind who find this place know that their god does not own the void alone. In a place where human eyes did not see, different watchers waged the same war. Within the hollow halls of a hidden craft world, beneath arching vaults of living wraithbone that glowed with a light of their own, Farseer Thalia stood before a pool of still water and watched the future die. The reflection in the pool was not his own narrow, ascetic face. It was a storm of images, flickering and overlapping, a fortress breaking apart in green fire, a sun swelling and splitting, a line of black monoliths drifting through space like teeth, their surfaces crawling with unreadable sigils. Human ships burning, Eldar ships burning, cities turned to glass. A shape like a dragon of metal, coiled in darkness, stirring. He closed his eyes against the onslaught, staff tapping once on the floor. "The talismans wake," he said softly. His voice echoed in the chamber, thin against the immensity of the visions. "And with them, the weapons that once broke the Ingir may be turned against lesser prey." Around him, other seers stood in a loose circle, their robes whispering as they shifted, their spirit stones glowing faintly. Some watched the pool. Others watched Thalia. All felt the pull of the skein, the tug of possibilities closing like a fist. "We could leave them to die," one said. His tone held the cool disdain of his kind for the younger brutish race that called itself Master of the Stars. The Monkey are a loudness in the thread. Let them be cut away. The galaxy would be quieter. Thaler opened his eyes. If the War Master claims all 6 talismans, he said, he will not stop with the Gothic sector. The paths I see lead to other wars, other suns broken. In some, the ancient enemy stirs fully, sensing the echo of weapons once turned against it. The cost to us would be greater than the satisfaction of watching the humans burn. The other seers did not like that. He could feel their distaste ripple through the chamber like a cold wind. So you would aid them? Another asked. Again? I would shape the battle so that the worst futures remain only shadows, Thaler said. We need not save them. We need only ensure that the talismans are not all bound to the War Master's hand. He turned from the pool. The visions faded, though the after-images of fire still burned behind his eyes. Send word to the Corsair captains, he said. They are to enter the Gothic sector. They will raid where we tell them. Strike where the humans and the servants of the dark gods are weakest. To them, it will seem profit. To us, it will be pressure at key points in the weave. You would play at piracy while a sector burns, one of the seers said. Thaler's mouth twisted. The Monkey call us raiders and pirates anyway, he said. Let them believe it a while longer. While they curse us, we will move their enemies into the kill paths we desire. He looked back at the pool one last time, at the fading echoes of Blackstone silhouettes and star death. If the talismans fall fully into Chaos hands, he said quietly, we may be forced to take more direct action. Until then, the Corsair's knives will do. Back in the strategium of Port Maw, Ravensburg drew breath and spoke the words that would shape the fleet's next moves. We hold, he said. The holotank steadied, the map of the sector freezing for a moment as if in respect. We cannot chase every raid, stamp every fire, he went on. If we try, we will exhaust ourselves, and the enemy will tear us apart piecemeal. The storms make coordination hells enough without us scattering our strength even further, so we will draw lines. He pointed to the 17 bright runes that marked the main naval bases. These are our bones, he said. If they break, the body collapses. Port Maw is the heart. The Blackstone fortresses are the pillars. Every other base is a joint or limb. We will reinforce them as best we can. Ships will be recalled from distant patrols. Patrol routes will be shortened. We will form battle groups around each base, strong enough to repulse raids, strong enough to delay full war fleets until we can relieve them. He glanced at Horst. And the fortresses? He asked. Horst met his gaze. If they remain under Imperial control, they are anchors, he said. If they are taken, they become blades at our throats. You must hold them, Lord Admiral, at all costs. Ravensburg grunted. At all costs, he repeated. I am tired of those words, but I will say them again. The 6 Blackstones do not fall. If one is lost, we bleed a little. If 3 are lost, we bleed much. If all are lost... He let the thought hang. Then it is not only the Gothic sector that burns. He looked around the table. Commanders of Battlefleet Gothic, he said. This is the war we have, not the war we would choose. You will go back to your ships. You will hold your bases. You will keep your crews in fighting order on half rations and quarter sleep. You will stare into the storms and not blink. This crusade will break against us, or it will break us. There is no third path. The council broke up, voices rising as men argued and schemed. Orders were drafted. Vox calls were made. In the docks beyond the strategium walls, engines roared as ships made ready to depart. In the months that followed, the sector became a charnel house. Convoys ran between tithe worlds and bases under constant threat, guarded by thin screens of escorts. Some made it, some did not. On countless worlds, conscription quotas doubled and then doubled again. Boys barely old enough to hold a lasgun were shipped to the front in Rust Street troop carriers. Men who had ploughed fields their whole lives died in mud and ash on planets whose names they could barely pronounce. In hive cities, the presses ran without pause, turning out shells and armor plates until the air tasted of oil and iron. In the Manufactoria of Forge Worlds, furnace light painted the skies a permanent red. The Adeptus Mechanicus turned sacred labor to the demands of war, sanctifying every shell with hurried benedictions. Above it all, the warp storms churned. They glared down through skies where the stars were, often hidden, clouds of unnatural color boiling at the edge of vision. Astropaths sat in their choir pits, bleeding from eyes and ears as they strained to push messages through the turbulent immaterium. On the bridges of Imperial ships, officers grew used to the sight of those pale, haunted figures collapsing under the strain, their souls burned out in silent sacrifice. And always, from somewhere beyond the storms, the shadow of the War Master's fleet crept closer. The Rebo system burned like a candle held too close to a furnace. Gritty light from its star spilled across a procession of worlds and station hulks, glinting off debris fields that had once been proud orbital platforms. Here and there, the faint glow of shielded habs clung to blasted moons. In the deep shadow beyond them hung a shape that drank the light rather than reflected it. Blackstone Fortress 4 drifted above Rebo 5 like a fragment of night torn from the void itself. It was a monolith of angles that hurt. The eye, a labyrinth of black stone and seamless surfaces that no human hand had shaped. Imperial dock arms clung to its flanks like limpets, metal spines drilled into ancient substance. Gun emplacements, vox masts and auspex towers had been welded on over the centuries, crude additions compared to the alien precision of the core structure. Scripture daubed in white paint and gold leaf tried and failed to sanctify the inscrutable surface. Around it, a ring of Imperial warships held station. Cruisers and escorts prowled, lances cold, macro cannons silent, their patrol patterns tightened into a shell of steel and faith. At the heart of that shell, Spire's flagship drove in-system, engines burning hot against the black. The Gethsemane's prow split the void like a spear. Her armor bore new scars now, patches of reworked plating in shades that did not quite match. Her flanks were dotted with the fresh stigmata of the Gothic War, weld scars from hurried repairs, repainted kill, markings, purity seals pasted over hull rents, where the machine spirit had felt the touch of the warp too closely. On her bridge, the air thrummed with tension. "Translate complete," the navigator intoned from his shadowed alcove. "We are in the Rebo system. The tides here are ugly, but stable for now." Spire stood at the command pulpit, gaze fixed on the main display. The Rebo star glowed at one edge of the hollow tank, its planets tracing slow paths of light around it. Debris fields glimmered as faint clouds. At the outer reaches of the system, Blackstone Fortress 4 hung as a black glyph, surrounded by the runes of the ships tasked to guard it. The Vox officer's station crackled with static. Half-formed words drifted in from the surrounding fleet, smeared by interference and the lingering taint of warp translation. "This is Rebo Station 2. We have incoming. Repeat, incoming. Signal corrupted. Shields reporting intermittent flicker. Cause unknown. By the throne. Did you see that?" Spire frowned. "Give me something coherent," he said. "Where is the source of the distress calls we intercepted on the outer edge? Has any ship in system confirmed enemy contact?" The Vox officer worked his controls, lips moving in half-heard litanies to the spirit in the machine. "Negative confirmed contact, Lord Admiral," he said at last. "Multiple stations have reported sensor ghosts, energy spikes, Vox shrieking." Then the signals cut. The last coherent call from the fortress itself was several hours ago, system time. They reported odd fluctuations in the power grid. "Odd fluctuations," Spire repeated flatly. Of course they did. Beside him, Captain Thane stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes narrowed. The captain of the Glory of Dawn wore his scars like medals, a thin line from hairline to jaw and a white slash through one brow. He had brought his own cruiser and 2 escorts. With Spire's relief force, answering the summons through the storms, as swiftly as his astropaths could manage. Even the Blackstones complain now, Thane said. When I was a midshipman, I thought they were carved from pure certainty. Nothing in this sector is certain anymore, Spire said. He turned to the Auspex pit. Range to Fortress 4, he asked. Less than 500,000 kilometers, Lord Admiral, the Auspex master replied. We will be within close support range shortly. No sign of hostile vessels at present. Our Auspex reach is impaired. Background noise from the storms is worse here than near Port Maw. It scratches at the edge of things. And the fortress? Spire asked. Status? The Auspex master hesitated. Power output is uneven, he said. Some sections are bright, others dark. I cannot get a stable reading on the main core. Weapon arrays show as active but not primed. Shield envelope appears intact. Horst stood further back from the command throne, arms folded, face more pinched than usual. The Inquisitor had insisted on accompanying Spire to Rebo, his interest in the Blackstones no secret. Uneven power in a construct like that is not a good sign, he said quietly. Their cores do not flicker like mortal generators. Which is why we are here, Spire said. He looked at the Vox officer. Signal Fortress 4. Identify this vessel and my authority. Request a full situation report and readiness status. The Vox officer obeyed, his voice flowing through the augmetics at his throat in the crisp tones of naval protocol. He intoned the ship's designation, Spire's newly granted rank, the cipher codes of Battlefleet Gothic. Static answered. A hiss that built to a brief crescendo, then cut. Repeat, Spire said. The request went out again. This time a voice came back. Thin, distant, chewed by interference, but recognizable as human. 4 speaking. This is Commander Valen. Glad to see you. Admiral. We have been having some difficulty. Commander Valen, this is Admiral Spire, Spire said, leaning toward the Vox grill. Your signals have been intermittent. Detail your situation. There was a pause. Static crawled like ants through the silence. Power spikes in the core, the fortress commander said at last. Systems waking and sleeping without command. Data ghosts in the cogitators. Auspex returns showing objects where there are none. The tech priests insist it is nothing they cannot placate. I am less sanguine. Any sign of enemy vessels? Spire asked. There were reports of possible contacts at the system edge. None on my scopes, Valen said, but the machine spirits are troubled. I do not trust what they show me, or what they do not. A shiver ran through the deck of the Gethsemane, a faint vibration like the pluck of a string. Felt that? Thane muttered. Spire did. The hairs on his arms prickled beneath his sleeves. Commander Valen, he said, hold your current posture. Maintain readiness. We will close and take station between you and the outer system. If there is a war fleet coming, they will find us waiting. He looked to Thane. Signal the relief force, he said. We move into engagement formation. Torpedo boats to the fore. Cruiser line around the fortress. Keep the glory on our starboard. I want overlapping fields of fire. Thane nodded and turned away, barking orders into his own command vox. The Gethsemane's engines flared. Around her, the other Imperial ships shifted position, their navigation thrusters burning hard to slide them into a tighter shell around the Blackstone. Vox traffic increased as captains checked ranges, fields of fire and contingency plans. On the display, Fortress 4's rune flickered. For a moment it dimmed, then flared again. Odd fluctuations, Spire murmured, almost to himself. Odd, indeed. He never heard the first distant whisper of the warp breach, but the Auspex spirits did. Contacts, the Auspex master snapped. His voice cracked on the word. Multiple, translating at the edge of the system. Warp signatures are heavy. This is not a raid. This is a fleet. Spire's gut clenched. How many? He asked. Counting, the Auspex master said. His hands danced over the keys. 7, 10, 15, more. Cruisers, escorts, 2 mass signatures of battleship tonnage, larger than any hull on our occluded records. Emperor preserve us, that is a large armada. The holotank updated, red runes blooming along the outer arc of the system, spreading like spilled blood. Hostile identification? Thane called. Traitor configurations, the Auspex master replied. Iconography, corrupted, warp wake residue heavy. They came through the storms as if guided. Their heading will take them straight to us if they hold course. Of course they will, Spire said. He felt eyes on him. Horsts, Thanes, the bridge crews. Battle stations, he said. His voice carried clear and level. Sound the call. All hands to action stations. Bring weapons to full. Raise shields. Launch all ready wings. The klaxons began their mournful howl. On decks throughout the ship, men and servitors alike dropped what they were doing and ran. Bulkheads thudded shut. Fire shutters clanged into place. Gunners armed their stations, reciting the canticles of ignition. Pilots strapped into tiny, cramped cockpits, engines whining as Fury fighters and Starhawk bombers powered up. In the void, the Gethsemane's lances began to glow. Macro cannon breeches slammed shut, their chambers stuffed with solid shot and high explosive. Torpedo tubes flooded and cycled. Beyond them, the Chaos Fleet surged inward. At its heart sailed 2 vast warships, their profiles reminiscent of Imperial battleships distorted by madness. Their flanks were jagged with growths of armor and Baroque statuary. Their prows bore leering demon faces picked out in blood red and brass. In their wake came a swarm of cruisers and raiders, hulls scarred, gun decks blazing, banners of flayed skin unfurling in the void. 2 despoiler-class equivalents, Thane said quietly, recognizing the twisted lines of ships whose general classification had been grudgingly logged by the Admiralty after previous wars. Plus escorts enough to choke a system. We are badly outmatched. Spire did not disagree. He simply watched the range numbers climb in his mind's eye, translating the Auspex master's data into a rough sense of when the first shots would land. Let them come, he said. We bleed them before they reach the fortress. If this is where the War Master wants to break his teeth, let us make him pay for every fragment. The opening exchange was at extreme range, almost a formality. Lance batteries on both. Sides spat probing beams that died in flares against distant void shields. Some struck nothing but empty space, the beams scattering in the particulate fog of the system's outer reaches. Torpedoes launched in the first minutes drifted for long spans before reaching viable targets, by which time most had been destroyed by interceptors or detonated prematurely by decoys and minefields. Then the fleets closed and formalities ended. Spire felt the deck jump as the Gethsemane loosed her first full broadside. Macro cannon roared in their housings, the discharge echoing through the ship's bones. Spent shell casings tumbled in their collection chutes, ringing like hollow bells. Lances speared out, lines of actinic light that carved through a Chaos cruiser's prow, exposing its decks to the void. The traitors replied with interest. Their own broadsides lit the void, firestorms of shells and beams that raked the outer line of the Imperial formation. An escort on the Gethsemane's port, flank died in a blossom of ruptured reactors, the flare throwing harsh shadows across the bridge as armor glass filters struggled to dim it. Glory of Dawn reports shield impact but no hull breach, Thane's Vox officer called from his station. Her captain sends his compliments and requests we keep drawing fire. Spire's lips twitched. We will endeavor to disappoint him, he said. The Chaos fleet pushed in, heedless of losses among its lighter ships. Escorts died, but the bulk of the armada remained, the 2 massive flagships gliding at the center of the storm like predators among their lesser kin. Range to fortress? Spire asked. Closing, the Auspex master replied. Fortress 4 is powering weapon arrays. Her outer guns are tracking the enemy. Shields are Variable but present. She stands ready, Lord Admiral. Spire took some comfort from that. The Blackstone's guns, once fully awake, could cut swathes through a war fleet. Combined with the Navy's fire, they might just hold. He should have known better. The first sign that something was wrong came not from the Auspex, but from the tech priests. The fortress's output is fluctuating rapidly, one of the red-robed adepts near the back of the bridge intoned, Vox speaker crackling. This is beyond normal tolerances. Machine spirit agitation alarms are registering at levels not seen in ever. Define that, Spire snapped. Is she about to help us or kill us? Neither, the adept said. She is doing something else. On the display, Fortress 4's rune flared bright. For a heartbeat, power output surged, readings spiking into realms the Auspex had no proper symbols for. Then, like a candle guttering, the readings crashed. Fortress 4 is losing power, the Auspex master said, disbelief thick in his tone. Weapon arrays going dark, shield envelope collapsing, hangar bays showing as sealed, all readings, flatlining. Across the system, gun batteries that had been swinging into positions stuttered and fell dead. Shield projectors sputtered, their shimmering domes flickering and then vanishing entirely. Dock arms froze in place, locking ships into their berths like insects caught in amber. Inside the Blackstone's control sanctums, Commander Valan watched his world come apart. The fortress's command nexus was a chamber of Blackstone and Imperial additions, cogitator banks and hololiths grafted on over alien walls that seemed to drink the lumen light. Servitors hung in niches like pale fruit, wired into systems that traced their roots far deeper than any human cable. Red-robed tech priests chanted and made the sign of the cog over consoles that spat sparks. Main power conduit is unresponsive, one adept shrieked, Vox speaker blaring. Secondary grids are gone. It is as though they were never there. We have lost control of environmental systems on levels 3 through 9. Gravity is fluctuating in section delta. Reroute from tertiary, Valan began. Denied, the machine spirit replied through a speaker that had never before spoken on its own. The voice was deep and toneless, yet layered, like many stones grinding against one another. Access rescinded. The word hammered through the command staff like a blow. Identify, Valan demanded, turning on the nearest vocal outlet. His hand went to the sidearm at his hip out of reflex. By whose authority are you rescinding control? There was no answer. Lights dimmed, then flared. A scent like burnt copper filled the air. The tech priests cried out as rune banks on their consoles began to scroll alien glyphs, shapes that no human alphabet had words for. Something is in the core, one Magos whispered, mechadendrites writhing. Something old, something angry. The lights went out. For a moment there was absolute darkness and the sound of men breathing, the click of weapons being drawn. Then a new light rose, a sickly pale radiance that had no obvious source. It seemed to seep from the walls themselves, outlining the alien geometry of the chamber in ghostly highlights. In that light, shadows moved where nothing should cast them. They were wrong, those shadows. They did not obey the angles of the room, but stretched and curled in directions that did not exist. They clung to the floor, then peeled themselves free. They lengthened without a source, merging and twisting. Eyes opened in them, mouths, things with too many teeth smiled from the corners of the command deck. A Vox grill crackled. This is Fortress 4 to all ships. We are experiencing intrusion. Systems not responding. Repeat. This is Fortress 4. We are losing. The transmission degenerated into shrieking static and half-heard words in a language no one on the receiving end wanted to hear. On the Gethsemane, Spire listened to Commander Valan's last coherent report and felt a hollowness open in his chest. Fortress 4 is gone, he said quietly. Not destroyed. Taken. How? Thane demanded. Nothing short of a full fleet assault could do that. And even then, this is wrong. Their shields were up. Their guns were primed. Horst's gaze was distant. The hand and the eye have found their lock, he said. The War Master has reached into the machine heart and wrapped his fingers around it. As if to prove him right, new signatures flared around the dying fortress. Boarding craft, the Auspex Master said. Dozens, hundreds, launching from the traitor fleet and from something else. There are anomalies around the fortress, pockets of displaced reality, warp nodules. Teleport breaches, Horst said. They are pouring troops into the fortress as its own systems lock the defenders in. Spire did not waste time cursing. Signal the closed defense squadrons, he snapped. All ships capable of boarding action will move to intercept those craft. Torpedo boats will form a cordon. We cannot allow the traitors to take Fortress 4 without paying a price in blood. That is madness, one of his senior captains voxed from a distant cruiser, his voice sharp with fear. If we close with them, we will be inside their lance envelope, and those huge hulls will cut us apart. And if we do nothing, the fortress will be theirs without contest. Spire replied. This is one of the pillars on which the sector rests. I will not sit at long range and watch it fall without trying to thorn their hands. He cut the channel before the captain could reply. Thane, he said, bring the glory with us. We will punch a hole in their boarding lines. If we can reach the fortress, we may yet evacuate some of the docked ships. Thane's teeth bared in something that was not quite a smile. At last, some honest violence, he said. Glory of Dawn copies. We will take the honor of the vanguard and try not to die before you. The Imperial formation shifted. Cruisers and escorts that had been trading long-range salvos broke out of their neat lines and knifed toward the thickest swarms of boarding craft. Torpedoes launched at near point-blank range, their engines throttled to maximum, slashing through clusters of small craft in gouts of fire. Fury fighters and Starhawk bombers dove into the melee, cannons barking, scattering debris and burning wreckage in their wake. The Chaos Fleet met them. Lord Malcadrax's flagships surged forward, ignoring the cautious pulses of command cant from the other despoiler-class captain. His ship's prow ploughed through the debris of shattered escorts like a battering ram. Gun decks flashed, lance batteries cut scars of light across space. Boarding pods spat from launch racks, vomiting forth squads of corrupted Astartes and warped abominations. Bring us alongside that Imperial cruiser, Malcadrax growled, his voice filling the vox of his bridge. I want to feel the impact when we break his spine. His helmsman obeyed. The traitor warship heeled, its immense bulk angling into a collision course. The Gethsemane's Auspex screamed warning. Brace! Spire shouted. All hands, brace for impact! Fire every starboard gun we have! Make them feel this! Macro cannon thundered, shells slamming into Malcadrax's hull and blowing great bites out of armor. Lances drilled deep, burning through decks and venting atmosphere. The traitor ship kept coming, its own batteries hammered at the Gethsemane's shields, making them flare and flicker. Warning runes flared red across the bridge. Void shields at half strength, an officer cried. We cannot take a ramming impact, Lord Admiral. They will tear us open. They will not hit our heart, Spire said. He stabbed a finger at the helm. Emergency maneuver Delta, he snapped. Now! Thiefo. Gethsemane's engines roared. Thrusters on her port flank fired in a sudden violent burst. The ship heaved sideways, the deck lurching underfoot. Crewmen stumbled, some falling, catching themselves on consoles. Malcadrax's prow veered past, missing the Gethsemane's midships by a span that could be measured in meters rather than kilometers. The glancing impact still hurled the cruiser like a toy. The hull shrieked as metal scraped against corrupted metal. External plating buckled. Docking arms and weapon stanchions snapped like brittle bones. The bridge shook so hard that lumens burst in showers of sparks. A servitor fell from its harness and crunched on the deck. Starboard armor breached in sections 3 through 5, damage control voxed. Fires in battery decks, we have boarding alarms, multiple hull penetrations. Seal the bulkheads, Spire said through gritted teeth. Repel boarders. We do not let them take this ship. The glory of dawn was fortunate. One of Malchadrax's escorts, a murderously fast cruiser whose prow was reinforced with layers of forward armor, drove straight into her flank. The collision stove in a whole section of the Glory's hull. For a heartbeat, the two ships were locked together, teeth bared, venting atmosphere and bodies into the void. Then the Chaos cruiser peeled away, leaving the Imperial ship spinning, bleeding fire. Glory reports critical damage, Thane's Vox officer managed to send, voice cracking. Multiple decks lost, engines at partial. Captain Thane says we will hold them as long as we can. The channel cut as a new impact shook them both. In the maelstrom of close-range combat, torpedoes and boarding pods crossed paths in deadly confusion. Some hit their targets, some did not. Fire blossomed in the black, a forest of overlapping detonations. Far away, delays and distortions notwithstanding, the echo of that chaos reached Port Maw. In the astropathic choir, pits of the naval base, robed psychers screamed as images forced themselves into their minds. Blackstone swallowing light, ships burning, a fortress's heart waking under a stranger's hand. 1 in 10 of them simply died, hearts burst by the strain. The survivors clawed those visions into thought, pushed them along the fraying threads of communication toward the strategium. Ravensburg listened to the broken reports in grim silence. Around him, officers waited with strained faces. Admiral Spire reports heavy engagement in the Rebo system, an adept translated from the astropath's babbled visions. Chaos Armada present, including multiple battleship hulks. Blackstone Fortress 4 is... The words are unclear. Taken, corrupted, controlled. There is mention of boarding actions, of the machine soul speaking with an unfamiliar voice. Ravensburg's hand tightened on the railing so hard the knuckles went white. "Can he hold?" he asked. "Negative, Lord Admiral," the adept said. He reports that to continue the engagement will risk the loss of half of Battlefleet Gothic's reserve strength. He requests orders. Ravensburg closed his eyes for a heartbeat. Lose a fortress, or lose the fleet. He could hear the calculus in his mind as clearly as if it were a cogitator's cold logic. At last he opened his eyes. "Send this," he said. His voice was low, rough. "To Admiral Spire. By my authority as Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Gothic, he is ordered to withdraw from the Rebo system. He is to preserve as much of his strength as possible. He is not to throw his ships away on a fortress we can no longer hold." There was a stir among his staff, but no one spoke. They all knew the weight of that order. "Add this," Ravensburg said. "Tell him that he is to save what can still be saved. If any docked ships can be evacuated under cover of his retreat, he is authorized to commit a vanguard to that effort. But he is not to die there. I will need him again." The astropathic message went out into the howling warp, tugged along currents that resented any order, and tried to drown it in madness. It reached Spire's fleet, minutes or hours later, time losing meaning in the bent medium of the immaterium. The Vox officer on the Gethsemane listened to the trembling voice of his ship's astropath and transcribed the order to neat script on a data slate. Spire read it on the bridge, the words smearing for a heartbeat before his eyes. Withdraw. He gave himself a single moment to hate the order, to picture the fortress falling, its guns silent, its core twisting under corrupt hands. Then he folded that hate away. War was made of such moments. "Signal the fleet," he said. "By order of Lord Admiral Ravensburg, we are to break off the engagement. All ships will begin a fighting withdrawal toward the inner translation point. We will cover the retreat as best we can." He heard Thane's voice in his memory, laughing, about honest violence. "To all ships docked at Fortress 4, he added, "this is Admiral Spire. If you can move, you will move now. Cut your moorings, break from the dock arms, make for any vector that takes you away from the fortress. We will shield you as we are able. Some would not be able to move. Power failures, damage, crew casualties. For those hulls, the order meant nothing. For others, it meant life, if fortune favored them. "Thane?" Spire asked. The reply was faint, static, chewing at it. "Glory of dawn here," came the answer. Thane's voice was strained but steady. "We have lost 2 drives, but we still have guns. We will take position between you and the fortress. Whoever tries to chase your evac line will have to go through us." "You will not throw your ship away for the sake of my conscience," Spire said. "My ship was never mine alone," Thane replied. "She is the Emperor's, and his sons die where they are needed. Go, Spire. We will buy what time we can." The Vox cut. Spire swallowed. "Bring us about," he said. "Form on the Glory, escorts to screening positions. Torpedo batteries will alternate salvos to cover fleeing ships. We are done trying to reach the fortress. We are shepherds now." The fighting withdrawal was a madness of overlapping orders and dying ships. Some of the smaller craft docked to Fortress 4 managed to cut themselves free, their drives screaming as they tore out of their moorings. Shuttles and small escorts like gnats around a leviathan pelted away from the dark mass of the Blackstone, engines burning white. Some were caught by salvos from chaos guns, their brief flares marking tiny tragedies in the void. Others slipped through the gaps in the warp-twisted battle, vanishing into the shadow of the debris fields. The Glory of Dawn took the brunt of Malkadrax's wrath. Her guns roared until their barrels ran red. Her decks ran with blood from boarding actions as traitor. Astartes clawed their way aboard, only to meet armsmen and naval marines who fought with the ferocity of men who knew they were already dead. In the end, her reactor went critical. Thane's last transmission was a hoarse laugh and a muttered prayer. The flare of her death lit the void, washing over chaos hulls, stripping armor, frying auspex. In that chaos, the Gethsemane and the ships that still answered her helm bled away toward the inner system, drives burning. As they fled, a final vox call crackled across the channel, reserved for the astropathic choir. "This is Chief Astropath Kell of Fortress 4, a wavering voice said, heavy with blood and strain, to any Imperial vessel who can still hear. The fortress is obeying them." The line cut. Somewhere inside the Blackstone, a soul burst into flame and went out. Later, when recountings of the Gothic War were whispered in dark mess halls and over black recaf, men would repeat that line to one another, their voices low. The fortress is obeying them. In the heart of Blackstone Fortress 4, Abaddon the Despoiler stood within a chamber that no human had ever seen and lived. It was not a room in any human sense. It was a space of overlapping planes, of angles that did not sum to sane totals. The walls were not walls, but layers of stone and light and something else, something that hummed to a rhythm older than stars. A great crystal structure rose from the center of the chamber, like a frozen thunderbolt, its facets pulsing with a dim, internal glow. Around Abaddon, his chosen warriors stood like dark statues, armor dripping warp light, weapons lowered in reverence. In his gauntleted hands, the Warmaster held 2 objects. One was a gauntlet fashioned from black metal that seemed to drink light, its fingers ending in needle claws. Threads of darkness coiled from it like smoke, stretching greedily toward the crystal core. The other was an orb, its surface as black as the void, between galaxies, within which a single point of light spun, eternally falling. The hand of darkness, the eye of night. Abaddon lifted them. The chamber responded. The crystal flared, its internal light brightening until it cast stark shadows across his scarred face. The surrounding stone shivered. Patterns of energy raced along channels that only half existed in the material world. He spoke. His words were not for human ears. They were for the thing that slept in the fortress's heart. A machine mind older than the Imperium, older than mankind's first spark of sapience. A construct forged as a weapon in a war against a foe whose name was now a myth. It listened. "You are a sword," Abaddon said. "You were made to kill gods. You have slept an age. Wake. Remember what you are. Remember what it is to drink a star's heart. Something moved in the stone, not physically, but in its pattern, its resonance. The fortress's machine soul, once sullen under the clumsy administrations of the Adeptus Mechanicus, stirred like a beast feeling the scent of blood. A voice rose in Abaddon's mind. It was not words as mortals understood them, but a tide of impressions, images, pulses of intent. If it had been rendered into human speech, it might have sounded like stone grinding against stone, like mountains falling. Who calls me? I do, Abaddon said. Abaddon, son of Horus, War Master of the Fleets of the Eye. I bring you the keys you were denied when last you woke. I offer you not the scraps you tasted in that ancient war, but fresh supplicants, new stars, a galaxy of fuel. Why should I answer? Because you were made to be used, Abaddon said. You were forged as a blade that has lain in rust while cowards build shrines around your hilt and call that reverence. I do not revere you, I wield you. It is what you were meant for. There was a pause, vast and echoing. Then the fortress's core flared brighter. Energy surged, through conduits that had slumbered since before Terra knew fire. The patterns of the alien geometry shifted, aligning along paths that matched the shapes etched into the hand and the eye. I remember, the voice said, the taste of fusion, the death of suns. I remember the fear of metal gods and the screams of lesser prey. I remember the moment when my kind turned their fire on those we were made to protect. You are not them, but you bring me what I hunger for. The stone around Abaddon seemed to warp, edges softening, then sharpening again in new configurations. The fortress was changing, its alien mind adapting to new command lines, new priorities. Then obey, Abaddon said. Turn your guns where I point, align your core where I will. There are other fortresses like you in this sector. We will wake them. Together, you will be the heads of a hydra, whose bite can tear the heart from any star I choose. The voice in the stone laughed. It was a sound like tectonic plates, grinding, like glaciers splitting, like the slow shatter of worlds. Yes, it said, let us kill stars. In the aftermath, when word of Fortress 4's fall spread through the battered remnants of Battlefleet Gothic, morale did not simply falter. It cracked. No Blackstone had ever fallen. They had been the unshakable anchors of the sector, the immovable constants around which fleet deployments were planned. Now one was lost, not broken in battle, but turned. Its guns would soon point inward. On Port Maw, officers whispered of omens and doom. Ratings crossed themselves twice when passing shrine alcoves. Planetary governors sent panicked Vox messages demanding to know how such a thing could happen, some hinting at withdrawing their tithe ships to defend their own worlds. In the dim quiet of a side chamber off the Strategium, Horse stood with Ravensburg, the hollow display between them, showing the Gothic sector once more. One of the 6 black icons that had marked the Blackstone, fortresses, was now outlined in red. It begins, Horst said. Ravensburg's jaw clenched. Do not tell me this is the first, he said. I know it is. I just do not yet know what number the last will be. Horst's gaze did not leave the map. Then we must ensure that there is a last, he said, and that when it comes, there is still a fleet left to fight with. Fortress 4 is gone. The War Master has his first weapon. He will come for the others. This was only the opening blow. He looked up at Ravensburg. The Gothic War has bled us, Lord Admiral, he said quietly. It has not yet truly begun. Savan had been beautiful once. From orbit, the shrine world had looked like a jeweled rosary laid across the curve of the planet. Cathedral spires pierced the sky in their thousands, each one a needle of marble and gold pointing toward the Emperor's distant throne. Processional roads wide as rivers stitched cities together, their stones worn smooth by the passing of uncounted pilgrim feet. Rivers themselves glittered with reflected light, bearing barge flotillas heavy with relics, relic bearers, and the hopeful dead. The faithful had come from 100 systems to crawl on their knees along Savan's holy avenues, to weep beneath the bones of saints, to bleed in penitent flagellation beneath frescoes painted in blood and gold. The planet's atmosphere was thick with incense, the air itself heavy with hymns broadcast from vox spires that never slept. Now, Savan was a fortress. The cathedrals still stood, but their stained glass windows had been boarded over with plasteel and ceramite. Processional roads had been torn up to make gun pits. Trenches scarred the sacred fields like claw marks. Tank traps and razor wire ringed basilicas, where once the only barriers had been lines of patient pilgrims. Trenches ran through grave gardens and reliquary courtyards. The skulls of martyrs looked down on sandbags and stacked ammunition, crates. Regiments of the Astra Militarum packed the plains between the holy cities. PDF brigades that had once drilled sparsely in ceremonial marches now manned bunkers and heavy weapon nests. Gun barrels jutted from shattered statuary. Vox towers carried not only hymns but orders, threat warnings, casualty reports. In the shadow of the great basilica of St. Savan, an artillery battery crouched like a row of patient beasts, barrels tilted toward the sky. Sergeant Cord Varlan sat on the lip of a trench beside the nearest gun, boots dangling above the mud. He cradled an unlit Eliho stick between his fingers, turning it without thought. The air tasted of dust, oil, and the ghost of incense, cut through by the sharper tang of promethium and the sour reek of sweat. From the basilica's highest spire, a vox sermon rolled down over the trenches in a relentless tidal wash. "And know, children of the Emperor," the preacher's voice boomed, distorted by amplifiers, "that this world is his shield and spear. You are his hands. You are his wrath. No foe shall breach these holy walls while a single loyal heart still beats." Cord made a face and tucked the yellow back into his sleeve. He had promised his commanding officer he would not light up while the air was this close to igniting on its own from the sheer amount of ammunition stored nearby. "Glorious, is it not, Sergeant?" Trooper Haag muttered beside him, eyes rolled up toward the distant shape of the basilica. "To know that we will die in such poetry. I could almost swoon." Haag was young by Cord's standards, but then most men were. His flak armor still carried the sharper edges of new issue, its plates not yet worn smooth by years of wear. Mud already crusted the seams. A small icon of the double-headed eagle dangled from his collar on a bit of string. He worried it between thumb and forefinger as he spoke. "Save your swooning for after the shelling," Cord said. His voice was dry. "The medici will appreciate the practice." Around them, other men of the battery shifted in the trench, checking weapon straps, tightening helmet buckles, listening to the sermon and pretending not to. The guns themselves were silent for now, their crews resting against their carriages, but their machine spirits were awake. Cables hummed, loading cradles shifted impatiently. "Do you think they will come today, Sergeant?" another artilleryman asked. This one, Nellen, had the leathery skin of a man who had worked outdoors on some agri-world before conscription. He watched the horizon with narrowed eyes, as though he could already see dropships falling. "They will come," Cord said. "Whether it is this day or another, they will come." The War Master did not send his fleets into this sector to leave shrine worlds untouched. He spat into the mud, as if to clear the taste of the title from his mouth. "And we will welcome them warmly," Haag said, patting the side of their gun. "With high explosive and burning fragments. No outsider will say the Savan batteries were bad hosts." "Speak less and listen more," Cord told him. "The officers will relay targets, not that voice." He jerked his chin toward the basilica. "Last thing I need is some saint telling you to aim at the sky because he saw a vision of heretics riding comets." Laughter rippled along the trench, brief and brittle. Above them, the sermon rolled on. "For the Emperor watches from his golden throne, and his gaze falls upon Savan. He will not suffer this world to fall. He will not suffer his faithful to be cast down. Stand firm, sons of Savan. Stand firm, sons of the Imperium. Cord looked up, squinting. The sky above Savan was a pale, washed-out blue, streaked with the thin drift of high cloud and the faint glimmer of orbital traffic. Even now, he could make out the tiny trails of system patrol craft circling, the brighter flares of troop landers, still emptying their human cargoes onto the surface. Somewhere beyond his sight, ships of Battlefleet Gothic hung in high orbit, their silhouettes dark against the stars. "Do you think the Navy has enough guns up there?" Nellan asked, following his gaze. "They say the Black Fleet itself is coming, that the War Master commands a ship which can tear worlds apart." "There is always a ship that can tear a world apart," Cord said. "What matters is who reaches for the trigger first." He did not speak his deeper fear aloud, that there were weapons now moving through the sector that did not care about trenches or ordnance, about valor or cowardice. Weapons that had killed stars in an age before man knew what a star was. The vox beads in the sergeant's ears crackled. "All batteries, this is command," came the clipped voice of the artillery captain. "Stand to your guns. Auspex indicates warp disturbances forming at the edge of the system. Fleet elements are moving. To intercept. Repeat, stand to your guns. This is not a drill." Cord dropped into the trench fully, motioning to his crew. "You heard the man," he said. "Up. Check elevating gears and traverse. Load handling drills. I want the first shell in the air before any traitor sets foot on this soil." The gun crews scrambled into motion, whatever brittle humor they had clung to falling away under habit and training. Breaches yawned open, crewmen hefted shells from waiting stacks, servitors whirred into predefined routines. The battery's quiet murmur became a purposeful bustle. The sermon from the basilica swelled, as if feeling the change. "Today, my brothers, you stand between the dark and all that is holy. Today you will prove your worth in the Emperor's sight. Fear not the foe, fear only failure, for he is with you." In high orbit, the foe arrived. The Gethsemane held position on the outer edge of Savan's gravity well, prow facing the inbound warp, signatures. Around her, other ships of Battlefleet Gothic gathered, drawn by the same astropathic warnings that had brought Spire here. There were fewer than he would have liked. Repairs from Rebo and the loss of Fortress 4 had stretched the fleet thin. Some hulls were still in dock at Port Maw, their machine spirits too offended by recent abuse to be coaxed back into full service. Others patrolled routes that could not be abandoned without leaving key worlds open to raiders. What Spire had at Savan were those captains and ships who had made best speed through the storms when the Shrine World's astropaths had screamed. Thane stood on the hololithic display's far side, the new insignia on his coat still stiff and unfamiliar. The loss of the glory of dawn had not killed him. An escape pod and a rescue cutter had dragged him out of the wreckage at the edge of death. Ravensburg, unwilling to waste a Void commander who had thrown his crippled ship in the teeth of the enemy and lived, had given him another command, smaller this time. A Dictator-class carrier whose crew still looked at him as at a ghost. Now that ship, the Resolute Faith, floated a short distance off the Gethsemane's starboard, launch bays open, fighter wings ready. "Warp translation inbound," the Auspex master intoned. "Signatures are heavy. This is no raiding detachment." Spire leaned forward, fingers tightening on the pulpit rail. "Mark them," he said. "Let us see what the War Master brings to a shrine world." The fabric of reality at the edge of the system tore. The effect was subtle to the naked eye, a distortion of stars, a smudge that deepened, then split. To the souls of those sensitive to such things, it was a scream, a wrongness shuddering through the bones of the world. To the ship's machine spirits, it was an insult that made them growl, conduits humming in irritation. From the widening wound in space, the enemy came. First came the escorts, lean, shapes like predatory fish darting ahead of the main body. Behind them rolled the cruisers, their profiles a twisted mirror of Imperial hulls, prows spiked and adorned with leering gargoyles, gun decks aflame. A pair of despoiler-class battleships followed, massive and hateful, their flanks bristling with weaponry and launch bays belching fighters and bombers. Then, as the torn edge of the warp boiled and closed, something else emerged. It was not like any battleship Spire had ever seen. It dwarfed the despoilers, its hull a brutal wedge of armor and fire. Its prow was a blunt hammer, sheathed in layered adamantium, and decorated with the screaming faces of the damned. Along its spine, vast apertures yawned, ringed in arrays of emitters and field projectors that crawled with chained lightning. Gun blisters protruded from every surface, more than any sane design would allow, each one a macro cannon or lance turret capable of reducing lesser ships to slag with a single volley. Its presence was a weight on the mind, as though some vast malevolent intellect regarded the world below not as a planet, but as prey. The Auspex master whispered the name that had already begun to circulate in fearful rumors. "The Planet Killer," he said. Spire felt the old horrors from Rebo tighten like a band around his chest. He forced himself to breathe. "Fleet-wide Vox," he said. "This is Admiral Spire to all ships. We stand between that abomination and Savan. We will not let it fire without cost. Maintain formation. Keep your distance. Torpedo wings are to target the Planet Killer's weapon apertures. Focus lance fire on her escorts. We break her teeth before we go for her throat." Thane inclined his head, jaw set. "Resolute faith acknowledges," he said. "Fury wings are launching. If that thing can be hurt, we will find where." The first salvos crossed the void like thrown spears. Imperial cruisers loosed torpedoes in staggered waves, the warheads, streaking toward the Chaos Armada with their machine spirits howling for righteous destruction. Lances spat from the fleet's battleships, blue-white beams cutting through space to rake the shields of the nearer traitor hulls. Macro cannon broadsides, fired at the edge of attrition range, roared out their defiance. The enemy replied in kind. The Planet Killer's flanks lit like a world's dawn. Batteries along its sides and keel opened fire, massed cannonade that turned the space between the fleets into a storm of incandescent metal. Its escorting cruisers and battleships added their own fury, filling the void with fire and shrapnel. Ships died. An Imperial cruiser took a concentrated barrage from 3 traitor hulls and vanished in a glare of detonating ammunition. A Chaos escort, its shields stripped by Emperor-class lance fire, broke apart under the impact of a full torpedo spread, fragments spinning away like burning leaves. Fighters and bombers wove among the capital, ships exchanging fire, launching torpedoes, dropping plasma bombs. Spire stood amid the storm, every report, every scream of the Auspex, every impact on the Gethsemane's own shields written across his face in new lines. "Keep the range open," he said. "Do not let that monster close to planetary orbit. If it wants to kill Savan, it must come through us." As if in answer, the Planet Killer changed its posture. Power readings spiked in its core. The vast apertures along its spine glowed, faintly at first, then with increasing brightness as they sucked in energy. Lightning arced between field projectors, tying them together into a net of crackling force. The ship's prow tilted slightly, aligning not with any ship, but with the world below. Horst's voice reached Spire's ear, cold and certain. "It is charging its main weapon," the Inquisitor said. "You must break its focus now, or Savan is lost." "I know," Spire replied. He raised his voice. "All ships, concentrate fire on the Planet Killer's spine," he ordered. "Ignore the escorts. Ignore the battleships. Everything we have goes into that weapon before it completes charging." Lances from a dozen ships stabbed at the massive vessel, spearing into its shields. Macro cannon shells slammed into its hull, ripping craters in its armor, sending fountains of debris spinning into orbit. Bomber squadrons dove into the maelstrom, dropping their payloads directly into the weapon apertures. vanishing in the flares of their own detonations. It was not enough. The planet killer's shield envelope thickened, warp energy pouring into it from the screaming souls of its enslaved crew and the diamonds bound within its engines. The damage it took was real, but it was damage to the hide of a beast too vast to be slain by such stings. On Savan, Sergeant Cord Valen looked up as the sky changed. The pale blue bled into bruised purple. High cloud twisted into spirals, drawn into invisible vortices. Lines of light, thin and sharply defined, began to trace themselves across the sky, converging on a point directly above the Basilica of Saint Savan. The sermon continued unabated, the preacher's voice now shrill with exultation. "Behold, the Emperor's light," the voice cried. "Behold, his wrath made manifest. Fear not, my brothers, for this is the sign of your deliverance. This is the proof that he watches." The artillery vox cut over the sermon, blessedly blunt. "All batteries, enemy dropships incoming," the captain snapped. "Mark coordinates grid delta to Sigma. Open fire at maximum elevation. We will not let them land unscathed." Cord dragged his gaze down, heart hammering. "You heard him," he shouted. "Bring the guns to bear. Load armor-piercing for the first salvo. Fire on my mark." His crew moved, their fear channeled into action. Shells thudded into place, rammers slammed breaches closed, elevation and traverse gears, squealed as the gun barrel lifted toward the contorted heavens. Shapes fell from that sky. Drop pods, their retro thrusters firing in harsh spurts, plummeted toward the defensive lines. Heavier troop carriers followed, blunt-nosed and ugly, flanked by smaller craft whose hulls bore the profane marks of chaos. Some burned under the first curtain of fire, ripped open by flak and lasgun volleys. Others ploughed into the ground in plumes of dirt and flame, disgorging black-armoured giants and snarling mutants into the trenches. Cord gave the order. The battery spoke. The recoil hammered his shoulder as the gun leapt back, its carriage groaning. The shells screamed skyward, followed by another and another, the battery's fire forming a ladder of thunder between earth and cloud. Around them, other artillery units joined in, the sound building into a single, continuous roar. Explosions bloomed among the falling vessels. Some tore apart, raining wreckage and bodies. Others continued, armor rent but intact, to crash into the lines. The ground shook as they impacted, throwing men from their feet, showering the trenches in dirt and rock. Traitor Marines surged from the smoking pods, bolters barking, chain blades already red. Cord saw one tear through a squad of guardsmen as easily as a man might push through tall grass. Bodies flung aside by explosive shells, their uniforms tearing and blooming dark. He did not dwell on it. He had work to do. "Switch to high explosive," he barked. "Bring it down on the breach points. If the heretics want to stand where our shells fall, let them." The battery adjusted, shells now set to burst above ground, showering the landing zones in shrapnel. Screams and vox curses rose from the chaos, where traitor forces and loyalists both fought under the rain of metal. Cord had been in enough wars to know that some of his own men would die under his shells. The arithmetic of artillery did not care for individual names. The sky, above them, brightened. Cord glanced up between salvos. The converging lines of light in the heavens had formed a single point now, an eye of white brilliance directly overhead. Around it, the clouds had torn away, leaving a circle of bare, bleeding sky. Lightning crawled inward, feeding the growing radiance. The planet killer unleashed its main weapon. From orbit, Spire saw it as a beam of concentrated, impossible energy. A column of raw, burning force that leapt from the planet killer's spine and knifed through space. Its passage was not a clean line, but a throbbing, living thing, surrounded by a corona of warp fire that twisted and writhed as it went. It punched through the remnants of an Imperial cruiser that strayed too close, shearing the ship in half and vaporizing most of its mass without even slowing. The beam struck Savan's planetary shields. For a heartbeat, for perhaps two, The shields held. Great domes of force, generated by field projectors in orbit and on the ground, flared blue and gold, resisting the impact. Power conduits screamed. Generators overloaded. Tech priests bled from their eyes as they threw their minds and rights into bolstering the failing fields. Then the shields failed. The beam bored through the last tatters of their strength and punched into the planet's upper atmosphere, blasting a column of superheated air and vapor down toward the surface. Clouds flashed to steam. Air itself ignited around the path of the weapon. The beam drove on, through sky, through stone, through bedrock. It struck deep. Cord felt the world flinch. The ground under his boots lurched, not with the familiar jolt of nearby bombardment, but with a long rolling heave that made trenches sag and cathedrals sway. His teeth slammed together. Men shouted, grabbed at whatever they could reach. Some fell. The guns' barrels dipped and rose, their aim thrown wildly off. "What was that?" Haag gasped, clutching at the gun's carriage. His eyes were wide, white around the irises. "Sergeant, what was that?" Cord did not know. He only knew that the sound that followed did not belong to any shell or gun he had ever known. It was a deep, grinding roar, as though a giant were pushing mountains together. The air became a fist pressing on his ears. The sky above the basilica brightened, the point of light expanding, its edges bleeding outward, turning white, then pale gold, then a color that had no name. The horizon rose. At first, he thought it was an illusion, some trick of his stunned senses. Then he realized that the line where the world met the sky was lifting, bulging upward like the surface of a boil. Buildings toppled as the ground under them humped and cracked. Great fissures split the plains, lines of raw, glowing rock yawning open. Rivers turned to sudden cataracts, water boiling into steam. "Emperor," someone whispered. "Emperor, save us." Priests stood on the walls of the basilica, arms raised, voices raw as they screamed litanies into the storm. "Do not fear," they cried. "This is his trial. This is..." The blast front hit. From Spire's vantage in orbit, the effect was easier to grasp. The beam from the planet killer had not simply scoured the surface. It had lanced into Savan's mantle, pouring such energy into the planet's interior that the rock itself rebelled. Shockwaves rippled through the crust, cracking it like glass. Plates heaved. Volcanoes that had slept since before man first looked at the stars erupted in chorus. Whole mountain ranges lifted and fell. Then the world burst, not in a clean singular explosion, but in a rolling convulsion. Segments of crust tore free, flung into the sky. A halo of fire and debris expanded, turning oceans to vapor, cities to incandescent dust. The planet's core, overpressured and enraged, surged outward, turning the mantle into a roiling mass of molten rock that forced its way through every weakness. As the shockwave climbed, it dragged atmosphere with it, forming a wall of light that raced across the surface faster than any storm. Cord saw it coming. He stood on the lip of the trench because he could not make his legs move. The horizon was no longer distant hills and the silhouette of the basilica. It was a rising, glowing line, a curtain of white and gold that blotted out everything behind it. The air tasted of ash and metal. His ears rang with a continuous, tearing sound. "This is not how worlds die," he said, to no one in particular. "This is not how it was meant to be." Haag grabbed his arm. "Sergeant!" the trooper shouted over the roar. "Sergeant, what do we do?" Cord felt a surge of fury, sudden and fierce. At the War Master, at the traitors in orbit, at the priests whose sermons had promised salvation, at the Emperor who sat on his distant throne and did nothing. "We die," he said. The wall of light rushed toward them, devouring cathedrals and trenches. Fire. Then there was nothing. On the first floor, the surge took it and turned it into a streak of white fire. Then there was nothing. On the Gethsemane's bridge, silence fell. For a long heartbeat, for perhaps more, no one spoke. The only sounds were the crackle of damaged consoles, the distant cries of crewmen hurt during the battle, the faint hiss of recycled air struggling through shaken ducts. Savan was gone. Where the shrine world had hung now spun a boiling mass of debris and vapor. A halo of incandescent rock and atmosphere expanded outward, a ring of fire that would, in time, cool into a debris field of glass and ash. The planet killer turned slowly away, its weapon arrays cooling, its hull wreathed in the afterglow of the firing. Spire's throat felt tight. "What was that?" one of his officers whispered, voice hoarse. "I have seen exterminatus, cyclonic torpedoes, viral bombardment. That was not... That was... worse," Horst said. He looked as if someone had carved a little more flesh from his bones. "An exterminatus cleanses a world," the Inquisitor said. This tore it apart. It reached into the planet's heart and ripped it open. The weapon aboard that abomination is something new, or something very old. Either way, the Imperium has nothing like it. On the Auspex, the planet killer's shields flared again as a token volley from a surviving Imperial cruiser splashed harmlessly off its flank. Its escorts, some scarred, some intact, began to wheel into a protective shell around it. "We cannot stay," Spire said. The words hurt. Everything in him screamed to throw the Gethsemane at that monster, to die biting its hull. But he had orders, and a fleet that still looked to him. "If we continue this engagement, we will lose every ship we have here," he went on more firmly. "Savan is dead. We cannot bring it back by dying over its ashes. Signal all vessels. Disengage. Execute fighting withdrawal toward the nearest stable translation point. Damage control crews are to prioritize drive integrity and shield restoration. We live to fight another day." Captain Thane, his face lit by the reflected light of a dying world, nodded once. "Resolute faith acknowledges," he said. "Our fighters will harry their flank as we pull back. If we can peel one escort away and kill it, that will have to be enough vengeance for today." Spire knew it was not enough. Nothing would be. As the Imperial ships limped away, battered and bleeding, the planet killer held position for a time, its prow turned toward the expanding debris cloud as if in contemplation of its work. Then it came about, engines flaring, and began to move out system, its escorts falling into formation around it. Far behind it, in the astropathic pits of Port Maw, Horst stood over a semi-conscious psyker whose eyes wept blood and stared. Beyond the ceiling. "He must see this," the Inquisitor said. The astropath's voice was a thin thread, words forced through the howling void at the edge of his mind. "To Terra," Horst said. "To the Senatorum, to the High Lords. Show them what the War Master has unleashed. They will not listen to tales of Blackstones and prophecies. They will listen to the death of a shrine world." Images rode the psychic tide. Savan Spire's shattering, the beam from the planet killer piercing shields and stone alike. The planet's crust cracking, the wall of light racing across fields where pilgrims once knelt. The final convulsive blossom of fire. In the echo of those visions, far away and much later, men in ornate robes would argue in marble halls about priorities and deployments, about sending reinforcements through storms that did not want them to pass. Some would call the Gothic War a local crisis. Others, watching the recorded death of Savan, would taste a different word: existential. "Reinforcements will come," Horst said quietly, more to himself than to the exhausted astropath. "Someday, some way. But they will not come quickly. The storms still wrap this sector. We are alone." In the darkness between worlds, the War Master's fleets moved. Abaddon the Despoiler sat upon his black throne aboard the planet killer as it left the ruined system behind. The carcass of Savan dwindled in the viewing ports, a flickering mass of molten rock and glowing debris. The ship's engines rumbled, pleased with their feast. Demon faces carved into the walls grinned. "A shrine world for a demonstration," Abaddon said, almost idly. "That should suffice to teach them what defiance costs." Zarafistan stood to one side, staff grounded, his eyes half-lidded. "They will howl," the sorcerer said. "They will send what fleets they can when the storms allow. They will tighten their grip on their precious fortresses, as you wished." Abaddon's eyes turned toward a hololithic projection of the Gothic sector. The Blackstone icons pulsed faintly, like hearts. "Good," he said. "Let them gather. Let them bleed to hold their stones while I turn them against them. The planet killer will go before my war fleets, and its shadow will travel faster than my guns. Fear will break worlds before we ever see them." Ahead of his growing armada, the planet killer prowled through the void, its vast weapon arrays still stained by the memory of Savan's heart. Across the Gothic sector, the name of the Slayer of Worlds spread, carried on astropathic nightmares and whispered mess hall tales. Where its silhouette appeared against the stars, men looked up and wondered if the ground beneath their feet would hold for another day. Port Maw had never slept, not in all the long centuries since the first ship had docked at its crude slipways, and a junior ensign had whispered that the void station would be something one day. Now, it dreamt of fire. The station hung above its parent world like a metal halo, a crown of docks and armoured spires encircling a central hub of hab blocks, manufactoria and command towers. Dry docks jutted from its circumference, each one the size of a lesser city, wrapped around the hulls of battleships and cruisers in various states of repair. Gun batteries squatted on its outer surfaces, each one a cathedral of steel where men and servitors laboured to tend the appetites of macro cannon and lance turrets. On its lower decks, near the equatorial plane, refit yards roared. Sparks fell in bright cascades as repair crews churned through hull plating, armour patches and plasma conduit replacements. Servitors shuffled along guide rails like iron insects, bearing ammunition shells bigger than men into the bellies of waiting magazines. Tech priests stalked among them, mechadendrites twitching, intoning Binharic hymns to soothe snarling machine spirits. On the command level, Lord Admiral Ravensburg watched it all through the reinforced glass of a strategium viewport and knew it might not be enough. His flagship, an Emperor-class battleship whose name was older than his own career, was anchored hard to the station's primary docking ring, its mass adding yet another layer of armour to Port Maw's already formidable silhouette. Other capital ships were clamped to the outer docks, forming a jagged wreath of prows and hulls around the station. Beyond them, the void of the Gothic sector seethed. Warp storms still snarled at the edges of the system, ugly threads of unreality that made translation in or out a dangerous gamble. The astropaths reported increased turbulence. The augurs showed distant anomalies that looked suspiciously like war fleets massing just beyond clear space. The war had come to Port Maw before, in the form of raids and probing strikes. This would be different. "All available squadrons are within recall range," an officer said, his tone as measured as he could make it. "Fleets from Blackstone 5 and 6 have answered our call. Their arrival vectors place them within hours, barring warp disturbance." Ravensburg grunted. "Barring the warp deciding it would rather spit them into the heart of a star," he said. "Still, we take what we are given." He turned away from the viewport to the great hollow tank that dominated the strategium. Port Maw hung at its centre, the lines of the system drawn in ghostly blue around it. Runes marked the positions of incoming Imperial squadrons, each slowly crawling toward the station's protective envelope. Beyond them, at the edge of the display, lurked the vague red clouds of unknown contacts. Spire and Thane should have been among those runes already. Their absence was a weight on Ravensburg's mind. "They will come," Inquisitor Horst said quietly at his shoulder, as if reading his thoughts. "Spire has a talent for surviving what should kill him. It would be a waste of the Emperor's time to let that talent go unused." Ravensburg snorted. "If the Emperor truly concerned himself with such things, we would not be in this position," he said. "But yes, He has earned my irritation. I would prefer to shout at him in person at least once more. Horst allowed himself the ghost of a smile, then let it fade. We have other concerns, he said. Your tech adepts are not as united as they appear. Ravensburg's gaze sharpened. What have you found? He asked. Horst inclined his head toward a side alcove, where a cowled figure stood under guard, robed in the crimson of the cult Mechanicus. Chains bound the Magus's arms, more ceremonial than practical given the restraints built into his augmetics, but reassuring to the naval armsmen watching him with hands near their sidearms. This one was found attempting to input unauthorized protocols into the defense cogitators on Deck Gamma, Horst said. When challenged, he invoked the rights of Baji Primus and claimed the authority of data archives that do not exist within your station's noospheric schema. Ravensburg's brows rose. Baji, he said. The traitor forge world. Indeed, Horst said. The heretic conclaves there did not simply turn their own forges to chaos. They sent out data viruses and memetic plagues as well. This Magos's noospheric logs show clandestine contacts with Baji code strings going back years. He has been feeding information about Port Maw's defense grid into channels that lead away from Mars. The Magos's mask grill hissed. You do not understand the sanctity of data exchange, the tech priest croaked. The Omnissiah's will is not bound by your petty distinctions. Baji is simply another node in the divine machine. They possess understanding of the Blackstone cause that your primitive minds lack. To withhold communion is to traitorous collaboration, Horst cut in. Save your litanies for whatever scrap pile your soul will be thrown into. He turned back to Ravensburg. This is not the only one, he said. There are lesser adepts whose machine empathy has been turned to the Warmaster's cause. They have been introducing subtle flaws into your defense matrices. Power relays that cut a half-second slower. Targeting spirits that misalign by a whisper. Alone, each is nothing. Together, they could mean the difference between a shield holding and failing. Ravensburg's jaw tightened. We root them out, he said. My acolytes are already at work, Horst said. The Mechanicus here are displeased, but the loyal among them understand the necessity. I thought you should know that some of your machine spirits have been taught to whisper the wrong prayers. Then teach them the right ones again, Ravensburg grunted. We will need every gun. I have no intention of giving the Warmaster our primary base through negligence. Before Horst could reply, a Vox Adept stepped forward, data slate in hand. Lord Admiral, he said. New translation signatures at the edge of the system. Identification codes match Battlefleet Gothic hulls. One of them is flagged with Admiral Spire's cipher. Ravensburg let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Bring them in, he said, and have the shipmasters report to the Strategium as soon as their bridges are stable. I want to hear what hell they have crawled out of this time. The Gethsemane came in like a wounded animal. Her port flank was a patchwork of armor grafts and burn scars. Scored lines from lance near misses traced blackened paths across her hull. Several of her secondary batteries were cold, their mounts twisted and useless. Her prow bore fresh marks from where emergency field repairs had tried to erase the imprint of a ramming impact. The Resolute Faith was no better, her launch bays scorched, her void shield projectors ringed, with new bracing struts. Other ships of the Savan relief force limped in their wake, some under tow, others with improvised plating bolted where proper armor should have been. As they slid into the embrace of Port Maw's docks, their arrival was watched with a mixture of relief and dread by the crews on station. Relief that reinforcements had come. Dread at what their conditions said about the foe they had faced. On the Gethsemane's bridge, Spire felt the gentle pull as the docking clamps locked and the station's gravity field synced with the ship's. He braced his hands on the rail for a moment, letting the simple solidity of being anchored steady him. Status? He asked. Engines cooling, Lord Admiral, the chief engineer reported. Reactors at minimal output, life support stable. We have more scars than I would prefer, but we remain combat capable once the most grievous hull breaches are patched. Crew? Spire asked. Too many dead. The First Officer said. Too many more who will not fight again without augmetic assistance, but we have enough to man the guns. We always make do. Spire nodded. His own exhaustion sat on his shoulders like lead. The memory of Savan's death was a fresh wound in his mind. The sight of that world bursting apart etched behind his eyes. Signal Port Maw. Command that I am reporting in person, he said, and inform Captain Thane that he will join me. The Lord Admiral will want both accounts. Thane arrived at the Strategium with a limp and a new scar that cut from cheek to jaw, still angry and red. He saluted Ravensburg with a style that was only slightly marred by the stiffness of bandaged ribs. Ravensburg looked them over with a critical eye before gesturing to the hololith. Tell me, he said. Spire did. He spoke of the arrival of the Planet Killer, of its obscene mass and firepower, of the way its main weapon had carved through shields and stone to tear Savan apart from within. He described the wall of light, the rolling convulsion of the world's death, the utter helplessness of trying to interpose a fleet of steel between such a weapon and its target. Thane added his own account, his voice more bitter, painting the frantic fury of the fighter wings' attacks on the Planet Killer's weapon arrays, the way their efforts had barely raised a scar on its hide. When they were done, Ravensburg said nothing for a long moment. Horst broke the silence. You see now why I said this war could not be contained to the fringes, the Inquisitor said. The War Master has more than just corrupted legions and demon engines. He has super weapons that rival the worst nightmares of the dark age of technology. He has ancient fortresses under his control, and a ship that can gut worlds with a single shot. Ravensburg's eyes were hooded. I see a world lost, he said, and a fleet that did not die with it. You did what you could. You lived. That is more than I asked when I sent you there. He straightened, squaring his shoulders. And now you will help me keep this place from sharing Savan's fate, he went on. Port Maw is more than a symbol. It is where our hulls are mended and our guns reloaded. If it falls, we lose our spine. If it dies as Savan died, we lose the ability to fight this war at all. He gestured at the holotank. The Blackstone fleets are converging here as we speak, he said. The captains of the fortress's attendant squadrons will tie their ships to this station's defense. The War Master knows this. He will come. He was right. The first enemies to appear at the edge of the system were not Black Legion warships, but something cruder. Orc freebooters translated in with reckless disregard for navigational sanity, their ramshackle vessels tearing open reality with a kind of joyous malice. Their hulls were a patchwork of plates and spikes, guns bolted on at any angle that had seemed appropriate at the time. They came in shouting over the global vox bands, guttural bellows of glee, announcing their intention to smash, burn, and loot anything they could reach. Alongside them came human pirate flotillas, lean raiders with scraped clean markings, some bearing the faint, ghosted traces of old imperial insignia beneath new, crude iconography. They flew no single flag, their masters motivated by promises of plunder, amnesty from chaos warlords, or simply the chance to kill under the War Master's shadow. Diversions, Thane said, staring at the display. They are throwing the rabble at us first. Rabble can still bite, Ravensburg replied. We will break their teeth before the real strike arrives, or we will not be here to see it. Port Maw's outer guns woke. Macro cannon batteries along the station's circumference thundered, their barrels belching fire and smoke into the void. Lance turrets spat beams that speared into the crude hulls of orc ships, cutting them apart in sudden flares of venting atmosphere and igniting propellant. Imperial cruisers moved to meet the attackers, their formations tight, overlapping fields of fire, turning the outer approaches into killing grounds. The orcs reveled in it. Their ships plunged forward, seemingly heedless of damage, eager to close to ramming range. Some broke apart before they ever reached the Imperial lines. Others smashed into cruiser flanks, their prows crumpling, their crews spilling from boarding ramps into the mouths of waiting gun decks. Pirate raiders tried to slip through the chaos, using the orcs as crude ablative shields. Some succeeded. Smaller, faster vessels darted into the gaps left by exploded hulks, racing for the station's under-defended blind spots. Ravensburg watched the flicker of contact runes, jaw clenched. "Hold the main line," he ordered. "Destroy the orc core. Station defense boats will intercept any raiders that get past. We cannot allow them to land boarding parties on the dockward levels. If they reach the primary magazines..." He did not need to finish. Everyone in the Strategium could imagine what a single detonated magazine would do to a station built around ammunition and fuel. For a time, it seemed the defense might hold without breach. Orc vessels died in droves under concentrated Imperial fire. The pirates lost more ships than they had bargained for, several raiders blown open as they misjudged the arcs of firing batteries. Then one pirate cruiser, its shields flickering, dove under the arc of a station gun and rammed itself bodily into a lower docking ring. The impact slammed through Port Maw's structure like a seismic shock. Bulkheads buckled. Dock arms snapped. Airtight doors slammed shut in a frantic cascade as atmosphere roared out into space through the new wound. From the broken prow of the raider, boarding craft launched like parasites leaping from a sinking carcass. They latched onto the rent sections of the station's hull and vomited boarders into its guts. Alarms howled across the inner decks. Captain Thane found himself leading the response. He had volunteered without hesitation. After Savan and Rebo, the chance to fight enemies whose blood he could see felt almost merciful. He met the boarders in Corridor Delta 70, a main artery running along one of the docking arms. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of spilled promethium. Emergency lumens flickered, casting the world in jerky, stuttering light. The floor was slick in places where burst pipes had sprayed coolant and void seal foam. Void Marines in hardened carapace armor took positions behind improvised barricades of upended cargo crates and dismounted bulkhead plating. Their helmets were blank visors, their lasguns and shotguns raised, barrels steady despite the way the deck hummed under their boots from distant impacts. Thane stood at the center of the line, bolt pistol in one hand, chainsword in the other. The sword's teeth purred as he thumbed the activator, their vibration a reassuring growl. At the far end of the corridor, shadows moved. Heretics came. The first were men, or things that had once been men, in ragged flak and mismatched armor, faces painted with crude symbols of the dark gods. They fired as they came, wild bursts of autogun and las fire, scratching at the walls and sending sparks from ricochet points. "Hold," Thane said. "Hold until you see the whites of their blasphemy." He waited until the first ranks were close enough that he could see the madness in their eyes. Then he dropped his arm. "Fire." The Void Marine's volley cut the front ranks down in a hail of red mist and snapped limbs. Shotgun blasts blew chunks out of torsos, sent men spinning. Las beams drilled neat, burning holes. Thane's bolt pistol barked, each shot a small detonation that turned heretics into fragments. They fell, they died, they crawled, some shrieking prayers to their false gods, some simply screaming. The ones behind climbed over them. Then the power-armored shapes came, looming behind their mortal chaff. These were not orc freebooters or undisciplined pirates. These were Astartes, twisted and remade, their armor blackened and defaced, the eye of Horus and the eight-pointed star daubed in blood and ichor across their pauldrons. The corridor seemed to shrink as they advanced, bolters snarling, each shot chewing chunks out of the makeshift barricades and the men behind them. "Target the giants," Thane shouted. "Bring them down or die trying." He vaulted over the barricade as he spoke, charging into the storm. Bolt rounds screamed past him. One grazed his pauldron, ripping a chunk of plasteel and flesh from his shoulder. He did not feel it through the surge of adrenaline and righteous fury. His chainsword met the first traitor marine in a clash of sparks and screeching metal. The corrupted, warrior's own blade, a brutal chain axe, caught his stroke, teeth grinding against teeth. They were too close for bolters. This was work for blades. The corridor became a confined killing ground of clashing steel and roaring chain teeth. Thane ducked under a wild swing, his sword rising in a tight arc to bite into the exposed joint at a heretic's elbow. The arm separated in a fan of sparks and blackened blood. A bolt pistol in the same Marine's remaining hand barked, the round taking a Void Marine behind Thane in the chest, splitting him open. Lass fire flashed around them, Void Marines trying to pick shots in the chaos. Some hit true, burning into the weak points at the backs of corrupted necks or the joints at hips and knees. Others struck armor, leaving only scorch marks. Thane rammed his shoulder into his opponent, using the bulk of his carapace to force the traitor back. The corridor's walls were close. The heretic's balance faltered for a heartbeat as he stepped on, the corpse of one of his own mortal followers. Thane took the opening. His bolt pistol barked twice at point blank, the shells punching into the Marine's helm and bursting it like rotten fruit. The traitor toppled. Others took his place. The fighting dragged on in that confined space, a grind of attrition measured in bodies and spent magazines. Boarding attacks erupted elsewhere across the station, each one a small war of its own. Some were repelled quickly, others turned into pockets of brutal stalemate as traitor and loyalist clung to opposite ends of a passageway, trading shots and grenades through gaps in hastily erected bulkheads. While men died in corridors and on docks, the wider battle raged on outside. The initial waves of orc and pirate vessels had been broken, forced to retreat or destroyed outright. In their wake, the void grew momentarily clearer. Then the Black Legion arrived. Their warships translated in with cold precision, forming ranks upon exit as if they had drilled through the immaterium itself. Their hulls were black and gold, their prows adorned with the sigils of the War Master's own hand. At their center loomed familiar, hated shapes, the same despoiler-class battleships that had bled Rebo and savaged Fortress 4's defenders. "Now the real storm hits," Spire said, watching the runes multiply. Ravensburg nodded once. "Order the battleships forward," he said. "All squadrons not engaged in direct defense of the station will form a spearhead. We will take the fight to their carriers. If we can gut their launch capacity, their ability to sustain boarding actions and long-range strikes will be crippled." Spire frowned. "That is a bold move," he said. "We risk overextending." "We risk everything," Ravensburg replied. "If we sit here and let them chew at us, Port Maw dies by inches. Better to break their nose now and hope they cannot grow another before we can breathe." The counteroffensive was brutal and costly. Imperial battleships surged out from the station, their engines burning hard. Their prow guns spoke, Nova cannon shells hurling compressed suns at the heart of the Black Legion carrier formations. Lances flashed in continuous streams, carving through the hulls of escorting cruisers, stripping shields, exposing nerve clusters of vulnerable decks. The traitors answered in kind. Launch bays disgorged wave after wave of fighters and bombers, swarms of black and gold craft that dove into the Imperial formation like flocks of carrion birds. Torpedoes streaked through the void, leaving contrails of vapor and radiation. One Imperial battleship took 3 torpedoes in quick succession along her starboard side. The blasts punched through her armor and into her engines, ripping open plasma conduits. She died in a flare that momentarily outshone the distant sun, her death wave slamming into friend and foe alike. Another managed to close to effective range of a Black Legion carrier, ramming its prow into the traitor hull and firing every weapon it had left into the wound. The 2 ships clung together for long, agonizing minutes, trading fire and boarding parties, before both went dark and drifted, locked in a deadly embrace. Port Maw's gun decks added their strength, the station's main batteries turning their full attention to the heavier enemy ships as ordered. Macro cannon shells the size of hab blocks slammed into Black Legion hulls, tearing craters deep into their superstructures. Some traitor cruisers broke apart under the assault, venting crew and machinery into the void. In the end, the first wave broke. The Black Legion spearhead withdrew, some ships drifting under tow, others limping under their own power, their hulls scarred and bleeding sparks. Orc wrecks and pirate hulks tumbled among the debris, some still firing sporadically, others dead and cold. Port Maw still stood. The cost was carved into its bones. Dry docks that had once cradled proud warships now gaped open, their superstructures torn and buckled. Whole sections of the docking rings were blackened wreckage, twisted metal jutting out into space like broken ribs. Fires burned within the hab levels behind blast shields, their light flickering through narrow viewports. Atmosphere leaked from some wounds in shimmering streams, freezing into glittering fog. On the command level, the strategium was quieter now. Fewer officers stood around the holotank. Some had not returned from the decks they had gone to organize. Others were lying in makeshift medici wards or in the slabs below. Ravensburg leaned on the rail, his breathing heavier than before. "We held," he said. "For now," Horst replied. He and Spire stood nearby, both bearing fresh bandages. Spire's uniform was stained with smoke and blood. Thane, somewhere below, was still directing clearance operations in the corridors he had defended. "The dockyards are ruined," Spire said. "Half our repair capacity is gone. Several magazines are offline. If they hit us like that again before we can lick our wounds, we will die." Ravensburg finished. "Yes, I am aware." He straightened with an effort, turning to face Horst. "You still think the Blackstones are the priority," he said, "that they are the true prizes the War Master seeks, and that we must throw every asset toward their defense?" "Yes," Horst said without hesitation. "Port Maw is vital, but the Blackstones are more than vital. In the War Master's hands, they turn from fortresses into weapons. If he gains them all..." "I know," Ravensburg snapped. "I have heard you say it enough times to dream of it when I close my eyes. But if we strip Port Maw to reinforce the fortresses, what then? Where do we repair? Where do we refuel? Where do we rally? Without this place, the fleet becomes a scattering of hulls welded together by faith and duct tape." Horst's gaze was hard. "Without the fortresses, there may be no fleet left to repair," he said. "You saw what the Planet Killer did to Savan. The Blackstones can make that look like a candle against a star. If you force me to choose, I will always choose to prevent that. And if I force you to remember that I am Lord Admiral of this sector, and my choices will decide whether your inquisitorial crusade has any ships left to order around?" Ravensburg asked. Silence stretched between them, tension thick as oil. Spire stepped into the gap. "We do not have the luxury of absolutes," he said. "We will have to do both. Hold Port Maw and hold the fortresses. Spread thin, yes. Take risks, yes. But if we bet everything on one axis of the war master will take the other and gut us with it." Ravensburg's lips compressed. "Spoken like a man who does not have to sign the orders that send ships to die," he said. There was no true heat in it, only grim acknowledgement. Spire met his gaze. "I sign enough, Lord Admiral," he said. "My pen may travel fewer decks than yours, but the blood it writes with looks the same." Horst exhaled slowly. "Then we compromise," he said. "Port Maw remains a bastion, but its fleets will not be hoarded. They will move to reinforce at need. The fortresses will be given priority for any specialized assets we can spare. And we will pray that when the next blow falls, we have guessed correctly where it will land." "In the Chaos Camp, they will be having the same debates," Spire said. He was wrong. Aboard one of the Black Legion flagships, in the shadowed strategium where hololiths burned in sickly greens and reds, Lord Malkadrax knelt before a towering figure and delivered his report. "We lost several escorts and 2 cruisers," he said. "Orc losses are irrelevant. The pirates are scattered. Port Maw still stands. Its outer decks burn, but its heart is intact. Their battleships bled us more than we anticipated." Abaddon regarded him from the throne of twisted metal and bone that dominated the chamber. The War Master's expression was unreadable, his golden eyes reflecting the shifting light. "Acceptable losses," Abaddon said at last. Malkadrax bared his teeth behind his helm. "We did not break them," he said, risking the words. "We have given them time to prepare for the next strike. The station's defenses, though damaged, still function. Its presence will continue to bolster their fleet." Abaddon gestured, and the hololith changed. The Gothic sector appeared, points of light marking worlds and fortresses. The icon for Port Maw flickered, its aura of strength dimmer than before. "We have made them bleed," the War Master said. "We have forced them to tie more of their strength to protecting this place. Every ship they anchor here is one less guarding the fortresses. Every shell and fuel unit they pour into its repair is one less they can send. To the front. I wanted Port Maw weakened, not destroyed. There will be time to finish it later, when its death will mean the most." He turned his gaze back to Malkadrax. "Your losses can be replaced," he said. "Theirs cannot. Continue your harrying actions. Keep them looking in too many directions. The main thrust of our war will not be decided over a dockyard." Malkadrax bowed his head. "As you command, War Master," he said. When the chapter of battle over Port Maw was finally written in the ledgers of the Administratum, it would be summarized in figures and cold prose. So many ships lost, so many tons of ordnance expended, so much dock space rendered unusable. It would not capture the stink of burnt insulation and blood in the corridors Thane had fought through, nor the taste of ash in the mouths of the ratings who had dragged wounded comrades from collapsing bulkheads. The true ledger was in the faces of those who survived. Countless crew were gone, their names already being transcribed onto rolls of honor and the backs of shrine doors. Dockyards that had once thrummed with ordered activity smoldered, their gantries twisted where wrecks had been cut free and shoved aside. Fire teams still prowled the lower levels, venting compartments where plasma leaks glowed. Yet the sector still held. Port Maw burned, but it lived. The battleships that had survived the counter-offensive limped back to their berths, their hulls scored, but their cores intact. Men staggered to prayer and mess in equal measure, clinging to routine as a shield against the enormity of what they had faced. Above them, the warp storms still snarled. On the strategium decks of both Imperium and Chaos flagships, commanders studied their maps of the Gothic sector and moved their runes. Port Maw had not fallen. Fortress 4 had. Savan was dust. Other worlds waited to see which fate would be theirs. The Gothic War, for all the blood already spilled, was only now beginning to bare its teeth. The Grail-dark nebula was a wound of colour in the void, a smear of luminous dust and half-born stars that pulsed and shifted as if alive. For human navigators it was a hazard, a region of twisted gravities and light-devouring clouds where augurs lied and compasses spun. For the Eldar, it was a curtain. From behind that curtain, a craft world slid into the light. It emerged like a ghost, its immense, graceful form shimmering as it slipped from concealment. Wraithbone spires rose from its back like the petrified growths of some titanic, luminous coral. Domes and towers of white and gold gleamed against the roiling backdrop of the nebula, their surfaces traced in sigils that caught starlight and bent it in pleasing ways. Veins of crystal glowed faintly beneath its skin, carrying psychic currents through its bones. Within its halls, beneath high arches carved from living stone, a council of seers gathered. They stood in a wide chamber whose floor was a circle of polished crystal, its surface broken by a single shallow pool at its center. The walls were a forest of wraithbone branches, each one humming softly with stored memory and half-heard song. Light filtered down from above through an open oculus, passing through thin sheets of something like glass upon which shifting patterns moved of their own accord. Farseer Thaler stood at the pool's edge and watched futures die. The water did not reflect his face. It showed him the Gothic sector as a tangle of glowing threads, Some were bright, some dim, some already fading to black. Where the Blackstone fortresses hung, those threads thickened into knots, heavy and dark. Around them crawled the shadow of a great clawed hand, fingers closing. He saw Savan crack and burst. He saw Port Maw burn and endure. He saw Fortress 4's black heart wake under a stranger's touch. He saw, beyond those, other possibilities, more distant and more terrible. Suns dying in unnatural ways, entire regions of space going lightless, a shape like a metal dragon coiling in the dark. He closed his eyes. The skein in this region is noisy, one of the other seers said. His voice was thin, distrustful. It is full of human thoughts. Their fear makes a kind of static. It is an annoyance. It is an opportunity, another countered. The more they thrash, the easier it is to steer them. Their thrashing brought this war upon them, a third said. The Monkey are ever clumsy with their toys. They found the talismans and thought to sit on them like nestlings on eggs. Now the War Master's hand closes and the shells crack. We could leave them to their fate. The skein would be quieter without their noise. There was a murmur of agreement. Many of the robed figures around the pool had little love for humanity. The rise of the Imperium was a recent insult, layered upon much older wounds. Thaler opened his eyes again. The talismans of Vowel were not made to serve humans, he said. They were not made to serve us either. They were forged to cut the throats of gods. Faces turned toward him. He gestured down at the pool, where the image shifted once more. The 6 black knots that mark the Blackstones pulsed darkly, like hearts pumping poison into the sector. When our ancestors drew them from the furnaces of Vol, they did so because the Ingir had risen, he went on. The star gods, the Catan, had turned whole systems into cinder and glass. The talismans were crafted to draw upon the immaterium, in ways that even we barely dared. They could scour the sky, rip the fire from stars, turn the weapons of the metal gods back upon them. The Ingir are sleeping now, one of the seers said, entombed in their tomb worlds.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
If the Mon-Ki choose to wake such weapons without understanding, that is their folly. Perhaps it would be instructive for them to share the fate they nearly brought upon us. And if the War Master uses the talismans to batter a path to those tomb worlds, Thaler asked, if his rage and the fear of the humans together rattle the cages of the Catan hard enough that some other fool learns how to unbar them, will you be so content then, when their kind wake to find a galaxy softened for their teeth? The chambers hummed with disquiet. We have watched the skein, Thaler said, more softly. I have walked its strands, time and again. Paths that end in the death of our kind entirely begin with those black hearts aligning under the War Master's hand. I see human worlds dying. I see human fleets burning. Those things do not move me, but I also see craft worlds broken. I see maiden worlds consumed. I see the Ingir stirring and stretching in their lightless tombs. He let the image in the pool shift again, showing a crude, symbolic representation of a Blackstone fortress shedding its imperial accretions and taking up a new, more terrible configuration. Sigils, aligned. Lines of power stretched between them, forming a web that caught suns. I say this, he said. We do not intervene to preserve Mon-Ki life. We intervene to prevent the talismans of Vol being fully bound to the will of chaos. If that happens, the old war may begin again. And this time, we may not be the ones who walk away from the ruin. Silence fell. At last, one by one, the other seers bowed their heads in reluctant assent. We will be accused, again, of meddling, one said, of striking at friend and foe alike, of being faithless. This is not new, Thaler answered. The humans already call us liars and thieves. Let them. While they curse, we will shape their doom into something that does not drag us into the abyss with them. He turned away from the pool and tapped his staff once on the crystal floor. Summon the Corsair captains, he said. Call the aspect shrines to readiness. We go hunting. The first prey came in the dark, between systems. A Chaos supply convoy drifted along a carefully chosen route, its engines flaring only in short, controlled bursts, trying to minimize its signature. Fat transports loaded with ammunition and fuel trailed behind a handful of warships whose hulls had once been proud Imperial designs, now scarred and defiled. Slung between them, tethered like obscene ornaments, were captured civilian vessels, their crews condemned to serve as future sacrifices. They were not alone. Eldar ships moved through the void like blades of light. Where human vessels were slabs of armor and engines, Eldar craft were sleeker, their lines flowing, their hulls seeming to glide more than push through space. They ghosted into the convoy's path from the shadow cast by a diffuse dust field, their presence masked until the last possible moment. Then they struck. Lance beams of a color that no human eye could properly perceive slashed out from Eldar prows, punching through the thin armor of the lead transport. The ship broke apart in a silent blossom, its cargo blooming into a cloud of debris that slammed into the vessels behind. Pulses of bright energy lanced from Eldar turrets, surgically severing weapon mounts and engine pods from the escorting warships. Chaos ships scrambled to respond. "Incoming fire!" howled one bridge officer, his voice twisted by Vox distortion and panic. Unknown Xenos configuration, shields failing, they came from nowhere. Return fire sprayed through the void, wild at first, then more focused as the traitor crews got their bearings. Plasma bolts and macro shells tore through the space where Eldar ships had been seconds before, hitting nothing but the fading ghosts of their after images. The Eldar danced around the convoy's guns, flickering in and out of optimal range, carving their enemies apart piece by piece. A single ship was spared full destruction, a warship whose hull bore the darker, more baroque lines of long service to Chaos, staggered under the assault, its shields blown, its engines venting fire. Instead of finishing it, the Eldar targeted the vessels around it, shearing their prows, crippling their drives, turning them into drifting hulks. Boarding torpedoes with wraithbone skins and seemingly insubstantial structure slammed into the weakened Chaos cruiser's flanks. Within, a sorcerer felt the web of his wards tear. He had been standing before a circle of bound demons, drawing upon them to stabilize the warp currents around the convoy. Their captured essences writhed and snapped, their shrieks echoing in his mind. When the Eldar torpedoes struck and their payloads bored into his sanctum, he whirled, staff raised, words of murder on his tongue. They died there, unsung and unfinished. Aspect warriors burst from the torpedo's cores in a blur of motion. Dire avengers in crested helms unleashed disciplined volleys of shimmering shuriken. Striking scorpions flowed from shadow to shadow, chainswords, whispering. The Chaos ship's mortal crew died in droves, their crude armor no protection against the speed and precision of the Eldar onslaught. The sorcerer's last sight was of a tall figure stepping through a gateway of light that opened in the very air of his chamber. Farseer Thaler's robes whispered around him as he walked. His eyes shone with cold, bright power. The sorcerer spat a curse and hurled a bolt of warp fire. Thaler raised his hand. The energy twisted, folded, and reappeared behind the sorcerer, searing through his own wards. Screams filled the chamber as bound entities grabbed at the sudden freedom and dragged their jailer's soul into their hungry coils. When it was over, Thaler stood in the center of a ring of scorched sigils, his staff grounded, his mind already diving into the echo of the sorcerer's mind as it flickered and went out. Memories came in a flood, a black monolith awakening, its alien lines shifting under the caress of the hand and the eye. The War Master standing before a crystal core that pulsed like a heart, his voice drawing the sleeping machine spirit to full attention. Vistas seen from the bridge of the planet killer, watching Savan die. Other fortresses, their cores humming in sympathetic reply, like rival instruments tuning to the same note. Thalia staggered under the surge of images, then focused, sifting, discarding. He saw enough. He disengaged from the dying mind and let it fall. 2. Perhaps 3 of the talismans are already fully under his control, he said aloud to the empty air. The pattern is forming. We are late. He turned away. Kill the rest, he told the aspect warriors. Then take what can be of use and send the wreckage adrift. Let the Mon Ki find the bones and fear the shadows. The next shadow they cast fell upon Imperial metal. In the outer reaches of the Gothic sector, far from any major world, Spire's fleet ran a patrol line along the edge of a storm front. His ships pushed through a region of relative calm, their auspex reaching into turbulent space, trying to catch the first hints of any warfleet attempting to use the shifting tides to slip past the main lines. The Eldar came at them like ghosts. One moment the auspex readings were full of only the usual storm noise. The next, sleek crescent shapes flickered into existence at the extreme edge of range, weapons already charged. "Xenos contacts!" the Auspex master shouted. "Eldar configuration, multiple craft. They are in front of our course and behind it. Throne, they are on both flanks as well." Spire felt the familiar spike of frustration. "Of course they are," he muttered. "Signal all ships. Brace for hit and run. Keep formations loose and overlapping. Do not allow them to isolate any single hull." The first Eldar salvo struck the Gethsemane's outer shield envelope like a gust of wind on a steel wall. It made the barrier ripple, but did not break. Other ships were less fortunate. An escort on the port flank died in an instant, its prow neatly sliced off by a lance that must have been fired at the only angle that would catch an exposed weakness. Imperial guns replied, heavy and angry. Macro cannon shells hurled themselves toward Eldar silhouettes, with all the desperation of men trying to catch a shadow. Lances probed, cutting through the trails of where the Xenos ships had been seconds before, and finding only emptiness. The Eldar did not commit to a full exchange. They darted in, fired, and slid away, their vessels seeming to skim the edges of reality itself. Each pass took another bite out of the Imperial formation. Spire stood in the storm of data and fire, jaw clenched. "They are testing us," Horst said, "or herding us." "Toward what?" Spire replied. "An ambush? A minefield? A lecture?" As if in answer, a new contact appeared on the display. It was larger than the darting escort craft, a vessel whose form was more fortified, its lines still elegant but with a sense of weight. It hung at the center of the Eldar swarm, moving with deliberate grace. "She carries a council," Horst said, "or a war leader." "Or both," Spire said. The Eldar ship did not fire. It simply eased closer, keeping itself within the arcs of Imperial guns, yet somehow never quite at their mercy. A crackle crossed the Gethsemane's main vox, not from any Imperial channel, but from the very fabric of the air in the strategium. Words came, layered and strange, carrying in perfect harmony to every ear, without passing through any speaker grill. "Mon K, Admiral," a voice said, amused, ancient. "You throw your shells at our shadows. We tire of dodging them." Spire stiffened. "Show yourself," he said. Light rippled at the edge of the strategium. It shimmered into a tall, robed form, as if a reflection in a disturbed pool had decided to step out onto dry stone. Farseer Thaler stood before them, as real as any man present, though no airlock had cycled and no shuttle had docked. Armsmen around the chamber snatched at their weapons. Horst raised a hand, and they held, their knuckles whitening around grips. "You are a long way from your webway paths, Xenos," Spire said. His hand did not move toward his sidearm, but he was aware of it. "You are also standing on the bridge of an Imperial warship, a dangerous place for one of your kind." Thaler's eyes glittered. "If I had wished to kill you," he said lightly, "your skull would already be bobbing in chemical preservative on some crude human trophy rack. I am here to speak. That alone should tell you how dire I consider the skein to be." Ravensburg's presence was a hollow light in a hololithic alcove nearby, his image projected from Port Maw. The Lord Admiral eyed the Eldar without warmth. "You have a talent for appearing where you are not invited," he said. Say your piece before I instruct my gunners to open fire on the ship that carries your flesh." Thyler inclined his head with mock politeness. "As you wish," he said. "You sit your fleets on ancient weapons you do not understand. You are surprised when a foe who does understand them takes them away. If you do nothing, he will take the rest. When he does, the talismans of Vol will turn from sleeping giants into red blades. He will use them to cut throats you care about." Horst's eyes narrowed. "You know much of these constructs," he said. "More perhaps than we do. Then again, your kind crafted the myths that speak of them. Why should we trust that anything you say is not a fresh lie? Because the lie that suits me best is the one that keeps those weapons out of both your hands and his," Thyler said. "I am not here to save your Imperium. I am here to prevent the talismans being fully aligned to the will of chaos. If that comes to pass, this petty crusade will be remembered as a footnote. The true war, the old war, will begin again, and we will all burn." He paced around the holotank as he spoke, the projection of the Gothic sector shifting to match his gestures. The 6 black icons of the Blackstones brightened under his attention, lines of light linking them. "These are not mere fortresses," he said. "You have bolted guns and docks to them, yes, like crude ornaments on a king's crown. But at their hearts are cores that drink the warp. When they are aligned in certain ways, they can focus that power into lances that reach across the void and into suns. You have already seen what the War Master's lesser weapon can do to a world. Imagine that scale multiplied and refined." Savavan's death flickered across the display. The planet killer's beam carved through atmosphere and stone. Then the image shifted, showing a stylized representation of a star swelling, splitting, its outer layers flung out in a storm that shredded planets and ships alike. "Is this possible?" Spire asked quietly. Thyler looked at him. "I have seen it done," he said, "in ages when your kind had not yet learned to strike flint against steel. The talismans of Vol were the answer to a terror that would have made your War Master look like a child with a toy. They broke suns. They shattered the engines that fed the Catan. It was a desperate gambit. We paid a price for it. We are still paying. I do not intend to watch those weapons used again in the hands of a madman who hears only his own hate." Horst's expression was strained. "The only way to ensure they are never used," the Inquisitor said slowly, "would be to destroy them. All of them. Detonate their cores. Turn them to dust." Ravensburg bristled. "You would have us deliberately annihilate our own primary fortresses?" he said. "Do you have any idea what that would mean for the sector? For the worlds that rely on them? For the ships docked there? You speak like a man who has never had to count losses in anything but abstract numbers." Horst rounded on him. "I have counted losses in souls," he snapped. "I have watched sectors fall because we chose to hold a bastion that had already become a liability. Better a few worlds die now than the entire segmentum when those fortresses are turned upon its sons." "Enough," Spire cut in. "There is no path here that does not end in ash for someone. We do not have the strength to sacrifice such assets lightly, nor the right to consign the billions who live under their shadow to death without at least attempting another course." He looked back at Thyler. "You came to us," he said. "You did not need to. You could have continued your raids in the shadows, sowing confusion, letting us and the War Master bloody one another. Instead, you stand here and tell us your secrets. That suggests you have something in mind beyond lectures." Thaler's lips thinned. "I do," he said. "You are correct. Destroying the talismans would be the surest way to prevent their abuse. It would also tear holes in the skein that I am not certain we would survive. A more subtle path is possible, for now. One of the captured talismans has not yet been fully bound. Its core hums in sympathy with the hand and the eye, but its alignment is incomplete. If we can reach its heart, we can twist that alignment, sabotage it, force it to misfire when the War Master tries to use it as part of his grand design." You propose boarding a Blackstone fortress held by chaos, Ravensburg said flatly. A construct that has already demonstrated the ability to shrug off conventional assault and warp its own interior. That is madness even by our standards. Not by mine, Thaler said. We have paths he does not know. Webway strands that brush the fortress's outer sheath. We can open a gate for a small force. A needle, not a hammer. If it strikes true, his timetable is ruined. If it breaks, we will be no worse off than if we do nothing. Horst frowned. A small force will be at risk of simply being absorbed, he said. Lost in the fortress's labyrinth, or worse. The warp presence in those cores is not friendly. Thaler shrugged, the gesture precise and alien. Risk is the price of influence, he said. If you would prefer to sit and wait while the War Master aligns his pieces, then by all means, remain. My people will act with or without you. But a blade wielded by two hands can cut a path that one alone cannot. Spire met his gaze and saw, beneath the arrogance, something else. Desperation, perhaps, or the weary knowledge of someone who had watched too many wars unfold according to the same patterns. I will go, Spire said. Horst and Ravensburg both looked at him as if he had said he would sprout wings and fly into the eye of terror. You are an admiral of the fleet, Ravensburg said. Your place is on your bridge, and not crawling through alien stone. My place is where I can do the most harm to the War Master's plans, Spire replied. If this gambit is the best chance we have to slow him, then I will be there to see it through. I will not send men into that labyrinth on the say-so of a Xenos seer and wait safely outside to hear whether they succeeded or died. Horst's mouth thinned. If you go, I go, he said. This is inquisitorial business as much as it is naval. My stormtroopers were not bred and trained to sit idle while such a mission is undertaken. Thaler inclined his head, a fraction. Bring who you will, he said. A small withered ball of fear in my heart tells me we may even grow to tolerate one another's presence, briefly, if the alternative is being eaten by the same beast. What of your own forces? Spire asked. You will not walk the fortress pathways without guidance, Thaler said. I will send aspect warriors, dire avengers, to bring disciplined fire where needed, howling bansh. He caught himself, a faint flicker crossing his features. No, other shrines, striking scorpions to hunt in the shadows, warp spiders to move between points the fortress believes to be unconnected. They will not like walking beside humans, but they dislike the idea of talismans bound to chaos far more. Ravensburg sighed, the sound weary. Very well, he said. I will not pretend I approve, but I see no better alternative that does not involve suicidal use of cyclonic torpedoes on our own assets. The fleet will hold as it can. Port Maw will continue to bleed and patch. You will take your needle and see if you can prick the War Master's hand without losing your own in his fist. He looked at Thaler. If you betray us, he said, if this is some elaborate scheme to deliver an admiral and an inquisitor into the War Master's lap, I will see every Eldar hull we can find turned into scrap before I die. Thaler's eyes were cold. If I had wished you dead, I would have left you to the War Master undisturbed, he said. His plans would have killed you neatly enough. I have no need of convoluted schemes when your enemies are already more imaginative than I. Far away, in the captured heart of a Blackstone fortress, Abaddon communed. He stood in the alien chamber at the core, the hand of darkness and eye of night still pulsing in his grasp. The crystal structures around him throbbed with light that was not light, reflecting the rhythm of the fortress's awakened mind. You feed me well, the voice in the stone said, its tone almost languid with satisfaction. Blood, souls, hate, your offerings please me. They are not offerings, Abaddon replied. They are fuel. I have no intention of worshipping you or your kin. You are a tool, a powerful one, yes, but a tool nonetheless. The The fortress's amusement was a slow grind, like distant thunder. "Your arrogance is familiar," it said. "The ones who forged us spoke with similar certainty. They believed they would wield us with perfect control. For a time, they did, until they did not." "That war is dead and dust," Abaddon said. "Your makers are broken. Their enemies slumber. I am the one who woke you. You will answer to me now. The hand and the eye give me command of your core. The geometry of your existence bends where I tell it to." "Not only to them," the fortress replied. Images pressed into his mind, sacrificial altars stained dark, crowds screaming oaths of fealty and hate, ship crews torn apart in their own corridors as their deaths were fed into the warp, a Blackstone's core humming louder in response, lines of force widening. "We are instruments of will," it said. "Your artifacts are keys, yes, but we also drink intention, belief, fear. You can coax more from us with the blood of those who curse your enemies and offer themselves in your name than with relics alone." Abaddon considered that. "Then I will give you what you desire," he said. "Worlds full of screaming throats, fleets full of dying prayers, all focused toward the same end. When the time comes, you will sing loud enough to crack suns." "We will," the fortress agreed, pleased. "We remember how." "That is enough," Abaddon said. "Rest. For now you are not needed. When I call, you will answer." "Always," the stone whispered. Back on the Gethsemane, preparations moved quickly. Spire chose his volunteers from among the armsmen and voidsmen who had survived both Rebo and Savan. Men who had already walked the edges of madness and come back with their fear hammered into something harder. Horst selected a small cadre of stormtroopers from his own retinue, soldiers in heavy carapace and rebreather masks, whose eyes behind their lenses had the flat calm of those long resigned to dying somewhere unpleasant. They gathered in a cargo hold that had been stripped of its usual contents. At its center, a webway gate had been coaxed into temporary existence, a standing oval of shimmering light anchored by wraithbone pylons. Eldar runes drifted through the air around it like dust motes, rearranging themselves according to patterns no human mind could track. Eldar aspect warriors stood on the far side of the oval, visible through the shifting radiance as if seen at the bottom of a clear lake. They were motionless, armored figures whose helms and crests made them anonymous, lethal statues. At their center, Thaler waited, staff in hand. "Once you step through, there is no simple path back," he said, his voice carrying across the threshold. "The webway strands around the fortress are frayed, uncertain. We will have to cut our own way in places. Retreat will not be easy." Spire checked the seals on his carapace harness one last time. "Retreat rarely is," he said. "We are accustomed." Horst stood at his side, his rosette now clipped away, its weight left with his formal robes. Here, he looked less like an agent of the High Lords and more like any other man going to war, save for the cold intensity in his eyes. "If you see anything of that core," he said quietly to Spire, "anything that suggests a weakness, you will remember it. Even if we die there, someone may need that knowledge later." "I will keep my eyes open," Spire replied. "If the fortress does not take them." He turned to his men. "This is not a glorious mission," he said. "No one will know what we did here. If we succeed, the War Master's plans will falter, and others will take the credit for saving worlds we will never see. If we fail, we will die in the dark, and the Blackstones will burn suns without even noticing our passing. There will be no parade either way, only the knowledge that we did what needed doing." The voidsmen and stormtroopers nodded. Some tightened their grips on their weapons. Others whispered brief prayers. None stepped back. Thaler raised his staff. The light in the gate brightened, deepened, becoming a tunnel of shifting prismatic color. "Step through," he said. "Walk softly. Betrayal is possible from every side. But if we see this path to its end, the skein may yet bend away from the worst of its tangles." Spire drew a breath and stepped into the light. It was like walking through cold water and hot iron at the same time. For a moment, there were no up or down, no breath, no heartbeat, only colour and the pressure of vast, indifferent minds pressing close. Then the sensation passed, and he stumbled out onto wraithbone flooring, catching himself before he fell. He stood inside the Blackstone fortress. The walls around him were not the work of human hands. They were black, but not the black of paint or shadow. It was a colour that seemed to swallow light, to drink it in and show nothing back. Lines traced across that darkness pulsed faintly, like veins beneath skin. The air tasted thin and metallic. The distance, somewhere deep below, something hummed. A vibration felt more in the bones than the ears. Behind him, Horst emerged, face tightened by the passage. Beside them, Eldar warriors stepped lightly from the gate, their movements precise, their presence alien and cold. Webway light guttered. The oval shuddered and shrank, closing like a wound. The way back was already less certain. "Welcome to the Talisman's belly," Thaler said softly, his voice barely more than a murmur in the strange, echoing air. "Step carefully. The fortress is awake. It is listening." The Blackstone moved like a patient predator. From the outside, the fortress was a vast black geometry, drifting above the pale light of the Polaris star. Its surfaces drank illumination, lines of alien symmetry etched in the absence of light. Human additions clung to it in jagged excrescences. Docks, gun batteries, vox spires, all now silent under new masters. Engines deep within its core whispered with energies that were not entirely of real space. Two more of its kind slid through the void nearby, each a monolith of night. Together, the three talismans took up positions that traced an invisible triangle around the Polaris and Tarantis systems. Warp eddies swirled around them, the fabric of reality puckering where their unseen fields bit. Chaos warfleets maneuvered like hunting hounds around the giants. Black Legion battleships and their attendant cruisers took up escort stations along the flanks of the fortresses. Smaller vessels darted between them, relaying orders, tugging supply hulks into position. From a distance, the whole assembly resembled some obscene crown, its points aimed at the stars themselves. Within one of the captured fortresses, men and Eldar moved through its gut like irritants in the flesh of a god. Spire advanced slowly down a corridor that was not a corridor in any human sense. The floor was level beneath his boots, but the walls sloped at angles that made his eyes ache if he stared too long. The black stone seemed to curve and fold in subtle ways, lines tracing patterns that never quite repeated. The light had no obvious source. It seeped from the stone itself, a dull, grey illumination that threw no shadows. His armsmen moved behind him in two files, weapons raised. The stormtroopers Horst had brought kept pace in parallel, visors blank, hellguns held with professional ease. Ahead of them, Eldar aspect warriors flowed like shadows, their movements smooth and precise, as if every step had been preordained. "The architecture is shifting," one of the stormtroopers murmured over the vox. There was unease there, tightly leashed. "My helm's inertial map is wrong. Distances do not match." "They will not," Thaler's voice came back, edged with impatience. "This place does not share your crude understanding of space. It rearranges itself as a man might shift in his sleep. Stay close, lose sight of us and the fortress. We'll fold around you like a closing hand." Spire's boot brushed something on the floor. He glanced down and saw a smear of darker black, a scuff where metal had scraped stone. The remains of Imperial plating, shattered and absorbed. "Remember," he said quietly, more for his own men than the Eldar. "This was ours. Once. If we walk far enough, we may find where our own kind died holding this place." "And then?" one armsman asked. "Then you will not look too closely," Spire said. "Eyes on the path ahead, not on ghosts." Ahead, Thaler moved with the ease of one walking a familiar track. In one hand, he held his staff. In the other, a series of slender wraithbone rods etched with runes. As he passed junctions where the corridors branched and curved, he touched those rods to the stone, whispering phrases in his own tongue. Light rippled briefly under the points of contact, like phosphorescence in disturbed water. "You are marking the path," Horst observed, keeping pace beside the Farseer. "I am marking where the skein can be pulled," Thaler replied. "These are nodal points where the fortress's internal geometry feeds its core. If we nudge them at the right moment, we can make the song it sings wobble instead of strike true." "You speak of turning suns into misfires," Horst said. "I will be satisfied if the misfire kills only the fortress and not everyone standing near it." "On that, Inquisitor, we find rare agreement," Thalia said. The fortress listened to them. Far below their boots, in chambers that had never known air, the machine's spirit, that was not a machine in any human sense, felt the tickle of alien touch. It had been woken by the War Master, its core stirred and aligned by the hand and the eye. It remembered the taste of annihilated stars, the screams of dying Tan. It had been content to sleep until called again. Now it felt small irritations climbing its flanks. Intruders, it thought. The word was not a word, but an impression, a sense of something other, unwelcome. Like grains of sand in a hinge, it flexed. On the level above, a corridor that had been straight bent gently to the left. The junction ahead of Spire's team shivered, one branch narrowing, another widening. Without obvious movement, the geometry changed. The fortress breathed. Voices whispered. At first, Spire thought it was his vox bead malfunctioning. A thin hiss, then fragments of words, half remembered and close. "Admiral, starboard shields, Savan vector, you must hold." His blood chilled. "Kill local vox," he said sharply. "From this point, squad to squad only. No long range. The fortress will reach for any open line." Helm runes dimmed as his men obeyed. The whispers did not stop. They shifted, seeping instead into the edges of hearing. Not entirely sound, not entirely thought. "Turn back," a voice murmured at his shoulder. He spun, weapon up. No one there. His own face looked back at him from the gleam of a stormtrooper's visor, pale and tight. "You are too late. The star is already dying. Save yourself. Save those you can." He recognized the voice. His own, twisted. "A crude trick," Thaler said, half amused. "The fortress is probing you, watching what you cling to. It will be more subtle before we reach the core." "I am not interested in subtlety," Spire muttered. He forced his breathing to steady, only in doing what we came to do. Outside, beyond stone and warp-lit corridors, the three fortresses completed their alignment. From an Imperial observation post on the far edge of the Polaris system, a lone sensor rig watched through eyes that did not blink. It was a small station, a collection of auger arrays and vox masts anchored to a hollowed asteroid. Its crew had orders to see and report, nothing more. They saw. On their scopes, the three Blackstones flared. Power readings that had been growing steadily now, spiked, climbing into ranges that made the Auspec's spirit whine. Lines of force, invisible to the naked eye, snapped into place between the fortresses, forming a triangle of energy that pulsed in time with something deep within each construct's hearts. "Emperor's mercy," one observer breathed, staring at the jagged traces on his display. "What are they doing?" No one answered him. Light bent. Reality around the fortresses twisted, as if the void itself were being funneled. Pinpricks of pale radiance formed at the center of each Blackstone's face, aligned toward a single point on the gird of the Polaris system. The 3 points brightened, their beams converging in a remote portion of space just above the orbit of Polaris Second. The planet hung there, unaware, a dull brown sphere of rock and ice, whose only significance was as a mining outpost and relay station. From the observation post, it was nothing more than a rune on a map, glowing a faint, hopeful green. The Recorded image of its death would later be played in Strategia across the Imperium. The beams from the 3 Blackstones met above the planet's north pole, braiding into a single, thick column of warp-laced energy. It punched downward, through atmosphere, through stone, through core, traversing the world from pole to pole. There was almost no visible surface effect at first, just a ring of pale light tracing the path of the beam's entry and exit. Then the planet cracked. A line of fissures spread from the poles, racing along meridians, splitting continents. The crust heaved and tore. Molten rock and metallic mantle were dragged upward by forces that did not obey any sane law. Great slabs of the world's surface lifted and hung for a heartbeat, then peeled away in sheets, exposing the seething interior. From a distance, it looked as though a dark fruit had been speared on a skewer and twisted until its skin split. Fularis II died without ever understanding what had killed it. On the Blackstone where Spire's team moved, the voice in the stone laughed. "Did you see?" It whispered along the corridors, a vibration in the very air. "That is but the first note. I remember the chorus." Spire's teeth ground. Thaler's face had gone very still. For a moment, a shadow of something like grief crossed his features. That world was nothing to him, the Farseer said. A test shot, a calibration of harmonics. "We knew we were late," Horst said. His voice was flat. "Now we know by how much." "The skein is not yet fully knotted," Thaler replied. "There is still Tarantis, and after that, worse. Move." They moved. The fortress tried to slow them. Servitors came first. They staggered from concealed alcoves and recesses in the walls, pallid flesh wired into metal, eyes replaced by glass lenses that glowed with faint light. Their limbs had been lengthened, reinforced with spidery struts of steel. Cutting tools and welding torches had been replaced by crude blades, rotating saws, injection spikes. Pacification muzzles had been ripped away, leaving slack mouths that worked silently. Their programming had been overwritten, not by human tech priests, but by the fortress itself, guided by the malice of the warp. They moved with jerky, mismatched determination, limbs scraping stone, blades raised. The first volley from the stormtroopers cut many of them down. Hellgun beams burned through flesh and wire alike, dropping servitors in twitching heaps. Those that reached the line did so in a flailing tangle, more likely to be tripped over than to tear men apart. Then the Chaos Marines arrived. They came from side chambers and hidden portals, their hulking forms filling the corridors. Armor black and trimmed in sickly metal, pauldrons marked with the Eye of Chaos and the symbol of the War Master's Legion. Their bolters roared, shells exploding against the Eldar's shimmering fields and the bulk of human carapace. The corridor became slaughter. Spire's bolt pistol barked, his shots aimed at eye lenses and exposed joints. He saw one heretic stagger as a shell took it in the throat, armored collar cracking. The traitor did not fall. It snarled, raising its own weapon. A shuriken round from a dire Avenger punched through its helm from the side, the Xenos warrior's fire drilling neatly through the weak point. The Marine fell, armor clanging against the black floor. The fortress shifted the walls. The ground underfoot seemed to ripple, rising in sudden ridges. A junction that had been ahead and to the left now loomed directly in front. For a moment, the squad formations broke, men stumbling as their inner ears rebelled. Illusions layered over reality. Spire blinked and saw, for a heartbeat, the Gethsemane's bridge around him. Familiar consoles, familiar faces. His first officer, alive and unscarred, looked at him with calm expectation. "Admiral," the man said, "we have a clear shot at the enemy flagship. Orders?" He knew, in the same instant, that none of it was real. The smell was wrong. No incense, no machine oil. The hum underfoot was different. The baton in his hand felt strange, weightless where it should have the solid heft of metal. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The bridge dissolved. The corridor returned. A Chaos Marine loomed in front of him, mid-swing, Spire ducked. The chainsword whined over his head, teeth biting sparks from the wall. He drove his own blade up, feeling it judder as it tore into corrupted ceramite. Around him, others cried out in confusion as the fortress tried different lures. Homes long lost, loved ones who had died years before, a world at peace, a world in flames. The voice in the stone whispered that they could still leave, still step back through a gate into safety. All they had to do was turn around. Thyla's presence cut through the illusions like a knife. "Focus," the Farseer snapped. "You are being shown what you want, or what you fear. Neither is truth. Anchor yourselves to your purpose. Each step forward is one the Warmaster does not want you to take." He raised his staff. Light flared along its length, a clear, sharp radiance that pushed the shadows back. The walls paused in their slow, uncanny shifting. For a moment, the corridor stabilized. "We are close," he said. "I can feel the core's song." Outside, near Tarantis, the song swelled. 3 Blackstones now held a new configuration. Their alignments changed. Fularis was behind them, its second world a fresh scar. Ahead lay the Tarantis star, a bright point amidst its retinue of worlds. Trade routes had once radiated from that system. Now those lanes lay silent. The Imperium had ordered all traffic cleared when the fortresses began their maneuvers. Even so, there were watchers. An Imperial cruiser, battered from prior engagements, clung to the edge of the system, her Auspex arrays tuned to maximum sensitivity. Her captain had orders to observe and run, nothing more. On his bridge, men watch their displays with the hollow fascination of those who suspect they are about to see something that will haunt them. They were not wrong. The 3 fortresses focused inward, their invisible fields bending and folding. Where before their beams had converged on a planet, now their energies were aimed at the heart of the Tarantis star itself. In the corona, fluctuations began. To human eyes, the changes were subtle at first. The star's light shifted, its color shading ever so slightly toward a harsher hue. Granulation patterns on its surface grew more violent, convective cells boiling faster, brighter. To instruments, the change was apocalyptic. Radiation output surged, magnetic field lines tangled and snarled. "They are overloading it," the cruiser's chief Auspex officer whispered. "They are forcing it along a pathway it would not have taken for millions of years." The beams sank deep, not in the physical sense, but in terms of the abstract parameters that described a star's state. They fed energy into zones that should have remained quiescent, stoking fusion where it should not yet have burned. The Tarantis star swelled. Its outer layers bulged outward, pushed by the sudden excess in its heart. For a moment, it seemed to hesitate, as though the star itself were trying to decide whether to endure or to let go. It let go. The core collapsed. Gravity reasserted itself with merciless force, crushing the overloaded heart inward until it rebounded, sending a colossal shockwave through the star's body. The resulting eruption tore the star apart from within. From the cruiser's perspective, the Tarantis sun went from a steady point of light to a bloom of raw, expanding radiance. Space itself seemed to ripple as the shock front barreled outward. Planets that had once circled in stately orbits were swept up in the storm, their atmospheres stripped, their crusts flayed, their masses dragged into the boiling wave. The crew watched in silence. No one spoke, no one prayed. There was nothing to say. On the Blackstone, the core thrummed with satisfaction. "Yes," it whispered. "This I remember. Give me more." Abaddon stood in the alien chamber, the glow from the crystal structure painting his armor in stark contrasts. The hand and the eye pulsed in rhythm with the fortress's heart. The Warmaster's expression was fierce, exultant. "This is only the beginning," he said softly. "There are other stars, other systems. The Imperium cannot defend them all. We will carve lanes of darkness through their territories and watch their worlds choke in the cold." The fortress was about to feed again when something in its internal geometry shuddered. A tiny inconvenience, far from the core, where small beings scuttled. Spire's team burst into the outer shell of the core chamber at the same moment as their enemies. The space was vast, more feeling than sight. Platforms of black stone jutted over a chasm of light, bridges of impossible angle connecting them. The central crystal tower rose from the depths, its facets humming, lines of energy racing along channels cut by no hand. Lord Malkadrax waited for them on the nearest platform. He stood surrounded by his chosen, hulking in their baroque armor, horns and spikes jutting, trophies hanging from chainmail. His helm was fashioned in the likeness of a snarling beast, its eye lenses burning red. In his hands he carried his axe, its teeth wreathed in a nimbus of hungry warp fire. "I smell vermin," he said, voice booming across the chamber, carried by hidden amplifiers. "The War Master's new toy draws pests as surely as blood draws flies." His chosen raised their weapons. "Kill the Eldar," Malkadrax snarled. "Kill the humans. Leave the Inquisitor for me. I have questions to ask him about the taste of his master's fear." The chosen surged, forward. Spire met them, bolt pistol and chainsword in his hands. He fired as he advanced, shots sparking from corrupted ceramite, some finding weak spots, most not. The impact knocked one traitor back, its armor cracked. A hellgun beam from a stormtrooper burned into the exposed joint, dropping the Marine. The rest hit like a storm. Bolters thundered in the enclosed space. A stormtrooper vanished in a ball of gore and splintered armor, his body flung from the platform into the dizzying depths below. An Eldar warrior took a chain-axe blow on a flickering field, the protective energy stuttering, but holding long enough for a counterblow to slice into the heretic's knee. Thaler stood back from the immediate melee, his attention not on the chosen, but on the core's geometry. His staff traced sigils in the air, psychic energy lashing out to mark specific nodes on the surrounding structure. Each mark flared bright, then dimmed, leaving a ghostly afterimage. "Here," he called, over the vox. "And there. Those points feed the focusing lattice. If they are corrupted at the right moment, the fortress will misalign when it tries to combine with its kin. You must reach them." Horst heard him and moved. He had not brought a heavy weapon. His pistol barked occasionally, more in self-defense than in any attempt to slay hulking Astartes. His true weapon was something else, a compact device no larger than his hand, wrapped in sanctified wards and forbidden sigils. "Cover me," he snarled to the nearest stormtroopers. They obeyed without hesitation, throwing themselves into the path of oncoming fire. Horst sprinted along the edge of the platform, trusting his booted feet to find purchase where any sane man would not dare run. He leapt a gap that yawned over the chasm of light, landing hard and rolling to his feet. The nearest nodal point glowed where Thaler had marked it, a junction of crystalline filaments pulsing with raw power. Horst pressed the device, against it. The thing unfolded, mechanisms that had no place in normal matter extruded, sinking into the structure with an unpleasant, wet sound. Symbols flared briefly along its casing, some imperial, some older. A whine built, too high to hear, felt as a pressure in the teeth. "Failsafe is in place," Horst voxed. "One matrix corrupted. How many more?" "3 at least," Thaler replied through gritted teeth. "You must move quickly. The other fortresses are close to full resonance. When they call, this one will answer unless you twist its tongue." Malkadrax saw what Horst was doing. With a howl that echoed, he barreled toward the Inquisitor, his bulk smashing aside anything in his path. A stormtrooper stepped into his way, firing point blank into the Chaos Lord's chest. The rounds sparked off armor. Malkadrax's axe took the man from shoulder to hip, hurling both halves into the void. Spire intercepted him. Their blades met with a shriek that drowned out the ambient hum of the core. The impact nearly tore Spire's arms from their sockets. Malkadrax loomed over him, a towering presence, the warp fire around his axe licking at the air like hungry tongues. "You again," Malkadrax said, recognizing him, voice thick with grim amusement. "You run from my ship at Rebo. You cower over shrine worlds while we show you what true weapons are. Now you come to scratch at our new prize, persistent." "Someone has to be," Spire grunted. He ducked another swing, feeling the Spire with his free gauntlet. The blow Spire with his free gauntlet. The blow took Spire across the helm, sending him sprawling, vision exploding into white noise. Thalia saw Malkadrax raise his axe for the killing stroke. The Farseer's staff slammed into the stone. A pulse of psychic force erupted, invisible and irresistible. It hammered into Malkadrax's senses, momentarily disorienting even a mind as saturated in warp taint as his. The Chaos Lord staggered, his axe swing going wide, embedding itself in the platform instead of Spire's chest. "Move, Mon K!" Thyla hissed. Spire rolled, coming up in a crouch, firing 3 shots into Malkadrax's side. The shells took the Chaos Lord in the abdomen, punching deep. He roared again, lashing out blindly. A stormtrooper died in his place, ripped nearly in 2. Above and around them, the fortress trembled. The other Blackstones had reached full alignment. Their combined song surged through the warp, a chord of power that reached for the Tarantis star and beyond. This fortress should have joined them in perfect harmony. Instead, the corrupted node in its focusing matrix stuttered. Energy that should have flowed smoothly into the convergence snagged, split, ran down channels that Thalia's marks had redirected. The core shuddered as incompatible patterns clashed. The voice in the stone screamed. "What have you done?" It roared, its fury making the walls vibrate. "This is wrong. This is not the way. You will not sing perfectly today," Thalia said under his breath, continuing his ritual, staff tapping new points, marking new paths. Horst slammed the failsafe into another glowing node. The device's wards flared as the fortress's internal backlash tried to reject it. For a moment, Horst thought his arm would be torn off. He snarled a prayer and held on. The Blackstone's outer faces flickered. From outside, watching ships saw its surfaces warp, angles distorting, light bending in unpleasant ways. Its contribution to the beam striking the Tarantis star wavered, pulsed, then dropped to a lower harmonics pattern. The star still died. The fortress's sabotage had come too late to save Tarantis. But the alignment that would have allowed the 3 Blackstones to strike again, to chain there, fire from one system to the next in a murderous march, faltered. The core began to destabilize. Energy built where it should have bled. Feedback loops that had once been controlled flared into erratic cascades. The crystal tower at the core's heart thrummed at the wrong frequencies. "We break," the fortress whispered, astonished and furious. He commands, "But you twist, you dare." The chamber convulsed, platforms bucked, bridges cracked, sections of the crystal structure shattered, shards spinning into the void, trailing lines of raw warp energy. One of the Chosen lost his footing and fell, his roar cut off as he tumbled into the light below, armor warping and melting before he was halfway down. Abaddon felt it. In the command nexus, where he stood in communion with the fortresses, the hololithic representations of their hearts showed 3 neat patterns. One flared red, its lines of force twitching. "Something is wrong with that one," Zarafistan said, sensing the rupture. Its alignment is corrupted. It is feeding back upon itself." "Withdraw it," Abaddon snapped. "Pull it from the convergence before it tears itself apart." "That will weaken the array," Zarafistan began. Abaddon turned his gaze on him. "We have already killed Tarantis," he said. "I will not lose a talisman to hubris. Do as I command." The sorcerer bowed, staff raised. His will reached out across the warp to the Blackstone in distress, tugging at the bindings that held it in fixed position. The fortress, angry and wounded, resisted for a moment, then yielded. Reality around it buckled. The Blackstone slid into the warp in an ugly, irregular translation, its wounded core screaming as it went. Shockwaves rippled through its superstructure. Sections of its outer shell blew out into real space, scattering debris. Inside, dust and shards rained down. "We have what we came for," Thaler shouted over the rising cacophony. "The misalignment is seeded. He must pull this fortress out or risk losing it. Our work here is done. Now we must live long enough for that to matter." Retreat became a race against disintegration. The path back was nothing like the way in. The corridors twisted and folded as the fortress's internal geometry convulsed. Floors became walls. Junctions disappeared, replaced by smooth stone. New passageways opened where there had been nothing. The voice in the stone no longer whispered seduction. It howled rage. "Run!" Spire snapped, grabbing a voidsman who had started to drift toward a suddenly opened chasm. "Do not think about anything but the next step." Thaler led, his farseeing straining to find paths that would not simply close under their feet. The aspect. Warriors moved with unearthly grace, leaping gaps, using barely visible protrusions as stepping stones where humans would have seen only smooth, lethal drops. Stormtroopers and armsmen followed as best they could, trusting in ropes, in grapnels, in blind luck. Behind them, Malkadrax roared with thwarted fury. He had survived the core's initial convulsions, clinging to a fragment of platform with his axe buried in the stone. Now, as the intruders fled, he dragged himself upward, armor sparking. "Run while you can," he bellowed. "This fortress will remember your touch. The next time we meet, I will crack your spine on its floor." A bridge disintegrated between him and them, dropping into the light. The distance widened. "Later," Thaler muttered. "If there is a later." The webway gate that had brought them in flickered weakly when they reached the chamber where it had been anchored. The wraithbone pylons had cracked under the fortress's shifting pressures. Light bled from their fractures in thin, bleeding streams. "This path is closing," one Eldar warrior warned. "It need only hold long enough," Thaler said. He raised his staff and poured his will into the gate, shoring up its dying edges. It flared, briefly regaining solidity. "Go!" he snapped. Spire did not argue. He shoved men through in groups, forcing those who hesitated to move. Stormtroopers vanished into the light. Armsmen followed. Eldar aspect warriors slipped through like shadows. Thaler stood last, the gate's radiance painting his features in stark relief. The fortress's core screamed one final time, a sound that tore at the edges of sanity. Thaler stepped into the light as the chamber fell apart around him. They came out onto the Gethsemane's deck in a heap of exhausted bodies and frayed nerves. The webway gate behind them collapsed entirely, the wraithbone pylons crumbling into ash, the last glimmer of otherworldly light folding in on itself with a sigh. For a long moment, no one moved. Men lay where they had fallen, chests heaving, eyes staring at the overhead. The ship's familiar smells of oil and incense, metal and recycled air, wrapped around them like a coarse blanket. "We are alive," Horst said finally. His voice was rough. For the moment, Spire pushed himself to his feet, every muscle protesting. "Report," he said. "The Blackstone we infiltrated has vanished from our scopes," an officer voxed from the bridge. "We registered a violent warp translation event. Its power readings spiked, then disappeared. The other two fortresses remain in position. Tarantis is gone." On Port Maw, Ravensburg's staff pored over delayed auger feeds and astropathic fragments, trying to make sense of a battle fought at a scale that defied comprehension. "So we prevented the War Master from fully synchronizing 3 fortresses for repeated strikes," one aide said slowly. "But we did not save Polaris II, or Tarantis. Entire systems are gone. Billions of souls." Horst stood at the edge of the strategium, bandages still visible under his coat. "If we had done nothing," he said, "the fortresses would now be singing in perfect chorus. Tarantis would still be gone, but the path would be clear for the next star, and the next. As it is, one fortress is wounded. It must be repaired. That takes time. Time in which we can bleed him elsewhere. Time in which we may find other weaknesses to pry at. It is a hard thing to weigh, Ravensburg said quietly. To say that the death of two systems is a lesser evil. Horst's gaze was bleak. In this war, there are no easy evils, he said. Only choices between burning and freezing. We chose the path that leaves us with something still standing to fight with. That is what matters. At least until the next choice, Ravensburg murmured. In the eye of terror, within the warped halls of his flagship, Abaddon's fury was a cold thing. He stood before Zarafiston, who knelt, head bowed. The images of Tarantus's destruction still danced in the air around them, projected by bound demons for the War Master's contemplation. Who did this? Abaddon asked. Who touched my talisman? I feel the signature of Eldar interference, Zarafiston said. And something else. Human wards. Inquisitorial patterns. They formed an alliance of necessity. Of course they did, Abaddon said. Rats will sometimes fight together when the fire reaches their nest. He paced, armor plates scraping softly on the deck. 1 fortress wounded, he said. 5 still under my command. 2 fully bound, 2 in process, 1 to be repaired. I have lost some tempo, nothing more. They are stretched thin. Their fleet is bleeding. Their worlds are afraid. The next blow will fall before they can mend their shields. He turned back to his hololithic map of the Gothic sector. The rune that marked Shindelgeist glowed faintly, its orbit around its star traced in pale lines. There, he said, tapping it. The Imperials will gather. The Eldar will be drawn by the skein. It is a nodal point in their star charts and their faith alike. We will bring the fortresses we have. We will bring the planet killer. We will bring enough steel and hate to crack their backbone. He looked up, eyes burning. Gather the war fleets, he ordered. Summon Malkadrax and all other lords of the legions. The next act of this little drama will be played at Shindelgeist. The Gothic sector will either break there or be so maimed that its survival is immaterial. Zarafiston bowed his head. As you command, War Master, he said. In the depths of the wounded Blackstone, far from where any mortal would ever walk again, the core simmered. It remembered the touch of 2 kinds of hands, those who had woken it to old glories, and those who had dared to twist its song. It would not forget either. The data spirit screamed as Horst drove it into the cogitator altar. It was a thin, keening wail that only the augmetic nerves in the Inquisitor's fingers could truly hear, a protest from the captured shard of Blackstone memory as it was forced to disgorge its secrets into crude human machinery. Runes cascaded across the display slate before him, a river of alien geometry and warped numbers. In the strategium of Port Maw, the air smelled of incense and burnt insulation. The chamber's lumen strips were dimmed, casting faces in shadow as men watched the Inquisitor work. Translate it, Ravensburg growled, or I will have the tech priests nail it to the main reactor and see what noise it makes then. Horst ignored him. His eyes were hooded, lips moving as he read patterns that were not meant for human minds. It is not a map in the way you understand, he said at last. The Blackstone's core thinks in harmonics, not coordinates. But the War Master needs mundane logistics as well as miracles. Somewhere in here, the machine spirit tracked its own resupply. He stabbed a finger at a particular cluster of symbols. There, he said, a point along the storm's inner wall, a void shoal far from any inhabited world. The planet killer and its attendant hulks rendezvous there between operations. Ammunition brought in, weapon cores soothed. It is away from the main Blackstone formations, vulnerable for a heartbeat. Ravensburg leaned over the display, scowling. Vulnerable, he repeated. To what? We have already seen that thing SWAT cruiser volleys aside like flies. We do not have a fleet to spare for a siege, and even if we did, the storms would eat half our ships before they arrived. Horst looked at Spire. We do not need a siege, he said. We need a wound. We know now the Blackstones can be made to stumble. The planet killer must be made to limp. Cripple its main weapon, and the next time it comes to aim at a world, there will at least be time to answer. Without that, the next Savan will die before the first astropath can scream. Spire's jaw was tight. "You are proposing an ambush," he said. "Fast hulls, heavy, guns. Close in, strike at the weapon's spine, and withdraw before the escorts can bring their weight to bear." Horst inclined his head. "You will not destroy it," he said. "I would not insult you by promising that, but you might hurt it. Enough that when we stand at Shindelgeist, it will not be at full strength." Ravensburg's gaze flicked between them. "You say this rendezvous is away from the main Blackstone fleets," he said, "but not unguarded." "No," Horst admitted. "Malkadrax will be there, and others. The War Master trusts no one with his toy unsupervised." "Good," Spire said, surprising them both. "I owe Malkadrax a debt." Ravensburg grunted. "You will not repay it by dying for the satisfaction," he said. "But you are right. If there is a chance to dull that blade before it falls again, we must take it." He straightened, shoulders squaring. "Very well," he said. "We form a task force, fast cruisers. One battleship for each spine. No lumber we cannot afford to lose. You will go, Spire. You know the taste of that monster's fire. Perhaps that will help you take its breath away." Spire nodded once. "I will not promise its death," he said. "Only that when next it fires, it will feel what it is to bleed." The task force slid from Port Maw's docks like knives. The Gethsemane led, her scars from Rebo and Savan hastily patched, her prow refitted with additional armor over the weakest plates. Beside her cruised the battlecruiser Skeptic of Dawn, her long hull bristling with lance turrets. A Mars-class battleship, the Imperius, loomed behind them, its Nova cannon arrays sleeping for now. Around them, a screen of light cruisers and escorts formed, their engines tuned for maximum burn. They entered the warp as one, Gellerfields flaring, hulls groaning as the Unreal pressed close. The storms clawed at them, warp tides slamming against their shields. The navigators whispered with clenched teeth, guiding them along paths that the Blackstone data had hinted at. On the bridge of the Gethsemane, Spire stood strapped into the command harness as the ship bucked. "Time to emergence?" he asked. The navigator's voice came thin over the bridge vox. "If the currents hold, we will break into real space a short distance from the rendezvous shoal in less than a standard day," he said. "If they do not hold, we will break somewhere else, or not at all." "Reassuring," Thane muttered under his breath from the secondary command station. Horst stood in the shadows near the rear of the bridge, hands folded behind his back. The Inquisitor did not like warp passage any more than any other sane man, but he hid it better. "If the data is wrong," he said quietly, "if the resupply schedules have changed, we will emerge into empty space, or into a full Blackstone fleet. One will be disappointment. The other will be a very brief lesson. I am long past the point where disappointment carries much sting," Spire replied. "As for brief lessons, I prefer to inflict them." The warp boiled. The Gellerfields hummed, intermittently flickering as the storms pressed harder. At last, the navigator's chant shifted. "Boundary approaching," he intoned. "Transition in 3 beats." There was the familiar wrench. Reality snapped back into place with a thunderclap of returning sensation. They emerged into fire. The shoal was a patch of relatively calm void within the storm wall, a volume of space where the warp's claws did not dig quite so deep. Asteroids drifted there, relics of some ancient shattered world, their surfaces glittering with frozen rime. At its heart hung a bloated mass of metal and rock that had once been an orbital dock, now festooned with chains and spikes, its original structure half buried under crude chaos accretions. Moored to it, like some predator feeding at a carrion carcass, was the planet killer. Even after Savan, even after the Blackstones, its silhouette made something in Spire's gut tighten. it loomed, larger than any battleship, its prow a brutal, blunt wedge. Along its spine, the yawning apertures of its doomsday weapon were ringed with scaffolds and service arms. Barge hulks floated nearby, pumping fuel and ammunition into its flanks. Escorts circled, wary, like smaller sharks that knew their place. "We have surprised them," the Auspex master breathed. "Their shields are low, weapon arrays cycling down. Most of the escorting vessels are at mooring. They did not expect company." Spire felt an old, cold satisfaction. "Then we will disappoint them," he said. "Signal the task force. We close at full burn. All ships fire as we bear. Our objective is not to take the planet killer's life, but its teeth. Target every gun and conduit along its weapon spine. Boarding torpedoes will be reserved for that section only. Once they are away, we withdraw." "And if they do not follow the script?" Thane asked. "Then we improvise," Spire said, and smiled without humor. "We are good at that." The task force surged forward, engines flaring bright against the dark. Void shields rose, blooming into existence around their hulls. Torpedo tubes cycled. Gun crews scrambled to stations, shouting litanies, hands slick with sweat. On the planet killer, alarms howled. "We are under attack," Vox officers cried. Imperial signatures emerging from the storm, multiple capital ships. They are closing. Malkadrak stood on the weapons deck, watching servitors and corrupted tech adepts tend to the doomsday array. The news reached him through a chorus of frantic voices. "Of course they are," he said, almost amused. "Rats that have been burned once will seek to bite the hand that holds the flame." He turned to a twisted figure in robes whose face was mostly cable and iron. "Raise shields," he ordered. "Spool the main weapon to safe. Levels only. I will not have it destabilized by some lucky salvo while it feeds. Bring the escorts to full readiness, and prepare boarding parties. They would not be here if they did not mean to get close." Outside, scarlet runes bloomed around the planet killer as its shields powered up, slower than they should have from a fully battle-ready state. Its escorts powered their engines, thrusters flaring as mooring clamps released. It was too late to avoid the first Imperial salvo. The Imperious's Nova cannon roared. A shell of compressed matter and energy hurled itself across the gap, its course bending under subtle gravitic steering. It struck a Chaos cruiser broadside, overload shields flashing once before surrendering. The ship's flank vanished in a blossom of fire, its hull breaking open. Gethsemane's lances stabbed at one of the planet killer's weapon apertures, gouging molten channels in the metal around it. Skeptic of Dawn's macro batteries thundered, shells hammering at the superweapon's dorsal decks, smashing scaffold towers and tearing servitor gantries free. The planet killer replied. Batteries along its flanks lit, a storm of shells and beams that raked the advancing Imperial ships. An escort in the task force's vanguard died instantly, its shields shredded, its hull punctured from prow to stern. Another reeled, half its weapon mounts blown away, fires venting from its wounds. "Range closing," the Auspex master shouts were almost drowned by the howl of incoming fire. "Boarding torpedo envelope in moments." "Bring us in," Spire said. "We must get close enough to lodge men on those decks before the enemy fully rallies. Captain Cordain." On the display, the rune for the cruiser St. Vermond burned brighter as its captain acknowledging the summons. Cordain's voice came over the tactical vox, steady. "St. Vermond here, Admiral." "You have the honor of Vanguard," Spire said. "You will take your ship as close to the planet killer's spine as you can endure. When you are inside their flak envelope, you will unleash every boarding torpedo you have into their weapon decks." There was a brief pause. When Cordain replied, there was no tremor in his tone. "Understood," he said. "It has been an honor, Lord Admiral." Spire did not waste time with empty reassurance. "It is not over yet," he said. "Give them a wound they will carry to Shindelgeist." St. Vermond leapt ahead, engines screaming as they pushed the cruiser into a trajectory that cut straight through the densest storm of enemy fire. On her bridge, Captain Cordine stood firm as the deck shuddered under him. "Brace!" he called. "All hands brace! Helm, keep our prow pointed at that monster's spine. Shield officers, if any of you let a gap open on our starboard, we will all feel the Emperor's displeasure in person before this is done." The first impact slammed against the cruisers. Void shields, making them flare. Warning runes flickered, screamed, steadied. Another impact. A third. Brave little glows on the hololithic display that meant shells and beams capable of gutting lesser vessels had been turned away. "Shields at half strength," an officer shouted. "Structural integrity. Holding." "Good," Cordine said. "That means we are still alive." Ahead, the planet killer's weapon spine filled the forward viewports. The apertures of its doomsday array were open for maintenance, exposing the labyrinth of mechanisms within. Servitor gantries and ammo feeds hung in tangled webs. Energy conduits glowed with banked power. "Boarding range," the Master of Ordnance said. Cordine drew a breath. "Fire every boarding torpedo we have," he ordered. "All at once. Make them choke on us." Dozens of tubes belched flame. Iron coffins streaked across the void, their tiny engines vectoring them toward the yawning gaps in the planet killer's armor. Flak guns woke along the superweapon's spine, spitting shells and las bursts. Some torpedoes died, their payloads scattering as debris. Others punched through, slamming into decks and plating. "Impact," Horst's Voxaid reported on the Gethsemane. Multiple hull penetrations along the planet killer's weapon spine. Boarding signatures confirmed. Saint Vermond is thrown. She is still going. Saint Vermond ploughed on, closing within suicidal range. "Captain, we cannot hold this," Cordine's first officer shouted. "Their guns are tearing us apart. We must break off." Cordine watched as another wave of shells slammed into their starboard, shields failing, armor cracking. Flames licked at consoles. Men screamed. The bridge shook. "We break off," he said. "Turn us on our side. Present our damaged flank. We will block their own guns from targeting the torpedoes' approach paths as long as we exist." The officer stared at him. "Go," Cordine snapped. St. Vermond rolled, presenting her wounded flank between the planet killer's batteries and the sections of hull where boarding torpedoes had lodged. She took the next barrage full on. Her spine snapped. Her reactors went critical. From the Gethsemane, Spire watched the cruiser die in a flare that washed over the planet killer's weapon decks, tearing away flak mounts and sensor masts, searing open some of the apertures. "Honored," Spire murmured. Inside the planet killer, men fought in hell. Stormtroopers in blackened carapace armor burst from ruptured torpedo shells, weapons up, firing as soon as their boots hit metal. Navy armsmen followed, less heavily armored, but just as determined. The air was thick with smoke, sparks, the stink of promethium and burnt oil. Demon engines lurched toward them, wreathed in unnatural fire, metal limbs ending in guns and blades. Corrupted tech priests shrieked binary curses, their mechadendrites thrashing. Servitors surged in inhuman tides. Horst's men moved with drilled precision. "Squad 1, left corridor," their sergeant barked. "Squad 2, secure the breach. Squad 3, with me. Our target is the energy conduits along that spine. Keep your eyes on the mission, not the nightmares." They advanced, hellguns stitching lines of light across the dimness. Demon machines took shots that would have reduced flesh to ash and kept coming, armor glowing. Meltagun bursts at close range finally halted them, superheating metal until it softened and sagged. Navy armsmen used flamers liberally, washing corridors in burning promethium to flush cultists from behind cover. The screams were thick, but there was no time to listen. "This way!" A Vox augmetic crackled in Horst's ear, carrying the voice of a captured cogitator spirit, suborned by the Inquisitor's wards. "Primary conduit junction ahead. Access port. There." Horst darted forward, cloak singed, ducking under a spray of autofire. The corridor opened into a cavernous space, its ceiling lost in shadow. Massive conduits, each wide as a hab block, ran along the length of the space, thrumming with pent-up power. Their surfaces crawled with arcane sigils and demonic faces, some carved, some seemingly grown. "Charges," Horst snapped. Stormtroopers moved with practiced haste, slamming melter devices against the conduits, armored fingers tapping activation runes. Each charge's indicator light flared green, then amber as their timers began to count down. "Time to detonation," Horst demanded. "Less than 60 heartbeats," the demolition sergeant replied. "We must be away from this deck before then, or we will join whatever gods the traitors mumble about." "Then move," Horst said. As they pulled back, a shriek ran through the planet killer's bones. It felt it. On the Gethsemane, alarms blared. "Boarding alarms," an officer cried. "Multiple locations. Chaos. Signatures. They are coming in on assault craft from the planet killer. One of the breach points is along our dorsal spine, near observation deck Gamma." Spire's lips thinned. "Malkadrax will not let this blow land unanswered," he said. "Very well. Let us greet him properly." He left the command throne in Thane's hands and took his own bolter from the rack near the bridge hatch. "Hold them at range as long as you can," he told his captain. "Do not let the Imperius linger. Her Nova cannon has already given us more than we ever hoped. Once the charges blow, we are gone, whether I am aboard or not." "Understood," Thane said. "Try not to die. It will complicate the chain of command." Spire allowed himself a thin ghost of a smile, then turned and ran. Observation Deck Gamma had once been a place where officers and visiting dignitaries could look out over the void, enjoy the sight of the fleet arrayed in imperial splendor. Now its armor glass was shattered, patched in places with plasteel and fields, the view full of void battle. Spire arrived as the outer blast doors blew inward. Boarding pods had latched onto the decking outside, their explosive clamps tearing open the hull. Figures strode through the smoke, silhouettes like nightmares. Chaos Marines, armor blackened, weapons held ready. At their head came Malkadrax. His axe was already wet with blood from other decks. His armor was scarred from the core battle in the Blackstone. But the wounds only made him look more monstrous. His lenses burned as they fixed on Spire. "At last," he said. "No running this time. No fortress to hide behind. Just you. And me. And the knowledge that whichever one of us dies here, the other will not live long to enjoy it." Spire raised his chainsword in salute. "I was beginning to think you were avoiding me," he said. Malkadrax laughed, a sound like torn metal. "I have been busy winning wars," he said. "You have been scurrying around trying to unpick the War Master's weave. Tell me, Admiral, do you ever look at the tally of worlds burned, of ships lost, and wonder what difference you make? Or have you convinced yourself that the lives bleeding under your orders mean something beyond meat for the grinder?" Spire moved forward, slowly, feeling the deck vibrate under the bombardment. "Every life under my command matters," he said. "That is why I poison myself with their deaths. It is why I will spend my own freely if it buys them another hour. What do your lives matter, Malkadrax? The men who die on your decks, the worlds you scorch for your gods. Do you remember their names?" "Names," Malkadrax snarled. "Names are for officers' rolls and administratum ledgers. They die for something greater than themselves, for the War Master's vision, for the chance to see the Imperium that broke them finally torn open. That is more meaning than your Emperor ever gave them, sitting on his corpse throne, letting them drown in endless toil." He charged. The collision was like the crash of armor plates under ramming spur. Spire barely managed to get his sword up in time. Malkadrax's axe hammered against it, sending shock through his arms. He sidestepped, the edge of the observation deck's view yawning in his peripheral vision. The planet killer looming outside, flanks wreathed in fire. "Your War Master's vision is a galaxy on fire," Spire grunted, blocking another blow, feeling something tear in his shoulder. He would burn everything just to see the smoke. And your Emperor's dream is a galaxy in chains, Malkadrax spat. At least fire is honest. Their blades whirled, arcs of light and sparks. Around them, Void Marines and traitor Astartes clashed, Lars and bolt fire turning the air into a storm. Men died in silence, hurled into the vacuum beyond fissures in the crackling field barrier. The deck shook as another salvo impacted the Gethsemane's shields. On the planet killer, Horst's charges detonated. The melter devices bit through the conduits with a ferocity that cared nothing for human or demon engineering. Heat surged, metal slumping, twisting. Energy meant for the doomsday weapon's focusing array spilled into surrounding circuitry. Warning chimes howled through the superweapons halls. Weapons spine overload, tech adepts screeched, their voices tangled with binary. Power levels spiking, conduits rupturing, containment failing. Shut it down, the robed bridgemaster roared. Dump the excess into secondary grids. Vent whatever you have to. If that spine goes, it will take the whole ship with it. In the core chamber, the planet killer's weapon arrays glowed ominously. One of the apertures along its back split, molten metal pouring from it. Flare vents opened along the sides of the ship, vomiting arcs of uncontrolled energy into space. On the Gethsemane's bridge, Thane watched through gritted teeth. "We did it," he whispered. "We hurt it." "Do not celebrate yet," the Auspex master snapped. "Those flares will take anything close with them. We must pull back or be scorched." Thane hesitated. "Spire," he began. As if summoned by the thought, the Admiral's voice crackled over the ship's internal vox, breathless. "Thane," he said. "Bridge. Status." "Charges detonated," Thane replied. "Planet Killer's main weapon spine is venting. She will not be firing clean shots at anything for some time. But we must withdraw, or we will be caught in the backlash." "Do it," Spire said. "That is an order. I will either be aboard when we translate, or I will not. The fleet matters more." On observation deck Gamma, Malkadrax heard the distant roar of his ship's pain. He glanced out through the shattered view, lenses narrowing. "You have teeth after all," he said. "Interesting." Spire took the opening, lunging. His sword bit into Malkadrax's pauldron, skidding off but driving deep enough to tear cable and flesh. The Chaos Lord snarled, backhanding Spire across the face. The Admiral went down hard, vision swimming, something hot and wet running into his eye. Malkadrax loomed over him, axe raised. "If I had more time," he said, voice almost conversational, "I would carve answers from you slowly, but the War Master's toy calls. I will not let it die because some Inquisitor set fire to its veins." He slashed downward. Spire rolled, the axe biting into the decking beside his head. He fired his bolt pistol blindly upward. One shell struck Malkadrax in the helm, not penetrating, but jarring. The Chaos Lord pulled back, shaking his head. Behind them, a void shield flared and failed. A section of observation deck wall blew outward, the rush of air yanking men from their feet. "Enough!" Malkadrax snarled. He stepped back, eyes flaring. "This is not finished," he told Spire. "Shindelgeist, Admiral. That is where the bones of this sector will be ground. Bring what is left of your fleet. I will be there." He triggered his teleport beacon. Warp light flared around him, swallowing him and the few surviving traitor Marines. They vanished, ripped back to the planet killer as it began to turn, engines flaring for a retreat vector. "Boarders are withdrawing," a Vox officer gasped. "We have a window." Thane did not hesitate. "All ships. This is Gethsemane," he voxed. "We have accomplished our objective. Fall back along Vector Alpha. Prepare for emergency warp translation as soon as we clear the flare envelope. Repeat, all ships. Disengage. Do not pursue. That thing is wounded, not dead." The task force fled. Behind them, the planet killer writhed, flares of uncontrolled energy still spilling from its damaged spine. Its escorts closed in around it, providing a screen as it limped toward the shelter of the deeper storms. On its command deck, Abaddon stood before a spread of hololithic images. He watched the planet killer's weapon arrays sparking. He watched the Imperials run. His golden eyes were narrow. "They have taken some of the sting from our spear," he said. "Clever rats indeed." Zarafistan bowed his head. "The weapon can be repaired," the sorcerer said, "but not quickly. The damage is deep. We will need time, and perhaps the aid of the Blackstone's cause, to fully realign it." Abaddon exhaled, a sound that might have been a sigh in any other man. "Time I cannot spare," he said. "The noose tightens. The sector lords are finally stirring. If we delay, more fleets will push through the storms. I will not allow the initiative to slip." He turned his gaze to a figure standing at the edge of the command dais. The man wore armor of black and rusted brass, less ornate than Malkadrax's, but still terrible. His helm was hooked under one arm, revealing a scarred, shaven head and eyes that burned with fervor. "Malefica," Abaddon said, "you have asked for a theater in which to write your legend. Here it is." The warrior bowed deeply. "Give me your will, my war master," he said. "I will make of it a scourge." "You will take the planet killer," Abaddon said. "You will command it as an independent blade. While I oversee the Blackstones and the main thrust at Shindelgeist, you will range ahead. Strike at worlds, at convoys, at anything that bears the Aquila. Spread fear along the paths we intend to tread. The weapon is wounded, but not toothless. Use it when you can. Its lesser guns and your own zeal will suffice when you cannot." Malefica's grin was a jagged thing. "I will make the sky whisper your name in terror," he said. "See that you do," Abaddon replied. "Fail, and I will feed you to the talismans piece by piece. Succeed, and you will stand at my right hand when the last loyalist, world in this sector, dies." Back at Port Maw, in the Strategium whose air seemed permanently thick with the ghosts of bad news, Ravensburg listened to the reports from the ambush. "The planet killer's main weapon is damaged," Spire concluded, his voice still rough, face bearing a fresh line of scar where Malkadrax's blow had gouged flesh. "Auspex suggests its firing capacity is reduced. It may still be able to crack worlds, but not with the same rapidity, not without risking itself. It will need longer to charge, perhaps fewer shots before it must rest." "And our losses?" Ravensburg asked. Spire did not flinch. "St. Vermund is gone," he said. "2 light cruisers destroyed, 1 escort lost in translation. Gethsemane's engines are barely holding together. Our Gala field projectors will need a full refit before we dare another deep warp run. Other ships have lesser scars. The task force as a whole is weakened." Horst spoke before Ravensburg could. "It was worth it," the Inquisitor said. "Every hull, every man, the planet killer has been made to stumble. When we meet at Shindelgeist, that may be the difference between one more Savan and one final stand that means something." Ravensburg's gaze was distant, on the map of the Gothic sector, on the small rune that marked Shindelgeist. "The Eldar Farseer believes the skein knots there," he said. "Our own augur savants agree that the warp tides around that system are significant. The Blackstones can reach it with ease from their current positions. If I were the War Master, it is where I would make my play." Spire nodded. "Then it is where we will make ours," he said. "We gather what is left of Battlefleet Gothic. We recall every hull that can still raise steam. We send word to the Eldar that their gambit is not yet over. At Shindelgeist, we either break his teeth or he breaks our spine." Horst's hand tightened on the rail. "There will be no second chances," he said quietly. "If we lose there, the Blackstones will range unchecked. The planet killer, crippled or not, will prowl behind them. The warp storms will slowly abate, and all that will remain in this sector will be ash and echoes." Ravensburg drew a slow breath. "Then we will not lose," he said. The words hung in the air, too heavy for certainty, too necessary for anything less. In the storms beyond the edge of the map, the Blackstones turned their faceless bulk towards Shindelgeist. The planet killer nursed its wound and followed a different path, its new master already dreaming of lines of fire across unfamiliar skies. The Gothic sector shuddered on the brink, its fate coalescing toward a single, blazing point. Shindelgeist had never been important enough to die for. Before the Gothic War, the system had been a footnote in administratum ledgers, a number in a column of tithes paid and void lanes maintained. Its sole distinction was the presence of a Blackstone fortress in high orbit, a relic of an age no human remembered and no tech priest truly understood. The fortress had been numbered 5 in the files of Battlefleet Gothic, a designation as bland as the language that wrapped it. Now, Shindelgeist was a fulcrum. The star burned yellow-white at the system's heart, steady, indifferent. Around it circled a handful of worlds, most of them unremarkable. A mining rock, a thin hab shell clinging to a gas giant's largest moon, a frozen outer body used for reserve munitions stockpiles. Above the innermost world, like a shard of night stabbed into the sky, hung Blackstone Fortress 5. It was not alone. Imperial warships clustered around the alien construct like barnacles on a leviathan's flank. Battleships with prows carved in the likeness of eagles and lions. Cruisers with battered flanks and hastily patched armor. Light escorts, their lines sharp, their engines tuned to hateful perfection. Closer in, a ring of Space Marine strike cruisers and battle barges held station. Their hulls bore the markings of several chapters, each one a knot of oaths and bloodshed. Among them, the green and bone iconography of the Angels of Redemption stood out, their ships crouched like hunting beasts ready to leap. At the edge of the system, where the warp storms pressed in closest, something else slid into real space. It was vast, elegant, and utterly unlike the brutal lines of Imperial steel. Thaler's craft world emerged from the shrouds like a ghost, its wraithbone spires gleaming against the dark. Smaller ships peeled away from it, blades of light slipping into position along the periphery of the Imperial host. The void above Shindelgeist was crowded, for the first and likely last time in its history. On the bridge of the Gethsemane, Admiral's runes glowed. Spire stood at the command pulpit, every line of his face carved deeper by the wars behind him. Scars traced pale paths across his skin, reminders of Malkadrax's blows, of shrapnel, of a world's death reflected in the blast shields. His uniform had been repaired more than once, the fabric patched around medals earned and never collected. The hololithic display before him showed the system from a god's height. Blackstone 5's icon burned at the center of the Imperial formation. Around it, friendly rooms crowded, each one a ship, a crew, a world's worth of hope or despair riding in its hull. Lines of travel and fire arced between them, a web of planned maneuvers and firing lanes. Collision risks are high, the Auspex master said quietly. We have never massed this many hulls in one theater. A single error in vector could send a cruiser plowing through a line of escorts. Spire nodded. Then we will not err, he said. Simple, impossible, necessary. A hololithic projection of Lord Admiral Ravensburg burned in the air to his right, live linked from the command throne of his flagship, an Emperor-class battleship that floated near Blackstone 5 like a sentinel. Final elements from Port Maw have arrived, Ravensburg said. That is all we are going to get. No more ships will push through the storms in time. This is the fleet we break with, or the fleet we die with. Spire cast his gaze over the icons. This is what remains of Battlefleet Gothic, he said. And more, Ravensburg replied. Chapters called from their watch on other stars. Rogue trader hulls press ganged into our line, even the Xenos. The Eldar have come with their own blades for their own reasons. Thaler's image hovered at the edge of the map, the Farseer's presence translated into Imperial hollow by an uneasy compromise of machine and witchcraft. His eyes glimmered, taking in the planned deployment. Our ships will not sit in your neat boxes, he said. We do not fly like your iron coffins. But we will be where we must, when we must. The skein twists thickly here. We will cut where it strands not around the talismans. Ravensburg grunted. Your task is to disrupt the beams that link the fortresses, he said. We need each Blackstone firing alone, if it fires at all. If they sing in chorus, they will do to Shindelgeist's star what they did to Tarantis. I remember Tarantis, Thaler said softly. The way the light flared, the screams in the warp. I will not watch that song replayed if I can help it. Horst stood near the rear of the Gethsemane's bridge, hands folded, gaze moving between the Eldar and the Lord Admiral's projections. Our own plan remains unchanged, the Inquisitor said. The fleet will hold a defensive shell around Blackstone 5 and the star's inner orbits. Angels of Redemption and their brother chapters will set their boarding barges to intercept any Chaos-held Blackstone that comes close enough. The Eldar will harry the coordination beams. If an opening appears to cripple one of the enemy, fortresses outright, we take it. And if the War Master brings more than we expect? Spire asked. Then we die as slowly and expensively as we can, Horst replied. No one laughed. Tension lay over the fleet like another layer of armor. On ship after ship, men checked and rechecked gun mountings, seal integrity, magazine locks. Priests walked the decks, swinging sensors, daubing Prometheum-marked wards on bulkheads, bellowing litanies about duty and sacrifice. In barracks and ready rooms, warriors sharpened blades that had already tasted more blood than any sane man could comprehend and whispered their last grudges to any god who might listen. On the strike cruiser, Caliban's Fury, a company of the Angels of Redemption, knelt in the harsh glow of red lumens, heads bowed. Their chaplain paced before them, Crozius cradled in his gauntlets, skull helms staring. You will board a fortress that was old when Terra was young, he said. His voice was a cold drumbeat. You will walk halls not made by human hands, held now by traitors who spat on their oaths and fell. You will be outnumbered. You will be isolated. You will not falter. The response was a thunderous roar of affirmation. Power armor hummed. Eyes behind lenses burned with quiet fire. Remember this, the chaplain went on. We are not here to save ourselves. We are here to make sure that when this day is written in the chapter halls, it is spoken of as the day the War Master broke his teeth on our shields. If we must die to buy that line, we will. On the other side of the warp storms, a very different congregation prepared. Abaddon the Despoiler stood upon the command dais of his flagship, the dark armor of his station making him seem carved from the void itself. Around him, the hololithic map of the Gothic sector twisted, rune storms boiling at its edges. The rats have gathered, he said. They have scurried to Shindelgeist, dragging their broken fortresses and their tattered banners. They have called their cousins from distant stars. They have even begged blades from the Eldar. He smiled, a sharp, mirthless expression. Good, he said. Let them come. It will save us the trouble of chasing them. Below, Chaos captains and champions knelt in the circle of the dais, each one a nexus of hatred and ambition in his own right. Malkadrax was among them, armor still bearing the marks of his battles aboard the Blackstone and the Planet Killer. So was Malefica, helm held under his arm, eyes gleaming. The war fleets stand ready, Malkadrax rumbled. 2 of the talismans are fully bound, a third limps, but its engines still burn. The Planet Killer licks its wounds, but its teeth remain sharp enough to tear a world. The Imperium has massed around Blackstone 5, Zarafistan said. The Eldar craft world hangs at the edge of the system. The skein there is tangled. He smiled faintly. Perfect. Then we make our entrance, Abaddon said. The talismans will come in at the system's outskirts, then close. Our fleets will form around them. We will break their lines, bind their fortress, and turn their star inside out. When the light dies over Shindelgeist, the Gothic sector will see the truth of my title. He raised his weapon, the demon sword Drachnian, and the chamber's air shivered. Into the warp, he commanded, and out the other side as kings. The void at the edge of the Shindelgeist system tore. Warp storms surged, their roiling faces parting as if pried open by some obscene hand. From the wound, Chaos warships spilled in a black tide. At their heart came two Blackstone fortresses, their silhouettes like jagged holes in the starfield. Between them drifted the Planet Killer, its hull scarred but massive, weapon spine now braced by new ring structures and armored sheaths. Around those leviathans, the War Master's fleets wheeled, Black Legion battleships, their hulls black and gold, prows crowned with leering icons and impaled bodies. Cruisers of renegade chapters, adorned with the marks of their patron gods. Orc hulks seized and repurposed, bristling with new guns. Human pirate flotillas, ragged and eager. At the system's edge, new warp scars marked where still more reinforcements waited to push through. On Imperial Augur screens, the enemy icons multiplied until they blurred into a crimson storm. So many, the Gethsemane's Auspex master whispered. This is more steel than we have seen in one place since this war began, perhaps more than this sector has ever seen. Ravensburg's voice cut through the growing murmur on every bridge where his image appeared. This is it, he said. No more delays, no more retreats. This is the battle that decides whether the Gothic sector still exists in a century's time. You have all seen what the War Master's weapons can do. You have seen Savan crack. You have seen Tarantis go dark. If we break here, those images will be repeated from one end of this sector to the other. He pointed toward Blackstone 5's icon. We hold the fortress, he said. We hold this star. We break their fortresses and their superweapon if we can. If we cannot, we die in their maw and choke them. Battlefleet Gothic, by squadrons. You have your orders. Engage. There was no trumpet fanfare. There was no choir. There was only the howl of klaxons and the low, steady beat of drums on some ships where ancient customs still held. The void erupted. Imperial ships surged forward from their forming shell, their thrusters burning bright. Torpedo tubes belched payloads in staggering numbers, glittering shoals of death that fanned out toward the oncoming chaos lines. Nova cannon shells hurled themselves across millions of kilometers, guided by gravitic nudges and luck. Lance batteries opened fire, beams of cardinal light stabbing toward the enemy. The Chaos Fleet replied in kind. From Abaddon's flagship, orders thundered. Forward, he snarled. Let their petty shells scratch your paint, close on their throats. Black Legion, form the spearhead. Lesser fleets, on our flanks. The Talismans and the Planet Killer will hold position until I give the word. Their song must be timed perfectly. The first wave of impact happened where the escorts met. Imperial destroyers and frigates clashed with traitor lightcraft in a web of overlapping death. Las beams and macro shells chewed through hulls designed to be light and fast, not enduring. Ships spun away trailing fire and debris, some still firing as their broken frames tumbled. Gun decks on both sides roared, shells traversing void to punch into distant armor. Battleships traded broadsides, the impacts reverberating through their frames like titanic hammer blows. Lances raked across shields, flaying their protective fields away in flickers of blue and gold. On the Gethsemane, Spire, rode the storm. Keep us on the inner line, he said. Our guns must cover the approaches to Blackstone 5. Do not be drawn too far into the melee. If their vanguard punches through, the fortress is their prize. Void shields at 3/4, the shield officer reported. Port flak batteries engaged. We are swatting down as many incoming torpedoes as we can, but some are getting through. Good, Spire said. That means we are still alive. He looked toward a secondary display showing the Eldar deployment. Thyler's ships cut through the void like shards of light. Where Imperial vessels were blunt hammers, the Eldar cruisers were scalpels. They flickered in and out of firing arcs, lancing precise shots into the junctures between Chaos hulls, targeting sensor domes, communication arrays, the small but vital organs of command and control. Beyond the visible spectrum, Their work was subtler. The coordination beams, Thaler murmured to his own. Helmsman, eyes half closed as his mind stretched out. They are aligning them now. See how the Blackstones turn, how the lines of force between them begin to sing. His ship's wraithbone nodes glowed as psychic energy coursed through them. Around him, other Eldar vessels linked their patterns, weaving a countersong. Focus on the beams, Thaler said. Not the hulls. We cannot break the talismans with our guns. We can sing against their chords. Lines of invisible power stretched between the two Chaos-held Blackstones and Abaddon's command nexus. Through those linkages, the War Master's will guided their cores, aligning them not with one another, but with the star at Shindelgeist's heart. Thaler's interference made the beams waver, ripple, deviate. For a time, that was enough. On the Loyalist side, Ravensburg watched the dreadful ballet. Angels of redemption, he voxed on a secure channel. The nearest Chaos fortress is vectoring in. It's defensive. Batteries are heavily engaged, but its approach is slow. This is your window. Boarding clause to engage. You have your insertion coordinates. On the Caliban's Fury, klaxons whooped. Thunderhawk gunships and boarding torpedoes were already poised in their cradles. Engines roared as they launched from the strike cruiser's bays, cutting across the void in long, arcing paths. The Chaos Blackstone loomed ahead of them, a monolith of impossible angles. Gunfire flickered along its flanks. The fortress's own weapons engaged the Imperial line, enormous beams of energy launching from its core to slice through the void. One of those beams took a cruiser squarely along its spine, cutting it into neat, drifting segments. Thunderhawks screamed in, armor plating glowing from near misses. Some were vaporized outright, caught in the crossfire of turret arrays meant to swat away capital ships. Others made it through, slamming into the fortress's outer skin, their mag clamps biting into alien stone. Hatches blew. Power-armored giants spilled into the Blackstone's innards, bolters barking, chainswords revving. Deck by deck, corridor by corridor, the Angels of Redemption carved their way toward the fortress's heart, guided in part by sketchy data scavenged from the earlier infiltration, in part by their own instincts, honed over centuries of boarding wars. They fought traitor marines in the half-lit intersections, met demon engines in rooms that had never known human habitation. Each advance was paid for in armor plate and flesh, in broken ceramite and shattered helmets. The fortress's interior fought them as much as its garrison did, shifting, rearranging, trying to swallow them. Above and around them, the void grew more chaotic. Battlefleet Gothic bled, ships drifting or breaking under the unrelenting barrage. The Blackstone Five's own guns spoke, huge beams lancing out to strip escorts from the approaches, to gouge cavities in the flanks of cruisers that strayed too close. The fortress was not fully awakened, but under human control it remained a formidable presence. Near the rear of the Imperial formation, the planet killer prowled, held back by Abaddon's orders, while the Blackstones took up their firing posture. Its weapon spines still smoked in places from the damage inflicted in the ambush, new armor patched over its weakened conduits. Malefica stood on its command deck, watching, hands clasped behind his back. "Soon," he whispered to the monster under his boots. "Soon you will taste the heart of another world." On the Gethsemane, Horst felt it before the numbers confirmed it. "The Blackstones are shifting," he said. "Do you feel that? The way the warp presses? This is more than simple firing solutions. They are not just aiming at ships, they are reaching." Spire looked to the Auspex master. "Confirm," he said. "Power readings from the enemy fortresses are climbing," the man replied. His voice had gone hoarse. "Warp signatures spiking. The beams between them and their command flagship are steadying despite Eldar interference. Their primary facing is..." He swallowed. "It is not us. It is the star." Ravensburg's image flickered as the strain on the system grew. "They will do to Shindelgeist what they did to Tarantis," the Lord Admiral said. Overload the core. Turn it into a bomb. Everything in this system will die. Fleet, fortresses, worlds. Horst's mind raced. If they succeed, the Gothic sector is finished, he said. Even if some ships manage to claw their way out through emergency warp jumps, the loss of this many hulls, this many men, this many resources. The War Master could stroll through the ruins at his leisure. There is no way to shut those cores down from here. Thaler's distant voice cut in, strained. We are singing as loudly as we can. They are simply louder. Then we must disrupt the convergence, Horst said. The beams between the fortresses, or the point where their fire meets. If we cannot silence their song, we must at least make them sing out of tune. Spire frowned, mind already turning. The point where their beams will cross, he said slowly. A physical object there would scatter the focus, absorb some of the energy, maybe throw their alignment off. Anything we put there will die, Ravensburg said bluntly. There is no coming back from the heart of that kind of fire. Anything we do not put there will die too, Horst replied. Along with us. Silence fell for a heartbeat across the linked command channels. It was broken by another voice, one that had been listening, jaw clenched, knuckles white on a rail. This is Captain Abridol of the Flame of Purity, the new voice said. It was calm, too calm. Overlord class, second-line battlecruiser, currently screening the Imperious's starboard. Spire's gaze snapped to the rune, marking the Flame of Purity on his display. The ship held its place in the Imperial line, guns hot, armor scored by repeated impacts. Abridal, Ravensburg said. This is not the time for introductions. We are a little busy. Understood, Lord Admiral, Abridal said. I am not here to talk. I am here to volunteer. He took a breath that they could hear over the Vox. The Flame of Purity can reach that nexus in time, he said. Our engines are intact. Our shields still hold at half strength. We are not the biggest hull you have, but we are big enough. If we burn hard, we can put our ship into the heart of those beams before they fully converge. Spire felt cold settle in his gut. Abridal, he said. You understand what that means. There will be no survivable hull. No good death in the Emperor's light. There will be nothing. Abridal laughed, a short, barked sound. I have served long enough to know that there are worse ways to go than... Quickly, he said. I watched the recordings from Savan, Admiral. I saw that wall of light. If my ship can turn that aside, even a little, I will not die wondering whether I could have done more. Horst closed his eyes for half a heartbeat. He is correct, the Inquisitor said. If any ship can do it, his can. The Overlord class is solid enough to sit in a storm for a second before becoming vapor. That is all we need. A second. A heartbeat's disruption. Ravensburg's voice was rough. Captain Abridal, he said, you are not ordered to do this. I will not lie and dress this in glory. This is annihilation. I know, Lord Admiral, Abridal replied. Permission to be annihilated anyway. Ravensburg bowed his head. Permission granted, he said. The Flame of Purity broke formation. Her engines flared white, dumping reserve fuel into a burn that sent stress lines screaming along her spine. Void shields flared as she forced her way through, the intersecting arcs of fire. Shells slammed into her prow. Lances carved gouges in her flanks. Her armor smoked, then burned. On her bridge, Abridal stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the tactical display. The path to the convergence point glowed in ugly colors, the estimated zone where the Blackstone beams would cross drawn as a rough sphere ahead. Helm, he said. Bring us on that vector. Do not deviate. Whatever happens, you hold that course. The helmsman, face grey, nodded. Gunners, Abridal went on. Keep firing until your mounts melt. I will not have us die as a silent shield. If we can tear the teeth from any escorts along the way, do it. On the Blackstone command deck, Chaos Tech adepts shouted as their augurs registered the cruiser's suicidal charge. "One Imperial battlecruiser breaking from their line," a traitor officer called. "Course. Throne of Chaos, it is heading straight for the convergence point." "Stop it," a sorcerer snarled. "Destroy it before it reaches the focus. If their scrap metal disrupts the song..." Lances from the fortresses slashed toward the flame of purity, but the geometry of their own forming beams constrained their angles. They could not bring full fire to bear without compromising their alignment. Instead, escorts broke to intercept, their guns spitting curses and shells. The flame plowed through them like a battering ram. Her prow guns tore apart a light cruiser that strayed too close, sending it spinning away. Macro cannon shells chewed chunks out of an oncoming destroyer, flaying it until its reactor went and it vanished in a flare. Shells and beams struck home in return. "Port shield gone," someone shouted on her bridge. "Hull breaches on decks 4 through 9. Fires on..." Abaddon tuned it out. "Hold course," he said. The convergence point loomed. Ahead, the space where the Blackstone beams would meet shimmered, reality already, beginning to warp in anticipation of the focused power. The flame of purity hit it. From the outside, from the safety of distant scopes, it looked almost simple. The battlecruiser's silhouette entered the zone just as the fortress's beams fired in full. Columns of warp-laced energy converged on the same point of space. Instead of intersecting in empty void, pouring into the structured path they had been so carefully aligned to carve through the star, they hit a mass of plasteel, adamantium, and screaming men. For the crew of the Flame, there was scarcely time to register anything. Abaddon felt a moment of weightlessness, as if the deck had dropped away beneath him. Light poured through the armored viewports, not from outside, but from everywhere. Then there was nothing at all. At the system's edge, on Imperial and Chaos bridges alike, men watched as the flame of purity was erased. There was no wreckage, no drifting hull. One heartbeat she was there, a battered but coherent rune on the display. The next, she was gone, replaced by a jagged flare of energy. The convergence stuttered. The beams, suddenly robbed of the clean geometry of their intended meeting, twisted. Some of the energy dumped into the star regardless, but not in the precise pattern required to trigger a controlled overload. Much of it rebounded, slamming back along the beams, into the Blackstone's own focusing arrays. One of the Chaos-held fortresses screamed. A crack ran across its face, not in stone, but in the patterns of its core. Its interior geometry, already strained by Eldar interference and the sabotage seeded in the earlier raid, could not handle the feedback. Its core went incandescent. From outside, it looked as if the Blackstone swelled. Lines of light raced along its surface, blooming at intersections, flaring outward. For a moment, it was a web of brilliance against the void. Then it burst. The explosion was not fire in the human sense. It was a localized, reality failure. A moment where the fabric of the universe asked too much of itself and tore. Ships too close were yanked apart, hulls shredded, armor folded inside out. A Black Legion cruiser vanished in a smear. Escort squadrons simply ceased to exist. The second chaos. Blackstone shuddered. Its own core flickered. It had not taken the same level of feedback, but the song it had been singing was now wildly out of tune. Warp tides surged around it, tearing at its moorings. Its connection to Abaddon's command nexus sputtered. Abaddon felt the first fortress die. On his flagship's bridge, the hololithic icon representing that talisman flared, then went dark. For a heartbeat, his hand tightened on Draconian's hilt so hard the demon sword growled. "Who?" he snarled. "Who dared?" Zaraphistan's answer came through gritted teeth. "An Imperial cruiser," the sorcerer said. "Battle cruiser pattern. It threw itself into the convergence. Its death scattered the beams." He gestured at the map. The second fortress's icon flickered like a candle in a gale. "If we press the alignment now, that one may well follow," he said. The song is broken. This is not the precise blow we prepared. Around them, the battle was shifting. The Imperial line, battered and bleeding, saw the Chaos Fortress explode and answered with a surge of renewed fire. Eldar ships wheeled, lances slashing into the stunned escorts around the remaining Blackstone. Nova cannon shells sought out wounded hulls, cracking them open. The Planet Killer, already maneuvering into a flanking position, took part of the backlash. Energy flares from the exploding fortress washed over its hull, making its damaged weapon spines spark and smoke. Malefica had ordered its field projectors strengthened, but the brute force of the blast overloaded circuits and melted plates. Gouts of raw power blasted from the weapon apertures, uncontrolled venting burning escorts that had strayed. Too close. "We are losing containment," tech adepts screamed. "Weapon coils failing. If we stay within this storm, we risk core damage." Malefica ground his teeth. "Pull back," he snarled. "We are of no use here if we detonate ourselves. We will find other worlds, other routes." On the Gethsemane, Spire watched the Chaos lines waver. "One fortress gone," the Auspex master said, disbelieving. "The other wounded. The Planet Killer is turning away. Its escort formation is tightening, retreat vector plotted toward the storm wall." Ravensburg's image burned bright with harsh triumph. "Abaddon has lost his chorus," he said. "He still has his instruments, but they are cracked. Without the full weight of the Blackstones and the Planet Killer's clean shot, he cannot risk a second attempt at the star. Not now. Not under this much fire." He leaned forward. "We press," he said. "Hard. Enough to make it hurt. Not so hard we lose ourselves in the wake. I want that remaining fortress scarred. I want his battleships bleeding. But I will not be drawn into chasing him into the storms. We have held the line. That is enough." On Abaddon's flagship, Rage warred with cold calculation. He could order the remaining fortress to fire regardless, accept the risk that it might tear itself apart. He could drive his fleets deeper into the meat of the Imperial host, grind them down ship by ship. The image of the exploding Blackstone replayed itself in his mind. He had spent too much to gain those weapons to throw them away on wounded strikes. The Gothic sector was not the galaxy. There would be other campaigns. "Order a withdrawal," he said at last, voice like iron. "All war fleets to disengage along pre-planned routes. The remaining talisman will translate back into the Eye, the damaged one as well, when it can. The Planet Killer is to harry their flanks as it leaves, but not to engage directly." Zaraphiston bowed. "Slightly." "As you command, War Master," he said. Malkadrax snarled, tearing a chain from where it hung around his gauntlet. "We had them," he spat. "We could have broken them." "We broke enough," Abaddon replied. "Look at their fleet. Half their hulls are venting. Blackstone 5 is scorched. Their chapters are bloodied. Their Eldar allies have sung themselves hoarse. The Gothic sector stands, yes, but it stands on broken legs." He turned his gaze inward. "This is not the end," he murmured. "This is a lesson. For them. For me. The next time I bring super weapons to a theater, I will remember the flame of purity. I will remember that even rats can bite." The Chaos fleets began to peel away. Translation engines powered up. Warp drives screaming as they tore new wounds in reality. One by one, then in clusters, the traitor vessels slid into the immaterium, their silhouettes smearing, dissolving, gone. The remaining Chaos Blackstone flickered, then vanished entirely, pulled into the warp with an ugly twist that made august spirits wail. The Planet Killer turned, engines flaring, and plunged into the storms, its retreat path already curving toward lesser defended prey. Silence, or what passed for it after such a cacophony, fell over the Shindelgeist system. Debris drifted in thick belts where fleets had clashed. Broken hulls tumbled slowly, some still flickering with dying fires. Escape pods and lifeboats blinking distress signals in code filled the space between wrecks, tiny stabs of hope in a sea of ruin. Blackstone Fortress 5 still hung above the innermost world. its alien bulk scarred where near misses had flayed away human additions. It had taken hits meant for the fleet, its own shields tested to breaking, but it endured. On the Gethsemane, the bridge was quieter than it had been in months. "Enemy signatures all gone to warp," the Auspex master said. "We are alone." Spire let out a breath he had not realized he had been holding. "Alone," he echoed, "with our dead and our wounded." Ravensburg's image flickered, then steadied. "We have held Shindelgeist," he said. "We have preserved Blackstone 5. The star still burns. The sector still breathes. That is the truth. The cost is another truth." He gestured, and the hololith zoomed out, showing the full tally of Imperial loss. "We will count them," he went on, "ship by ship, man by man, where we can. Captain Abradal's name will be written in bold on every roll. The flame of purity will not be forgotten while there is a battlefleet Gothic to speak her name." Horst's gaze was distant. "The Eldar will vanish soon," he said. "Back into their webs. Their Farseer will tell his own people tales of this day, framed in his own myths. We will tell ours, framed in blood and duty. Abaddon will tell his in curses and promises." Spire looked at the ruined fleet, at the battered fortress, at the flickering rune that marked the star of Shindelgeist. "This was not victory," he said quietly. "Not as the storytellers would have it. But it was not defeat. We still have something to fight with. That is enough for now." Ravensburg nodded. "The Gothic War is not done," he said. "The War Master still holds Blackstones. His planet killer still prowls, but his grand stroke has been blunted. He hoped to carve this sector open and present its corpse to his gods. Instead, he has to live with the knowledge that we stood in his way and did not fall." He met Spire's gaze. "There will be other battles," he said. "Smaller, messier, spread out across the sector's scars. For now, we bury our dead, patch our wounds, and remember that when the axe fell at Shindelgeist, we did not bow our necks." Outside, the star burned on, oblivious. In its light, Imperial and Eldar ships moved slowly, gathering survivors, salvaging what could be salvaged. Wreckage turned, glinting. Somewhere in that drifting graveyard, the last flecks of what had once been the flame of purity cooled, indistinguishable from any other ash. The sector lived. For now, in the grim darkness of the far future, that would have to be enough. In the months after Shindelgeist, the Gothic War did not so much end as gutter. The great set pieces were over. No more stars died screaming under Blackstone fire. No more shrine worlds burst like overripe fruit. Instead, the conflict staggered into its closing movements, a series of savage, narrower strikes whose consequences would echo for ages. At the center of them, all were the fortresses. There had been 6. Now every commander with eyes to see understood that so long as any remained, the sector lived under a blade. The first to fall after Shindelgeist died far from any inhabited world. An Imperial fleet, battered remnants reinforced by late arriving squadrons, met Eldar cruisers in the shadow of a dim, nameless star. Between them hung a Blackstone fortress, one that had been wrested from chaos control in a brutal campaign that cost more ships than anyone was willing to list. It could not be held. "We have neither the crews nor the understanding to truly master it," Ravensburg said, standing on the Imperious's bridge as the alien monolith turned slowly in the light of that forgettable sun. "And the War Master has already proved that what we call mastery is nothing compared to his keys. If he comes again, he will take it from us as easily as he did the others." Horst stood at his shoulder, eyes on the obsidian bulk. "We cannot give him that chance," the Inquisitor said. "Better a weapon unmade than left loaded for the next thief." On the Eldar flagship nearby, Thylir reached the same conclusion for his own reasons. "The talismans have done enough," he murmured, fingers trailing through a psychic projection of the fortress's core. "They were forged to kill gods, not to sit as baubles on the crowns of apes and madmen. It is mercy to let this one die here, with no sons on its conscience. The plan was simple in outline, horrifically complex in execution. Eldar warlocks slipped tendrils of thought into the Blackstone's core, coaxing its machine soul toward a specific configuration. Imperial tech adepts, under Horst's snarling direction, chained cyclonic torpedoes directly to the fortress's deepest chambers, binding trigger signs into its alien matrices. The fortress resisted, but it was tired, woken, used, wounded, dragged halfway across the sector and back. In the end, it obeyed. From a safe distance, crews watched as the monolith's inner light grew brighter. Lines of radiance traced themselves across its surface, then inward, as if the fortress were folding itself into a single point. The star nearby flared in response, sensors screaming as its output spiked. For a heartbeat, the Blackstone shone like a miniature sun. Then it vanished, its mass converted into a shriek of energy that lanced harmlessly into the void. "One less," Horst said, exhaling slowly. "One of 4, Ravensburg replied. "We are not done yet." Another fortress died not in planned sacrifice, but in fury. After Shindelgeist, one of the chaos-held talismans, had limped away into the storms, its core strained by feedback, its hull scored by Eldar fire. Abaddon had dragged it back toward the eye, nursing it, feeding it ships and souls. When it neared the border of that accursed region, Eldar raiders struck. Thaler had seen the path in the skein, a thin line of possibility where a surgical blow, delivered at exactly the right moment, could turn the fortress's damaged harmonics inward. His ships danced on the very knife edge of the eye's insanity, lancing at the Blackstone's focusing arrays, singing counternotes into the warp patterns around it. Inside, enraged Chaos Magi tried to force the fortress to respond with full power. The result was inevitable. The Blackstone tried to fire. Its wounded core could not decide which way the song should go. The energies built, backed up, snarled, turned back on themselves. The talisman, instrument of stellar murder, tore its own heart apart. In the eye's threshold, a black star flared briefly and went out. Abaddon watched from his flagship's bridge, jaw clenched, as the rune marking that fortress winked off his private auger display. "Another lesson," he murmured. "Very well. We will see who profits from it in the end." The other deaths were closer to home. Blackstone 5, the loyalist fortress above Shindelgeist, had survived the Great Battle, but not without scars. Its alien surfaces were crazed with new lines where Imperial plating had shattered. Its internal paths had been warped by the strain of resisting the Warmaster's pull. Tech priests swarmed over it in the war's closing months, chanting, pleading, arguing with its sullen machine spirit through cogitators and prayer. Some wanted to keep it. "Think of what it represents," one Magos whispered to Ravensburg in a private audience, mechadendrites twitching. "A fortress beyond compare, a weapon that, properly leashed, could deter any future crusade. To destroy it is to throw away an advantage we may never regain." Horst was relentless. "An advantage we cannot truly control," he said. "We have seen how easily its leash can change hands. As long as it exists, the temptation will be there. For governors, for admirals, for my own Ordos. Someone will try to wake it fully. The Warmaster taught us what comes next when such toys are mishandled." Spire listened, weighed the arguments, felt the dull ache of every ship lost to capture and recapture. "We saved Shindelgeist," he said. "We did not save it in order to hang another noose above it. If the price of denying Abaddon is to give this thing up, then we pay it." In the end, it was the Eldar who offered the solution. "We can teach it to die quietly," Thaler said, standing on a platform overlooking Blackstone 5's alien surface. The fortress loomed beneath them, a sleeping shard of night. "There is a note in its song that leads inward, not outward. Your priests cannot hear it. We can. If we strike it at the right moment, from the right angles, it will fold in upon itself, rather than lash out." Ravensburg hesitated for a long time. When the order finally came, it was spoken softly, but it carried through Mundus and Immaterium alike. The final sequence was almost peaceful. Eldar ships took up precise positions around the fortress, their lances powering to a frequency no human auspex could properly register. Imperial cyclonics hung in the void like patient sharks, torpedoed in at specific nodes. Inside the fortress, sacrificed servitors tripped manual overcharges in its core, their last acts written in screaming machine code. Blackstone 5 breathed in. On the decks of the Gethsemane, men watched through viewing ports as the fortress's lines of alien light bent inward. There was no outward detonation, no shockwave to batter their hulls. One moment the talisman was there, a monolith anchored in space. The next, it was not. Only a shimmering afterimage remained, fading like heat in the air above a cooling engine. Spire felt something in his chest loosen and tighten at the same time. "We have cut off our own hand," he said quietly. "Better that than leave it for the enemy to graft to his wrist," Horst replied. By the time the last of the 4 fortresses died, the warp storms around the Gothic sector were thinning. What had been roiling walls of unreality became ragged curtains. Translation routes that had been suicide even for the most arrogant captains now flickered with possibility. Astropathic shrieks no longer vanished into howling eddies, but found paths through. The Imperium's response was delayed but not absent. Battle fleets from neighboring sectors, long held at the fringes by the storms, finally pushed in. Fresh cruisers with unscarred hulls, escorts whose decks had never known close-range boarding, battleships whose Nova cannon arrays still held factory shine. With them came regiments of the Astra Militarum, armor columns, Titan banners, Mechanicus exploratory fleets smelling opportunity in the ruins. They found a charnel house. Dead worlds marked the Warmaster's path like rot along a wound. Savan was a ring of volcanic rubble, its orbit thick with cooled glass fragments that had once been cathedrals. Tarantis was a lightless echo where a star had been, its former planets drifting as cinders. Other systems, nameless to anyone who did not live there, were charred, depopulated, or worse, left to limp along under scarred skies, crops poisoned, psychers twitching at night. Port Maw was a twisted crown of patched metal and hastily welded gantries, its capacity halved, its void docks full of ships held together by faith and emergency plating. Tithe routes had collapsed. Shrines stood empty. The population of whole subsectors had been reduced by more than half, between deaths in bombardments, losses in conscription drafts, and refugee flights into the uncertain arms of neighboring regions. The reinforcements' admirals spoke in hushed tones on their bridges, looking at the battered silhouettes of Battlefleet Gothic survivors. "We came to relieve a war," one said quietly to Ravensburg over a formal Vox link. "We find we are late to a funeral." Ravensburg stood on his repaired command throne, medals and honors still fresh on his coat, and felt every word like a blade. He was being called a hero now. Astropathic choirs carried his name to Segmentum Command and beyond. Declarations were issued in High Gothic, lauding him as the man who had held the line against the Warmaster, who had preserved the Gothic sector under impossible odds. Paintings would one day show him in idealized form, sword raised, an unbent pillar of duty. He knew how many ghosts those images would paint over. In the quiet watches, he sat alone in the strategium, lights dimmed, the hololithic map of the sector floating before him. Hundreds of tiny skull runes marked lost ships, lost worlds. The living ships, the living worlds, were fewer. Horst joined him one such night, walking in without ceremony, the inquisitorial rosette tucked away, his presence more man than sigil. "You are supposed to be on Terra," the Inquisitor said, standing before the Senatorum, being showered in honors and platitudes, or at least on a vidlink, basking in the glow. "I sent them a proxy," Ravensburg replied. "He knows how to nod in the right places. I have nothing the High Lords want to hear that they are ready to listen to." Horst poured himself a measure of recaf from a cold pot, the liquid bitter. He did not offer any to Ravensburg. The Lord Admiral would have refused. "They want to hear that the Gothic War is over," Horst said. "A clean ending, enemy repulsed, sector saved, the eye quiet as ever, all tidy." Ravensburg snorted. "The sector is saved," he said. "For a given value of saved. There is still an eye. There is still a Warmaster. There are still 2 Blackstones in his claws. We have bought time, Inquisitor. That is all." Horst nodded. "A temporary stay of execution," he said. "The noose is still around the Imperium's neck. The Warmaster has simply stepped back to take better aim." They stood in silence for a while, listening to the low hum of wounded machinery and distant work crews. "You will file your reports," Ravensburg said eventually. "You will warn your masters that the combination of artifacts, talismans, planet killer-style weapons cannot be forgotten." "I already have," Horst said. "A sealed dossier, 8 seals. Lord Inquisitors will pass it from hand to hand, sniff at the warnings, argue about priorities. Some will see the pattern. Most will close the book, sigh about limited resources, and return to their local petty heresies. It is the way of things." Ravensburg's lips twisted. "And yet," he said, "when the next Blackstone appears on some distant frontier, your file will be dragged out, dusted off, and someone will insist they knew this would happen." Horst shrugged. "If the warnings are heeded even once, it will have been worth writing," he said. "We are not in the business of winning wars, Ravensburg. We are in the business of losing them as slowly as possible." Spire received his own share of offers. Officers from other battle fleets came with crisp salutes and flatteringly worded letters from Segmentum Command. Commands dangled before him, squadrons guarding richer regions, seats on strategic councils far from the front, even whispers of eventual high lordship in some distant, safer age. He listened. He accepted their compliments with stiff politeness. Then he refused. "Battlefleet Gothic is my burden," he told one particularly persistent envoy. "I have bled for this sector. I have watched it burn on my scopes. I have helped drag it back from the brink. I will not leave it now to chase some cleaner posting, while there are still warp scars in its sky and Blackstone ghosts on its auspex." The envoy blinked. "The war here is done, Admiral," he said. "Abaddon has withdrawn. The storms are fading. There will be other fronts." Spire's gaze flicked to a viewport, where the faint shimmer of the warp's residual turbulence still showed at the edge of sight. "The war here will never be done," he said. "Not truly. The Warmaster has 2 fortresses and a taste for how we respond to such threats. When he comes again, whether here or elsewhere, I would prefer to meet him as the man who already saw his tricks once and lived." He remained. Thane stayed with him, of course. So did many of the old captains. New officers arrived to replace the dead, their eyes bright, their uniforms crisp, their ignorance of what those scars on their elders' faces meant almost painful. Thaler returned to his craft world. The great vessel slipped back into the Grail-dark nebula's shrouds, its wraithbone towers dimming as it withdrew from the crude glare of human wars. In the council chamber, the seers gathered once more, light from the pool at the center, painting their faces in shifting colors. "We diverted the worst paths," one said reluctantly. "The Ingir did not wake. The talismans did not sing sons to death in chorus. The skein around the Gothic sector is no longer a knot in our throats." Thaler stared down into the pool. It showed him the Gothic sector now, pitted, bleeding, but alive. It showed him the paths of the 2 surviving Blackstones, sliding into the poisonous light of the Eye of Terror, their cores humming with captured rage. It showed him further still, threads stretching into ages yet uncounted. He saw a future where those fortresses reappeared over other worlds, their silhouettes unchanged, their songs the same murderous cadence. He saw new admirals, new inquisitors, new Farseers, all thinking themselves the first to grapple with such weapons. He closed his eyes. "We bought time," he said quietly. We always buy time. That is all we ever buy. Our people will still fade. The Mon-Ki will still drown in their own blood. The Ingir will still twitch in their tombs when the right notes reach them. But it will not be because we were silent in this age. He turned from the pool. Remember this war, he told his peers. Not for its battles, but for its patterns. When the talisman's shadows fall across the skein again, we must recognize their shape faster. In the eye, Abaddon brooded. His flagship hung above a demon world whose surface boiled with the souls of the Ye slain. In orbit nearby, 2 Blackstone fortresses drifted like black moons, their angles wrong, their presences heavy. Warp light crawled across their surfaces in patterns that meant nothing to human minds, and everything to the entities that watched from beyond. Zarafistan stood at the War Master's side, staff grounded, eyes on the alien monoliths. We did not claim them all, the sorcerer said. No, Abaddon replied. We did not. There was anger in his voice, but it was laced now with something else. Calculation, anticipation. We tested them, he went on. We learned how they sing, how the Imperium reacts when their sons are threatened, how far their admirals will go, how many men they will throw into a convergence to save a single star. We learned that the Eldar will always slither from their holes when the talismans stir. We lost fortresses, yes, but we gained others. We refined our keys. He looked at the 2 remaining Blackstones, eyes reflecting. Their unnatural glow. These 2 will serve in wars yet to come, he said. The next crusade, the one after. Each time the Imperium will know a little more fear. Each time their precious lords will have to decide which worlds to save and which to let die. Eventually, they will break. Zarafistan nodded slowly. The Gothic War was a gambit, he said. Not a checkmate. Abaddon smiled. Exactly, he said. We will play again. On Port Maw, in a chamber warded with sigils and adamantium, Horse sat alone before a slate of black stone carved with the sigil of the Inquisition. Lines of text glowed softly, their content encrypted, viewable only to eyes keyed by gene and oath. He wrote. He described the Hand of Darkness and the Eye of Night. He detailed the Blackstone's cause as best he understood them, their harmonics, their hunger, their propensity for self-annihilation when abused. He recorded the Planet Killer's firing sequence, the way its weapon, spine, drew on both warp and reactor. He noted the names of worlds destroyed, ships lost, solutions improvised. At the end, he wrote a single warning. These elements, in combination, represent an existential threat to any region in which they appear. They will appear again. He sealed the report under 8 sigils, each impressed with a different authority. Then he sent copies along astropathic lines to inquisitorial repositories on Mars, on Terra, on far segmentum capitals. Perhaps one day someone would read it before the first sun went out. On a half-ruined world whose name had been important once, before campaign numbers replaced it, a lone guardsman sat on a piece of shattered hab-block and stared at the sky. He had no idea which phase of the war he had survived. There had been so many worlds, so many deployments. He had seen the void lit by Blackstone beams, watched ships burn as they fell. He had marched under skies clogged with ash, fought cultists in cathedrals, slept in trenches that filled with oily rain. Now the sky above him was full of wreckage. Broken ships drifted in low orbit, their frames silhouetted against the sun. Some still bled flame from ruptured compartments. Others were cold, dead skeletons of metal. Occasionally, a piece of debris fell, burning bright as it streaked through the atmosphere, leaving black scars where it struck. Around him, the ruins of a once bustling city sagged. A handful of other survivors moved among them, faces hollow, uniforms ragged. Priests shouted about rebuilding. Administratum clerks, already arrived with their clipboards and data stacks, argued about tithe recalculations. Recruitment sergeants prowled, looking for men with all their limbs still attached. The guardsman watched a piece of hull burn its way across the sky and wondered, dimly, how many men had died inside it. How many names would never be written on any honor roll? How many medals would be minted for officers who had never seen that burning line? He knew, in some deep, tired part of himself, that this was only one war. There would be others. Somewhere out beyond the thinning storms, in another sector, another Warmaster or Xenos threat would be massing. Another battle fleet would be scraping together damaged hulls. Another regiment would be mustering in muddy fields. Another Inquisitor would be scratching warnings on stone that no one wanted to read. The Gothic War was over. The Gothic War never ended. There would always be another sector, another crusade, another billion lives burned for nothing but time.